This is Hasselplattner Allee. Next stop is UI5con.
Everybody, to beautiful St. Leon Road for UI5con 2025. As you can already see, the theme is a little bit different. It's all about connecting. It's all about meeting and getting together in this space. As usual, it's a big networking event. Please use today to make new friends, new connections, and enjoy this beautiful venue. As you've already seen it outside, it looks amazing once again. Thanks to everybody who made the decorations this year. And obviously this entire event, like in the past years, is only possible because we have a few helpers, not just the organizational committee and everybody else, but also the folks who help us to get the budget together to create this event and have a beautiful space for all of us to enjoy. So thanks very much once again for Neptune and all the other sponsors of today's event. You guys are amazing. Without you, we really could not make this event a possibility. Thanks so much. So as usual, we have a great lineup. I'll show you a little bit what's going to happen with a few interesting details. So today you are in the yellow room. You'll see this, the yellow lines and everything that will guide you around. This is the yellow room, the main Audimax. And maybe a question to the audience, who's here for the first time? Great, welcome everyone. This is amazing, a lot of folks that are new to this. Welcome to UI5con, to all of you, and thanks for coming back, to all the others. So in this room, this is where we'll have the keynote in just a few minutes. And also there's a special session, a new one that we have set up this afternoon. It's at 5:30. It's the Ask UI5 Anything session. So for this one, we invite you to ask us any questions. You can roast us tonight. There's going to be a few of us up on stage, so please feel free to drop us all of your complicated UI5 questions. But you can also already make up your mind what you want to ask and drop it in something like a ballot box outside in the main hall, right? So there's a box set up until 4 p.m. this afternoon. So if you can think of an interesting question today, please drop it in the box. We'll prepare it for the session tonight. And then please come back to this room as well at 6 p.m. for the closing, right? This also will happen right in the Audimax. Now, it's not only what you see on the screen here. We have some great lineup of speakers and content again today, but also in the blue and in the orange room, you also have sessions and hands-on sessions all throughout the day. In order to find out, please, there's a few things, practical information for the day. You have a map on this chart that shows you that this is ground floor. This is where the yellow room is located. Upstairs is where the two other breakout rooms are located, so just up this stairs. We have Wi-Fi access for all of you. So it's SAP Guest, Code Connect, and Code Connect at 2022 to connect. And with this one, I'll show you in a second, you can also download the event app for today. But very important, just for logistics today, all the SAP guys in the room, please, for lunch, go to Rot 4, to this main building, and leave the canteen in this room, in this building, to all of our guests for today. Also important information for those of you who are into kicker and foosball tournaments. There's going to be one tonight also in the canteen section. So if you're interested also, please check that one out. With Wi-Fi access, you can download our event app this year. It has all the content, all the information, and very important, please make use of the event app to give us feedback, and not just us for the whole event, but also all of the speakers, because they really rely on this feedback to improve the sessions for next year. And it would be great if you use it right after the session to give them a quick bit of information how they did. For the event, very simple, be nice, be respectful. I don't expect anything else from this great crowd. And with this, I already want to close it and say, enjoy this day, have fun. And with this, I can already hand it over to the main keynote of today. And as usual, we have Stefan and Peter joining me up on stage. Please welcome everybody, Stefan and Peter. Have fun, everybody.
Welcome. UI5 community. Welcome to UI5con 2025.
Yeah, hello and good morning also from my side. Happy to have you here. Today we put the UI5con keynote under the motto of Ignite the Future.
And you know, I'm the product manager, and I have to admit, the architect came up with this term, and I was then looking it up. Can we really call it Ignite the Future? And in fact, then I read, okay, Ignite the Future is a correct sentence and talks about something of excitement and potential for the future. That is totally correct. That is what we will do today, talk about exciting stuff with a high potential to improve your life. And before we go into the agenda, you have a glimpse here already. We have one breaking news I would like to share and hand over to Peter for this one.
Yeah, breaking news. We pack our bags. What does it mean? It's not so heavy that it sounds. It's mainly about our GitHub organization. So as of today, we have everything, or most of the stuff in the SAP organization and the SAP samples organization. Now we have had the chance to get the UI5 organization, and therefore we are now moving most of our repositories from the SAP organization to, wait, hey, here it is, the UI5 organization. Unfortunately, the car didn't move fast. Let's do it once again. So. Yeah, doing that, this is also a good reason, because what we want to do is we want to cluster our projects then in the UI5 organization. You can see there then all the projects built and authored by the SAP team. And we have the UI5 community GitHub organization. Many of you may know, because there are also a lot of projects there, and they are also jointly, like VDI5 or the Ecosystem Showcase. And with that, we also introduce a new organization page. You want to introduce?
Exactly. So here you see our organization page, and also the QR code will take you to our new organization. This gives you additional information about the content and what we are about to do, but there's also one special section on that page, and I would like to zoom into, not only for you to reading, but also to speak it out loudly. So I have to say thanks a lot to two guests that are
Where are
here.
they? Robert, Theo?
Maybe quickly stand up. They have reserved.
Thank you so much for that chance that you wisely reserved that for us.
They have reserved the organization and handed it over to us once we needed it. So thanks a lot for doing this. Okay, now we lost completely our slides again.
But maybe that's a good break to switch then to the real topic, because we need to come back now to the real topic.
Exactly. Now,
modernize, innovate, accelerate, and now let's start with modernize.
Laying the foundation for a modern development experience. And how does a modern development experience start? It starts in kickstarting your projects. And Peter will share some additional details on this.
Yeah, when we talk about kickstarting, most of you know that there is the EasyUI5 generator. So we have ready-made templates for you available that you can get started quickly with your development work. The EasyUI5 generator comes with freestyle templates where you can then create TypeScript or JavaScript-based applications or library projects, and it can be set up as easy as here. You install just Yeoman and EasyUI5, and then you are ready to get started. And there is a new kit on the block I would like to mention today, because the SAP Fiori application generator has also been open sourced, and it's available for you to contribute, to work tightly together with a team, to innovate this project, and to make here a real cool experience that we get faster innovation done also on the applications for SAP Fiori. So let's look into the next topic. This is one thing which is also very essential for me, because it took us really quite some time to make that happening. At the end, we want to make the open source consumption as easy as possible, and therefore we have a tooling extension, the UI5 tooling modules, which is available that you can just install that in your project, and then you can just use a third-party package as is from NPM and make use of that in your UI5 application. We see also later on a little demo. There is a nice, interesting hint here. Do you see this argument at the end, minus RTE? No? Wait a second. But while we wait, this minus RTE argument is taking care that you don't need to write the configuration in the project anymore. It self-registers and you can directly make use. It just saves you a little bit of time. One thing I would like to mention also, we consider this really to become native part of the UI5 tooling, and then you don't need to do anything. It just works in out of the box. So let's go a little bit further into the direction of development.
Exactly. After the ideally quick kickstart, you enter the development phase. And already last year, we were talking about type-safe development for really large-scale projects. And luckily, a lot of you followed our recommendation and used TypeScript internally at SAP, but also outside in the community. We wanted to foster this more and help you more, and with that we have done also investments in getting type-safe development ready now in all aspects for Fiori elements, for Freestyle UI5, for everything in between. It's the flexible programming model, and also for the UI5 controls. We have worked on the integration of third-party libraries, that if the third-party libraries comes with a type definition, it works then directly inside UI5 as well. And even as important, we also worked for an end-to-end experience that we also have the type safety for our testing frameworks, QUnit, OPA, and VDI5. And last but not least, we also now have our UI5 walkthrough tutorials available in both variants as JavaScript and as TypeScript, and also the QR code on the screen.
One thing really
up there,
which is cool to mention here about that, it's not that we have two separate things, it's all in one. So the TypeScript and the JavaScript walkthrough is just one thing, and you can switch. You see it on top right. There is a TS and a JS switch in there, and with that you can then decide which kind of flavor you want to see from that walkthrough.
Compare it. Yes, and having said this, there's one further improvement that we have now nicely enabled the usage of native APIs, and at the example of web components, which is a bit Peter's baby.
Yeah,
I'll let
web
you
components. This was really one essential thing, because we started a web components journey by innovating our control development framework to make it even possible that these components we build, that they are available also not only for UI5 as a technology, that they are generally available. And also to lift and shift our programming model into the next level, into a really modern level. So now, with the recent version of the web components and of the tooling, we now support really the native usage of the web components in the SAP UI5 or Open UI5 framework by having this UI5 tooling modules extension available. So it builds the bridge to the third-party package, and also it builds the bridge to consume the web components natively in the UI5 framework, that you don't notice a difference. It just feels like a UI5 control. And this also fits to the mission or to the story what we have, that new components we build, they are only built then as UI5 web components, and then they are consumed back in the framework just as UI5 controls. So if you want to read more, you can see also in the documentation of SAP UI5 or Open UI5, there is a demo kit section using web components. It explains how to use them easily. I also show a quick demo later on. So let's go on. Visuals quality. When I talk about visuals, one important aspect, and I don't know if you remember, some years back I showed how easy it should be possible in the future to consume the theming parameters in UI5. And in the meantime, we have exposed many of our theme parameters as CSS custom properties. This means that you can use these CSS custom properties for your applications, for your controls in your libraries, to make theming possible for them, that you don't need to have build or something else running behind the scenes. And with that, we integrate really tightly in our offerings like the UI theme designer. Also, when switching themes, then it's pretty easy, because it's just standard, it's just web standard. It's just twisting the variable or the custom property, sorry, Fabian, if you are there somewhere, then you immediately see the difference. And also this, we see later on how this can be used. For that, we have the theme parameter toolbox extended. It's part of the SDK. And there you can see, you see it in the second column, that the CSS custom properties now are available and listed there as well. So go ahead. Quality. So regarding quality, we have had one thing over the last year. The Karma, our test runner we recommended to everyone, had been deprecated. and we were looking for alternatives. Luckily, in the community, surprise, there are 2 alternatives available. And there is the UI5 test runner. I would like to also especially thank Arno Buchholz for his work and hard work on that to make the UI5 test runner available, a drop-in replacement for testing UI5, OPA, and unit testing of UI5 applications. And yeah, besides that, there is also, thanks to Mauricio, he should be here today. I saw him yesterday. The VDIO unit service is also available, and this is a drop-in replacement, similar like the UI5 test runner, but it works closer to WebDriver.io. And if you have WebDriver already running or use VDI5, then this is the logical thing to use. Yeah, then there is one more thing, and I heard that yesterday from Volker, that VDI5 3 RC1 is available now. And this is now a cool innovation because it's now WebDriver 9 compatible, and it's also 25% faster than the old version. And there are big thanks to Simon and Mauricio for doing the hard work on that. So here you see really how essential it is that we not only develop things from SAP perspective, also you in the community can make a huge difference by contributing to that ecosystem and shape the future together with us. So,
okay, this was a nice list that you have seen now, talking about the quick kickstart, development experience, and also CSS custom properties to take the theming capabilities in your applications and custom controls up to the next level. Let's move on and look into the section of innovation. We want to unlock new possibilities to make your developer lives easier. And at the forefront, we now see and have to discuss the development experience. And one of the most important topics is to boost the development experience to make you as efficient as possible. We also work around the effortless open source consumption, including the type safety that we already mentioned. And we continue to embrace web standards that you can continue to use the most modern aspects around in the ecosystem. And Peter, you want to
I'm already ready.
Sure, a nice
I start
demo.
sweating already because this is the hard
should I
part.
talk longer now?
No.
No, otherwise
Just click,
Peter for the demo.
then you introduce the demo part, yeah?
Yeah.
So what I want to show you, because we have talked a little bit about in the modernized section, what we did in the foundation to make the development experience better. And now I want to really show you how all that fits together in one small demo, that you see that all is thought and made for really a round of the experience for you. So now hopefully the demo gods are with me. The usual thing, I start sweating. So I made a little Keynote demo, and to not waste too much time, I did already the setup using EasyUI5 to generate my TypeScript-based application. I installed the tooling modules with the configuration option -RTE or the argument RTE to configure the tooling extension in the UI5 YAML already. And then I added a small configuration because I want to show you a cool nice thing that the web components fully embed in the UI5 programming model, because we also support TypeScript, type def generation for that. And last but not least, there is then also the usage of the web components, and therefore I installed the AI components because they are exclusively built just as web components. So all of that I have done already. And now what I want to do is I want to use the AI components inside of my application. So first of all, I need to import the AI components. So this is the npm package name of the web components to use that. And then the next thing for me is to write the configuration or the XML structure for this AI button with its states. And as the state is using some icons, we need to require also some icons here. So having done that, I just show you the application before. So this was the application before, just a button, and if I click that, the hello world information comes now. If I save, now let's go back, it's reloading already. So, and then, oh, the AI button is here. No, it's not working yet because it's not, the logic is not there. So let's do that part as well. So going back to my IDE, let's go to the controller. So this was the view. Now in the controller, instead of this message box, I now want to do a little bit of TypeScript for the AI button. Import button from AI, and then we just grab the button. So this one. So I made some snippets that it's a bit faster. And now I had imported a button. This is the type definitions for that. And now below you can see that if I use the code, it via code, I really get all properties exposed via its methods and so on. So everything what you expect from a UI5 perspective is now here for your TypeScript development with web components. So doesn't it fit nice? And now, logically, it also works. So let's go back, because I have one more thing inside. I said also about CSS custom properties. Let me quickly show that. For that, I built a really small custom control. And it's also built with TypeScript for sure. Because in this custom control, I defined a small renderer. And this renderer is making use of some CSS custom properties. So I increased it a little bit maybe here. And here we have, for the margin, the content margin small, the padding, the content padding M, text color, I use text color, and the information border color to put a border around. And then the text I put just inside. So let's make use of that control also in here. So I import the namespace, so this was too fast, from my local control, Keynote UI5con control. And then let's place this custom control inside, so it just has a text property. And if I go back now, then I see this control. And the nice thing about that now, and this is also the thing why I recommend everyone to use these custom properties, is that if you do theming now, it will immediately affect these controls. So you will benefit from the theming which is available in UI5 just for your control. So don't use any manually written colors or whatever. Just use the theming parameter toolbox from the SDK and check that out, and use these colors, and then you are safe for theming. So that's it. That was my demo, and let's switch back to the slides.
The slides, good. So thanks, Peter. Let's now come to enterprise qualities. This is one of the key strengths of UI5 since the very beginning. There's a constant investment from our side to improve and to keep pace with what is ongoing outside. So UI5 delivers you security by design, make globalization and internationalization as easy as possible. We have a lot of built-in accessibility capabilities. Especially in the accessibility area, we did a big investment in the last year. I would like to welcome on stage our key accessibility expert, Nikolai Kolarov, to talk about the details. Welcome, Nikki, on stage.
It's also written. Yes. So, hello everyone, and welcome also from my side. I want to start with a question. Please raise your hand in case recently you have had an issue in accessing a given application, a website, either because there was something wrong with the UX or something was not working or there was some issue in the logic. Okay, quite a few hands. Then, according to the latest statistics worldwide, there are around 1.2 billion of people who have some kind of disability. And those people are experiencing such issues on a daily basis. So this is one of the main reasons why we in UI5 invest heavily into the accessibility topic. And in the past year, we have worked with focus in order to improve our code base and bring the latest innovation by embracing the latest standards, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.2 and Accessible Rich Internet Application 1.2. So this was a very big cross-collaboration between all development teams, between the SAP design, and between the central accessibility experts within SAP. And I want to announce now that if you use those two versions, SAP UI5 1.136 and UI5 Web Components 2.9, you are able to get this innovation and you are able to enable your applications towards the latest standards. But wait, Somebody might ask, what do you mean that we have to enable our applications? Yes, unfortunately, not everything is coming out of the box. So for sure, on framework level, we try to do all our best, and we try to provide all the things that we can do. But there are specific requirements that are focused on application level, and we cannot handle this on framework level. So specifically also in Muessig, there are things that are focused in application layer, like that you need to provide accessible authentication, or that you need to position your help in a specific way so that it is accessible. So please, remember this as a key takeaway and do the needed step to make your app accessible. And now, to give you an example, I want to introduce you Bob. So Bob is working in a construction company, and he's responsible to organize the material delivery, and he's using a touch tablet for this. So you can imagine him standing on the construction field. He wears gloves as he needs to be protected, and he's operating the tablet. As you can imagine, he needs bigger target size in order to be able to operate. He needs big elements. And this is only one example where WCAG 2.2 comes to the rescue. There is a specific new requirement for target size that requires that the elements should be at least 24 by 24 pixel size, or they should be distanced to the other interactive elements so that so that the users don't activate by mistake a wrong element. And in order to support this, in the link-like controls, we have introduced a specific API with which you can introduce the target size. So for example, in UI5, this is called reactive area mode. And if you have such complex scenarios like here, where you have a list item, where you can do a drill down navigation and see the details, and you have the link in the same time in this interactive area, then you can use this API to increase the link. And in this way, your users will be able to, with precision, to either select the link or do the navigation. So yeah, this is really one small example that shows how a small change in your code can help your users and can help Bob to do his job with ease. So yeah, please, I'm advising you really to invest into learning more about the topic. And if you are interested, you can check our blog post where you can read more about the standards. Then we also have a nice lineup of content today. So we will have a nice session where you can learn more in details about the standards. Then you can see a nice partner demo on how the features in UI5 are being leveraged. Then if you are more interested to experience something, we have a hands-on where you will be able to practice and even hear with the screen reader how your application looks like. And also we have special guests from our central accessibility team. There will be an accessibility booth the whole day where you can learn more, you can connect and learn more about the accessibility design tools, accessibility linting, and connect with them. So with this, I would like to say thank you, and I wish you a nice and useful UI5con. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Nicky. Good. Let's move on. We have just released legacy-free UI5. Comes with a clean and modern core. We have removed all the deprecated APIs, and it's our future-ready platform. You can find it in our CDN under ui5.sap.com/136, currently legacy free. This version is now publicly available. You can and you should use it for all kind of development that you are doing now. This version avoids that you do not follow the best practice recommendations. And although you develop in this legacy-free version, the applications will run on the version 1 of SAP UI5 or the UI5, OpenUI5. However, it ensures that it follows best practices. And once we release the version 2, what we still will do, these applications will automatically work on our version 2. This QR code takes an article, brilliant article from Oliver that will explain more. And also as a side remark, once we will release version 2 that is then ready for productive usage, we will also then stick again to the concept of semantic versioning. This was a small compromise that we
stick to our promise. Best practice apps keep running. If you don't do sync loading, if you don't use globals, if you don't use deprecated APIs, the apps will continue to run.
Good. Everything that what we do should also contribute to the topic to make you faster, better, and more effective. And let's start with the tooling area, what we have done in the tooling area to help you to exactly get faster.
Yeah, if we talk about the tooling area, it's about the preparation for the future, and there are several tools available for you. You may know them. First of all, there's the UI5 linter. It has been announced last year, and since last year, a lot of things have been, progress have been made with the UI5 linter. Last year, there was also a comment that how cool it would be to make it possible that there are auto-fixes. Now it's there, so you get auto-fixes thanks to the team that they make that. And with that, you can ensure that with that tool, you get easily also prepared for the legacy-free version to not use bad practices and do not use deprecated APIs. So let's look a bit further. There is fresh and new, the UI5 Renovate preset config. The UI5 Renovate preset config, this is a GitHub tool which checks your project for using outdated UI5 version or old UI5 version, and it updates the UI5 versions for you automatically on your projects. Check out this QR code here, the blog post behind it explains how to use that. And then there is also something where I'm really proud of. The community also supports us, yeah? And there are two examples, two good examples. There is one tool from Ludwig, it's a UI5 tooling task, which checks for outdated versions or when the end of cloud provisioning is reached, and then it suggests you to update, it fails then, and informs you about that you need to switch. There is also one more other thing available. This is a GitHub action, which is checking the Cloud Foundry version. That's from Robin. And with that, if you enable this GitHub action in your project, it will also ensure that this version gets updated. And this shows also here really that you in the community, you bring in great tools. And if you share that with us, it's also great because then we all can benefit from that and what you do. And this is great work. Thanks for that.
Good. And if it's about to develop fast, also in the past, our key recommendation would be to look into Fiori Elements. Fiori Elements offers a lot of floor plans and building blocks that are metadata driven and gives you the best possible development speed, so to speak. And there's a lot of investment done by the colleagues. And now welcome on stage, Katrin, Polloczek, the lead product manager of Fiori Elements and Fiori Tools, will talk about the news that you can provide.
And I thank you very, very much.
Most probably this was the sabotage of Frederic, who is he? He turned off the microphone.
Thank you very much, Peter and Stefan, for bringing me up here. And I have to be honest, I'm equal parts honored and scared to be the one up here, but there are a few things I want you to leave as a UI5con with. One thing is, over the past years, we worked very hard to break down SAP Fiori Elements into a set of building blocks. And that fundamentally changes what you can do with it. If you hear me say SAP Fiori Elements and think floor plans, that's all right, we do have floor plans, but what you're actually getting is a set of building blocks with everything that you know from the floor plans, annotation-driven UI, all the enterprise-ready features, and also the UI consistency, which comes in handy if you have to build a set of apps. These building blocks are also there. Are also there for you. That you can use them in the custom pages that you build up deviating from the standard floor plans. Building up the building blocks, adding UI5 freestyle code, whatever your project requires. And to make the choices, we also put some effort into it. We have created the SAP Fiori development portal, and we will evolve it over time for you to make the right choices. picking your set of blocks. There's a session in the yellow room right here at 3:15 where we will show you what we have and also the ideas what we have, and we need your input, so you ought to come so that we get that exchange going. We even had a front runner of the building blocks being used in the web shop that Holger Schäfer said. I just didn't have a chance meeting him. Oh, right over there. Very good. So you know what you can do with it, so magic. Talking about how we support development, we have seen here last year from Klaus, who's sitting right there, and me, what you can do using SAP Fiori tools, AI-based. And that is what I want to show you on the screen. Last year, we generated an app based on a mockup. That was a black screen in between. Last year, we showed you how you can generate an app based on a mockup using AI in SAP Fiori tools. This time, I want to show you what I can do also with the tools. And for that, I have already generated an app. That's our travel app. And that is something where it's incomplete data, so we want to have the agency or the airlines in there. Did I just close that? No. And I go to the Joule part, and you've seen it also in the demo from Peter. He also has that in place and can do that magic. So we want to modify the app and say, add column agency into the table on the first page and generate new test data. And having said that, just let it go. Check if something's coming up. It's thinking. Gives us time to, and it says it has done it. Let's check it out. There was no refresh. Is it already there? There. That was the plan. Ah, yeah. Can you please confirm? I confirm. Now it should reload. If this not works, at 11 a.m. right here, you get the full story and everything that you can do. So what? Nee. Let's check that out. Reloading. But you get the gist. And the gist is also what my almost second grader at home got in the meantime when I rehearsed a few things. Also, well, that is a nice. It seems there is an issue. Yes, I see that. Would you like me to? No. At airlines, then we take another one. And just these are the extra 2 minutes into the tape. Only for us up here, I can tell you. Up there, it's over nice. So you stay relaxed and cool. One more try. Yes. What it's doing now, and that is a key thing, it generates the annotation. So it's not like it's just on the UI level, and everything has to be ready from the backend. Now that's music. At least the airlines got in, but it's in the very last end. Why I'm saying that, what happened now is it added the column, added the annotation, put it into the screen, but I can do more than just the annotations part. It's not airlines, always visible, even on smaller screens. So that also now hopefully generates the manifest setting with the importance high, so that I don't trust you. I want to see that. And it's right here. So that happened. This AI thing is evolving, and we also evolve the AI parts as we go along to keep SAP Fiori elements and SAP Fiori tools relevant, and for you the fastest and easiest way to get to SAP Fiori apps. 2 more sentences. What you should take away.
Just also jump over the demo which we have put in as a video. To be on the safe side. Yeah,
because we've just seen the beauty right now. Just jumping over.
Done? Good.
And the yellow room we already said. Now, my second grader had to listen to some of the rehearsals. It is about you can and you should use SAP Fiori elements to create your Fiori apps. You can use Fiori tools AI-based generating apps last year. This year, changing Fiori apps, and it even works if you be nice. And the third thing is, and that is what you alluded to earlier, we have the SAP app, Fiori app generator
Fiori
on open
application.
source. It's up to you to contribute, or you can create your custom generators if need be for your project. And having said that, you have fun. It's real things you see here, so make sure that you make use of that and have the exchange. And thank you very much. And handing over back to you,
Stefan. Thank you, Katrin.
Thanks a lot, Katrin. Good, you saw already in the demo what generative AI can do for you and sometimes cannot do for you, but we are working hard to get it better, but it's overall to speed up.
Yeah, it's to speed up.
Development, exactly. And so basically, generative AI should do a lot, and a lot of things were already mentioned in the demo. It's not only about writing code, it's about changing code, it's about creating metadata, it's about creating artifacts. So a lot of things that we are going to improve and offer, and this is all part of the tool for development. And you can think in the future from a mental model that you think you do always pair programming and have Joule as one of, as a second party besides you. That's somehow the picture that we are after. Besides generative AI that creates something and in the end creates an application, there's also one research topic that I would like to mention currently in the labs that is basically talking about generative UI. And our model for the future is that we will see more and more agents running our business software autonomously, even talking to each other. But there are situations where this doesn't work, where they need human interaction for a decision, for a guidance. And in such situations, the agents might want to create on the fly the application that gives you exact the context as human to give this decision or instruction without an application, predefined application being in place. This is one topic from the labs right now. Let's see what we can present you next year out of that segment. Now I have already instruction that we have to accelerate, so Peter, directly to you for the summary.
Just to summarize the whole keynote, at the end what we have done over the last years is we modernized to unchain new possibilities. We innovate to inspire for new ideas together, not only for us, for SAP, also for you in the community, and you came up also with really cool ideas over that year. And at the end, it's also about all of us that we can accelerate to deliver better enterprise-grade SAP UI5, Open UI5 applications like never before. And thanks for that.
Good. And before coming to the end, to the real end.
Yeah, but that's not
Sorry,
bad.
Peter.
It's not bad. It's just bring it.
You can influence what we will show next year.
But you have to bring it for the QR code, you know.
You can shape the future of UI5. We are looking for customers, partners who are willing to share, who our development teams can reach out to get feedback and to get inspiration. So please register for this SAP Build Discovery Initiative. You find some posters around the venue and read the small print, but it would be really great if we would find a lot of volunteers to support us in the future development. And having said this, thanks a lot for being here in Roth, listening to the keynote. Thanks a lot for all people being online. And now enjoy your day, learn, explore, connect, and don't forget to have a lot of fun with all the crowd around. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, have fun, enjoy the day.
Good.
right?
All right, perfectly back on time at 9:50, like clockwork. We have Florian and Merlin here to tell us what's new about UI5 tools, tooling, and the linter. So take it away, guys.
Thank you. Welcome also from our side. Welcome to the UI5 tools part for today. I'm Florian, Merlin is on stage, and we want to give you an overview about what we achieved in the last year in context of UI5 tools. And today we have 3 tools which we want to update you on. And the first one is the UI5 linter, which we have already introduced last year at UI5con 2024, where we gave you it was the first initial release, and there we have a lot of work invested in, and there we will give you an update on. After that, we want to give you an update on the UI5 Renovate preset, which Peter already announced earlier in the keynote. And after that, we have a lot of share to you about UI5 tooling. Yeah, so UI5 linter, for all of you who have not heard that before, we have developed the UI5 linter as a tool to check your application code, your project code, and to detect if you use any deprecated APIs. We check it in JavaScript files, we check it in TypeScript files, we check it in HTML and also XML files. And we scan the whole project and try to figure out if you're using any outdated concepts, which might be outdated, right? So that's one of the major functionality. Another key pillar is to detect possible CSP violations, and which is also really important. And if you compare it to last year, where the first release was all about detection. We tried to find out what's wrong, what's not good, and this year in spring, we finally were able to publish the first part, which is offering also migration, which is called the autofix in our case. So we can now fix many findings which the linter produce automatically. So you don't have to take care about that. Manually to fix your code, we do that for you. Also, it tries to propose upgrading to the latest best practices. Some concepts might be outdated, and also here we propose the latest ones. So, since UI5con 2024, we have introduced many new detection capabilities. First of all, we also now analyze HTML files. We check now also controls at all. That means if you are a control developer or you have custom controls, we also scan the control config if it's valid and if it's good for the future. It's a future prone. We detect also deprecated themes. We check now also the configuration options for UI5. So often this is used in the Bootstrap. There are a lot of outdated Bootstrap configurations, and also this one we now detect and give you a hint that you should remove them, migrate them. And also a very important step, what's really special for UI5 is we have this binding syntax. And as you might know, this binding syntax can grow really complex, and also in this syntax over the last years there are many deprecations, and also now this one we check, we detect, and give you a hint that you should change that. This year in spring, there was the huge announcement that we have the autofix implemented. And we had one UI5 live session I think it was in May this year, where we presented this feature. And in that point in time, it was really a basic functionality, just replacing the old UI5 global notation to the new UI5 module syntax. And that was our initial release for the autofix, and since then we have worked hard to achieve more things, which we wanted to share with you today. So first of all, we are now also detecting if you're using enums in the code. We check where the enum is stored, on which module, and imports the correct module. We also have a bunch of legacy core and configuration APIs, which we are also now able to migrate. And the same as for the really, really old one, the jQuery sub.apis. It's really a lot of legacy code, which we're now able to migrate. And we also now added a functionality which is well known to you maybe, because it's if you use an outdated or deprecated properties or methods in your XML or JavaScript file. We'll have a demo, and then you will see what's going on. So that's a triple case how you run the UI5 linter, right? So you have an open in the console, and you just install the latest version of UI5 linter and run the UI5 lint. And of course, this is a really old app. We have a lot of findings. We have a lot of errors. We have also some warning. And with that, you get a good overview about what needs to be migrated to be ready for the future in UI5. If you execute this command in the console of your VS Code, for example, you have also the option to just click on it and you are linked to the correct line of code, so it's easier to navigate to the findings. And so that's the state. It looks not different from last year. It's just that you produce more findings than last year. Now you can run lint --fix, and you see in the slide before we had 16 findings, now we have 9 findings. Okay, we are not ready to have 0 findings, which would be perfect, but as you see, we made some progress, but still a lot of work to do. But for you as a developer, at least 7 findings you don't have to take care about, because that's really important regarding linter. We only fix code which we know it's safe to be replaced. So we do no guessing. There are many things which you might replace, but at that point in time, we are not 100% sure to replace it. So the goal is currently for the fix command only to provide fixes which are safe to execute and which we guarantee that it works. So how the code looks like. We have, in that case, it's a JavaScript file, it's a controller file. On the left side, you see the old legacy syntax. On the right side, you see the new one. And as you see, in the old world, we used some globals, which is called a SAP UI model, JSON model import. And with the new world, we just use a JSON model, imported it in the top, in the SAP UI define, and that's it. So now this line is ready for the future. What we also can do is we can also replace deprecated properties, event handlers. In that case, we used the old deprecated tab event on the button. That's really deprecated since a long time. And with UI5 linter is able to rewrite that to the new recommended press event handler. Also, a method which is heavily used on the code in old UI5 applications is to have this sub UI get core.byId call. And in the beginning of UI5, that was fine to use that, but since then, since the last 10 years, there were many new developments, and now this method is deprecated, and you should use if you have something what is living out of a view, or you want to detect that, you can use the element.byId method, which is available on the core element. What you also see from this div is that we try to keep the div as minimal as possible. So the goal is we do not any formatting. We try to keep the div as minimal that you can easier do a code review. So that's, of course, when we run the linter, we check the files, see if that's fine. Maybe you have also ESLint installed or a prettier to see that's the code falling in the code style you want to have. But of course, please check the code after you run the linter. Also now we are able to fix code in XML files. And that's a really prominent sample, right? So we have here the button, and in the past we used the deprecated tab event, and now we have migrated that to the press event. So furthermore, we improved the developer experience with the tool. Now it's possible to exclude specific files from being treated by the UI5 linter. We allowed specifying a config file as special with a path to it, so you can have multiple config files for the linter depending on your use case. Also a feature which is relevant for you if you have a large UI5 project and you want to migrate step by step. And you know you have a file and now you want to fix first specific findings and later other findings, but the UI5 linter is already included in the pipeline, your CI pipeline. Therefore, we have now added directives, which is in the source code where you can have, like you know it from ESLint, you can have a comment, and then in that you can say, please disable for the next line, following a rule. Really, it's a feature which is was heavily requested by the community, and also this one we have added. Also, which is maybe relevant for you if you have an own tool or another node project where you want to integrate the UI5 linter, and with that, we have offered you a Node.js API. That's so you can get the linter as a dependency and consume it via Node. Last week, we have also updated our baseline version, so the target version, which is the linter pointing to, which is now the next LTS version, which is 136. So also SAP internally, we use the linter, right? And we also run the linter heavily on our landscapes to detect SAP to see if it works as expected, and of course, what we can do better and which findings might be the first candidate to add it as an autofix. So you see in this chart, we applied the linter in really outdated versions of sub-internal projects. And in that case, it was over 3,700 projects. And on average, we are able, with the scope of the linter now, to fix 29% of the findings. And as you see, there are still a lot of findings which the linter already reports, but we can currently not fix. So I hope next year on UI5con we can present you a higher percentage. But for the first quarter or for the first release, we are really happy to already fix at least a third of the findings automatically. So which features we will hopefully provide in future, or we were targeting? Of course, we want to add further detection capabilities. There are still some really special features which we're currently not able to detect, and also there we will improve. Of course, we will add further advanced autofixes to the linter, so you will be able to get the number higher, which I showed you before. We want to offer also migration steps to HTML, JSON, and UI5 YAML files. And also a feature which we at SAP, or also from the community, is heavily requested, to allow specifying the target UI5 version. So in future, it should be possible that you can say, hey, I have a project at a customer which is not able to consume the latest UI5 version, so we are really bound to a specific. Please only lint my project in a way that it's until this target version. So that's a future outlook which we want to provide, that this should be possible. And also something what's coming to the developer experience and to make your life as a developer easier. It might be that you want to configure the severity level of findings. So often we get some requests where people say, hey, you produce for a specific finding only a warning, but we want to have an error on that one. And currently, our message is everything what is deprecated now and will be break in future, this is an error, and everything what works still in the future is a warning. And for them, we will have this feature that you can configure these rules, and either you want to have only errors, or you can not, of course, only once, but we recommend to have at least a lot of errors there. Yeah, so that was my part regarding the UI5 linter. And the next one is about UI5 Renovate preset config. So Peter showed that already. That's a new project which we've developed this year and which we have used at SAP internally since a longer time. It's all about versions. And UI5 has a really specific special version handling. We have a rolling release model. So we publish typically every month a new minor release. And once in a year, we have an LTS release. And it's really, for a developer, you have to take care of that, right? So we release a lot of, we will put the releases on many channels. So we have the UI5 CDN, where you can consume the releases. But we have also, we also publish them to the npm.js website. Also important to know is that we remove, at the meantime, all really outdated versions from the CDN, which also might confuse people why a specific UI5 release is gone, but this we do regularly, that you know that you have to consume the latest patch release to be on the safe side. So how it's currently possible to get notified that there is a new UI5 version? Currently there are two options. The first one is you subscribe to the UI5 announcement list, which I heavily recommend to do so if you are not subscribed as of now, where we inform you about new releases, new features. That's one channel where you can get notified. And the other thing, it's the version overview. It's a page on the UI5 SDK where you can check out the latest releases. And you see in this table that there are a lot of releases which are in maintenance and when they will go out of maintenance. So you as a developer have to check regularly if there's a new UI5 release or you have this announcement list subscription. So you have to take care of that. And also you have to take care of that to update all the occurrences of a UI5 version in your project. That might be also hard to do because we have many places where you can maintain the UI5 version. So either you have a bootstrap configuration in your HTML where you point to a specific UI5 version, or you use UI5 tooling where you have your UI5 YAML file where you have the version specified. Or if you use a SAP BTP service to host your UI5 application, you might even specify the UI5 version in the manifest JSON or in the common data model JSON. So 3 places, 3 different file types, and they should be ideal all in sync. And that might be a hard job and really annoying as a developer to take care of that. And this time is over. Because we have implemented exactly for this use case the UI5 Renovate preset. It's following the message, don't call us, we call you. It's an extension for the well-known Renovate software from Mendio to manage dependencies easily. And we check regularly, every hour you can configure that, the project if there's a new UI5 version published. And if so, it updates the UI5 version in all places in your project. There are various configuration options available. So you can configure if you want to use the LTS version, or if you want to only have LTS versions, or if you want to update every night. Or everything is possible to configure there. It's also already available on the new UI5, the GitHub organization. So you can check that out, leave a star, comment. We have also a roadmap issue here where you can propose any new features on it. We are really looking forward to your feedback. So how you enable that feature? It's quite easy. You activate Renovate for your repository, and then you create Renovate file. And this Renovate JSON file, in the beginning it's empty, and then you just plug in the Renovate preset, which is added here in this extend section, and that's it. We also recommend to have the separate minor patch flag set. With that, you will get separate pull requests, one for a patch release and one for a minor release update.
So how that looks in real. So we have, in that example, we used a really old 120 release and really old patch release from 120. And now Renovate creates 2 PRs. So one for 136, the latest one, and the other one for the latest patch release for 120. So you can check out, you can run your CI landscape, you can test if your application breaks, you can run the linter on that. That's the usual development process. If you click on one of these pull requests, you get a nice overview about what changed. So in that sample, we have used the 120.27 patch, and we have used the evergreen version of 120 in one of the bootstrap files. There is an overview where you can click to the changelog, to the project release. This is something what Renovate offers to you. So how it looks like if you go to the files. So the Renovate scans the project and replaces all the occurrences. And in that case, you see every version number is replaced. It looks easy, but the cool thing is you don't have to take care, right? So Renovate does that for you. And yeah, that's really nice. If you want to check out further topics, you can have a look at this blog post, which we have published on the community. There's a detailed step-by-step guide, and yeah, check that out. It's available for you. And now, handing over to Merlin.
Thank you. Good morning from my side. Good morning. I'm actually filling in for our colleague Matthias Oswald, who's at home still recovering from a cold. Get well soon, Matthias. I will walk you through some of the thoughts, the ideas and concepts we have regarding UI5 tooling. So these are things we have not implemented yet, but we're working on the concepts and we're looking for feedback. So I will be talking about 3 points. The first one is the component type. That's a new kind of project type that should solve scenarios where you have one application that loads multiple applications within, which is what we call components in this context. I'm sure many of you have this. I'll go into more details later. We hope this will eliminate a lot of the workarounds that we see today. The second point is what we call incremental build. Many of you probably already have an idea what this might be, but I'll walk you through our thought process for UI5 tooling, why we came to this idea. The idea ultimately is that you can locally, while developing, you will always have optimized resources, and also that you can run tasks, and especially custom tasks, in the UI5 server. And finally, I will talk about some extended standard functionality that we foresee for UI5 tooling. Peter mentioned it in the keynote. We plan to have TypeScript as a standard support in UI5 tooling, so that TypeScript projects can just be worked on with UI5 tooling without the need for any extensions. Same for the consumption of third-party modules and for UI5 web components. So let's start with the component type. As I said, I'm sure many of you have these kind of setups. You have some kind of root application, maybe it's the Launchpad, maybe it's a sandboxed version of the Launchpad, or something you built yourself, and in there you have a bunch of components. These components can be loaded from the root application, but you can also navigate between them. And when working locally, right now it's quite a hassle to work on all of these simultaneously. And with the component type, we hope to solve this, because before, UI5 tooling did not allow to have more than one application in a dependency tree. Because an application for us is a root entry point, and you can only have one root. But with the component type, we can load these components, and we can load multiple of these components in one dependency tree. So basically, yeah, you define some projects as components, and then you need an additional root application that loads these. And the migration to this type should be fairly easy. You basically just change the type in the UI5 YAML, and then you change the directory structure as shown here. So the web app directory becomes source, and you extract the test directory. This is so UI5 tooling can better differentiate between the test resources and the regular resources of your project, which is not possible for applications, and actually also a reason why we treat it as a root entity rather than a namespace entity like the components. And I'll have a brief demo for this later, but before, I'll talk about the incremental build. So in UFF tooling, we kind of distinguish between 2 points. We have the development and we have the production. For development, you use UFF server. You know, you type UF5 serve, and then the server starts and you navigate to your application in the browser. And while developing, you just refresh and you see your changes immediately reflected. So UFF server has a bunch of middleware that take care of this. You take a request and they serve you the right resource for that request fairly fast. So here we focus on performance. You want to develop, so you don't want to wait for your browser to refresh. UFF Builder is used for the production build. So at the end of the day or in your CI pipeline, you do a UFF build, your resources get optimized. This might take a while, but it's okay because you don't develop, you don't have to wait for it. And then you have this optimized build result that you upload somewhere, you ship it somewhere, and that's done by tasks. So these tasks run in sequence and they process all the resources. And yeah, as I said, this might take a while. So some examples for middleware. We have some server-specific things like a compression middleware that takes care of compression on the HTTP level. We have a directory index that is being generated. But we also have some things that we also see in the server, in the builder. We have processing of placeholders, for example, which is required for the UFF runtime in some cases. We have theme compilation. You have to compile the less themes in your libraries to CSS, otherwise the browser can't show it. On the builder side, we have some builder-specific things. For example, the minification, as I said, takes a while, so we only put it in the builder. We also have bundling, which is there to reduce the number of requests you have in your application. And then again, we have like theme compilation and placeholder processing, which we also have in the server. So you see some redundancy here. And sure, in the tooling, we of course extracted the relevant code into shared modules, and we kind of reduce the redundancy here. But still, this is not so great. You might also wonder, why can't I have a minification or a bundling on the server side? We decided to not have that because we wanted it to be fast, the server. But actually, now we know, like, if you work on a big library and you don't really make changes to the library while developing, you actually want bundles because it actually slows down the time it takes to refresh your browser. So this is a requirement that we have. Also for extensions, if you have a UFF tooling extension, if you're a developer of a UFF tooling extension, you right now have to kind of provide both, a custom middleware and a custom task to serve both worlds. And you have to test both, and they have to kind of behave the same. Because ultimately, they also offer the same functionality, but still you have to provide both, and also on the consuming side, you have to configure both in your UFF YAML. So this is not great. In addition, if you have 2 or more projects in your dependencies that require a custom middleware, you also have to configure this custom middleware in your root project, because UFF server only uses the middleware of the root project and ignores that of dependencies. So this is kind of a hassle. On the builder side, however, with custom tasks, this just works because the builder executes all the tasks in sequence. So we first build your dependent project. So project 2, for example, we execute all the custom tasks, and then we build the root project executing those custom tasks. So this just works. So ultimately, we kind of came to the conclusion that why don't we just kind of take the builder side and use it in the server as well and eliminate a lot of these problems. And this is what we came up with. So we still have UFF Builder with its tasks and custom tasks, and we add a cache, which enables this incremental build. So the builder suddenly becomes really fast. It can detect changes on the file system and only rebuild the parts that are necessary based on the changes. And suddenly the build is so fast that we can just use it in the server in place of some of these middlewares. And yeah, I'll have a demo for this. And I'll actually demo this together with the component type, using what you can see here of a GitHub project that we already had before, but we just updated it. And there's a special branch that uses this in development component type, as well as the incremental build. So this is what the app looks like. Right. So this is a small overview. We have a bunch of components here. We have a root component, and then a product component, a suppliers component, a categories component, and they can navigate within each other. And you can find this on GitHub and play around with it yourself. We can go here to the categories, and you see that they're kind of color-coded, so you can see which component is loaded right now. Let's just drill in here. We see a product list, which is from a different component, and then we can navigate in here to the product detail view of the product component. Yeah, so we have one root application, which is kind of this shell here, and then we have a bunch of components in there. And this is actually served using UI5 Serve, but if we look at the network tab, we can see that we have preloads here, not only for the UI5 libraries, but also for the individual components. We got preloads generated. And I just started the server earlier, so it still had a fresh cache. And actually, the verb is logging. It's well in development, so there's a lot of logging still. But as you can see, it skipped the build for basically all the dependencies in the project itself because nothing changed, so it came up pretty fast. So let's do some changes. I noticed that somehow the images are not loading here, which is weird. So probably I broke something earlier. Let's see which files I changed. Well, there's something here. Oh, right, yeah, this should be base 64. So once I hit save, watch the console down below. So I saved the file, the change got noticed by UI5 tooling, by the server, and it now checked which resources depend on this file, and then invalidated those and rerun the necessary tasks. So you can see we did some placeholder replacement just in case there's placeholders in there now. We did the minification, and we generated the component preload for this component. And take a note that this is a base component. It's used by multiple of the other components. So if they would actually also require or integrate this resource somehow into their build, those would have been invalidated as well. But this is not the case here. We only had to regenerate the component preload. For the base component, we skipped all the others. And if I refresh the browser, I can now see the images loading. And thank you. And all of this still with preloads, we have optimized resources. This is basically a production build. This is what you also ship to your customers in the end. Right, and pretty fast, as we could see in the console. Right. So to summarize the incremental build, we want to have a really fast build. I actually didn't show this, but because the cache, the build in the server is basically the regular build. So if you do a UI5 build afterwards, it's also just as fast. It uses the cache and then it just copies the file into the dist directory, which in this case might take like 3 seconds with all dependencies. But this is nothing compared to like a minute or more if you build also the framework libraries. Second point, I also already hinted at it, you serve what you ship. So you really see the exact same thing that you would also have in the build at the end. I'm sure, I don't know, but I guess many only work with the server right now and never actually test the build results before shipping. Or maybe they test it automatically, but yeah, with this, you just work on what you ship in the server. Also, we plan to release pre-built NPM packages for the framework libraries, which then also bring this cache information. So basically in the UI5 YAML, you can already define your framework dependencies. And with this, the tooling should then automatically download the already pre-built packages so you can have a really fast local experience without actually having to build the framework dependencies. Because usually you don't work on them, so why build them? And yeah, finally, we will probably see a new generation of custom tasks and middleware because now the tasks are just executed in the server. So you don't have to also provide the middleware counterpart. And at the same time, we also have some ideas for middlewares which can now focus on server-specific things like proxying. Yeah, and finally we have a QR code here for the concept for the incremental build. If you want to dive into more details, check it out. If you want to discuss it, find us around. We also have a booth in the afternoon. And yeah, just discuss these things with us. We welcome any feedback. And finally, the extended standard functionality. So with this incremental build, we can now add more tasks which also run in the server and also work for dependencies. So yeah, as mentioned, we want to have the third-party module support, which right now is already offered through extensions, but we want to have it as standard, especially to make it easier to work with dependent projects which also need this. Otherwise, you have to keep all these extensions in sync somehow, which can be cumbersome. Yeah, we want to reduce the number of UFF tooling extensions and also the configuration efforts for you. We want to have direct, by default, TypeScript support, as well as the seamless integration of UI5 web components. UFF tools are made for you. We want to improve the developer experience for UI5. We hope this goes in the right direction. If not, let us know. If it does, let us know as well. If you have any further ideas, anything else you want to see in UFF tooling, in UFF linter, talk to us. We would love to hear from you. And if you have any feedback for this session, you can also use this QR code. Thank you.
Thank you, Florian. Thank you, Merlin. Now, this is your opportunity to ask all your questions, and I need one of you to do this because otherwise I'm going to really embarrass myself. So you need to throw that to whoever raises their hand to ask a question. There's one right there, to the unknown person on the left.
A question about the component module type. Will it also improve the build time if, for example, you have like a full, I don't like to say full stack, but if you have like a mono repository with, let's say, 20 components, if you have like a BTP shell thing with different components, the build can take up like a long time. Would this also help with the component type modules?
I guess it depends how you do it right now. There's a bunch of workarounds to realize what you described right now. I think having individual components should definitely speed things up. And also, right now, many people have to use the library type to kind of reflect or like wrap the components, which also does more than necessary for components. So yeah, I would say we hope that it'll be faster.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. So I have a question about UI5 Renovate. Can I set up to get updates only for long-term releases, not for all of it?
Yeah, so that's possible. So there's a configuration where you can say, I only want to have LTS versions, and then you only get notified about that.
I have a question to UI5 linter. You mentioned that it supports UI5 version 1.3.6. I think, wouldn't it be a good idea to let it work also for other UI5 versions? Because in my current project, for example, I'm working with 120, and would be great to have it there too.
The thing is that we had that in mind before we upgrading that to 136. So we had all the things regarding the autofix, which we had already prepared to be merged, or we merged it to the 115 release. So you're good to go with that release for now. And then later on, we plan to have this configuration that you can switch the target version. So currently it's 136, and I guess in future, yeah, we will have such a configuration where you can switch between them.
Test. Just to add it on top of that, are there any plans to support older UI5 versions, like 171?
Currently, 120 is the minimum or it was the minimum, because therefore we had the data for the deprecations. Before, the deprecations at the UI5 were not fully compliant with the linter config, so it was hard to detect which deprecations are there. And 120 was the first release where we have cleaned up the whole structure, provided that in a way that the UFF linter can check that. So below 120, we will not have a linter functionality. Sorry. But you can upgrade, right? Use renovate, then you can upgrade.
I can't.
I have a question about, I don't see any AI incorporation into the tools. Is there also some plans around that one? Because if you look at SAP UI5, of course, Joule will be probably one of the parts, but what will be for Open UI5?
Yeah, so also there we had already some thoughts about how we can improve that solution or how we can improve that situation and how we can maybe also offer a benefit with that. So currently we have nothing to announce there, but we are having definitely a close look to that one.
Is there a timeline available when that is shipped? Because it is quite interesting what you presented there, and I want to use it.
What you mean? You mean
the component type and the incremental build?
Yeah, so I would say we cannot say a specific date, but we are really targeting that one. So I would say no timeline, but yeah. So it's I'd say it like that. Next UI5con, we will have it.
Oh, hi. I just want to say thank you. This is really great because last week I just faced issues with the updated, so I have to change everything manually. So this is going to help a lot. So thank you a lot for that.
Hello. I have a question about keeping in sync UI5 versions. I think it's a really nice feature. So having it the same in manifest.json, in UI5 YAM and index.html. Question about TypeScript and UI5 types in package.json. Do you think about keeping in sync this package as well?
That's a good idea. Currently we had that not in mind. But of course, yeah. So currently, I guess if you have renovate configured already, you will get an update when a new types release is there. But of course, it should be in sync. So yeah, that's a good idea. We'll keep it with us. Thank you.
All right, more questions? There we have one, right front center.
How is the incremental build plan to work with the debugger, together with the debugger? I don't know when I see the minified code into the debugger.
Source maps. So we have, we have the UI5, right? We have in the start we had the sources, or we have the sources to debug, and you can also switch on this debug mode when you have UI5 application. You SAP UI debug true, or you pass a path to that in the browser to get the sources instead of the preload files. And with UI5 Tuning 3, we have released our source maps, and with that you can debug easily with build files. So you don't have to have this debug flag in the browser. You don't need the sources. You can debug in your bundled minified code, but the source maps offering the connection gives you the information. And so if you debug that, it looks like that you are debugging the source, but in the end you're debugging the preload, but for you it's visualized as the sources.
One more question, and it's right behind you.
Thanks. One more question about this component type. I'm in a similar situation where I have a mono repo with some 20 plus of these components. how easy would you think would it be to migrate to this new component type? So would it be worth it to attempt migrating to this new section, or is that just something you would use for new project setups?
Again, it really depends on how you do it right now. But we hope that this is exactly the kind of scenario that the component type makes really easy to work with in the future. So maybe if you have it with you, you can show it to us later, and we can then also use it as like input for us to make it work in your scenario. But I would expect it to be easier than anything you have right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's give it up for Merlin and Florian. And this is your opportunity to grab a coffee and be back here at 11 o'clock for a deep dive into Fiori elements and Fiori tools and the Fiori development portal. Thank you. right. It is my pleasure to announce Sebastian and Christoph, who are going to walk you through everything that's the greatest new developments happening on SAP Fiori Elements and our AI tools and SAP Fiori tools. And then we heard something about a Fiori Development Explorer that I'm also very curious about. So let's take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. I'm the other Sebastian of Fiori Elements. That's my boss, by the way. So he should be knowing what I'm talking about. Welcome. Today's session is the latest and greatest of Fiori Elements. And of course, Fiori Tools. Fiori Tools is standing over there today. I'm Fiori Elements, this is Fiori Tools.
Yeah, Christoph, also welcome to our session. And I will cover the design time aspect later on. And back to you, Sebastian.
Exactly. So the first 20 minutes are going to be focused on Fiori Elements. We have a lot of demos prepared for you, as well as some exciting updates we're going to show you today. So I'm a product manager for Fiori Elements, Fiori Tools, and latest AI that we're doing. And Christoph is a lead product manager for the same products. So the agenda for today: introduction, as I said, Fiori Elements, Fiori Tools, closing questions and remarks. Looking forward to answering all the questions that you might have today. We have 5 minutes, so that's going to be a little tight, I think, today. Good. The premise for the first 10 minutes of this presentation is the past, the present, and the future. I know what you're thinking. The product manager tries to do some Hollywood storytelling over here. It's not going to be that bad, I'll promise you. So let's start with the past. Because for the past, actually 2 years ago was my first day with the Fiori Elements folks at UI5con. This was my first day in the organization, and I was sitting over there, I think somewhere over here. And honestly, I didn't understand a thing. So 2 years later, I do understand some things, and that's why I thought like it would be good to also show you a few numbers from the past, and specifically the last 90 days. Because we're always talking about new stuff, but also let's show you a little bit of the numbers that we have internally and externally for Elements and Tools that we gathered for you. So we are very happy to report. When I usually do those kinds of presentations and talks, we're always saying, okay, we're the 80% case. So all SAP S/4HANA apps that are built internally are built with Fiori Elements. This was always 80%. I'm happy to report now we're now at 95 and 96% for 24.8 and 25.02, which I think is a great number for us as a framework, and it also shows you we're committed internally at SAP to deliver apps with Fiori Elements and Fiori Tools. So coming to the external view, of course, this is very important for you as well. We have, throughout our tool suite, we have 114,000.9K generated apps with Fiori Tools. And I'm really happy to report that 4,000 of them, it's not the biggest number, but 4,000 of them are generated with our project accelerator, which is GenAI, which you're going to see later in the demo as well. Yes, and then we have a big RAP community. We know that from our developer roundtable, so we have a lot of RAP generations. But I think overall the number 114,000 is quite impressive to me as well. Yeah, and we're happy that you guys are using the tools. Christoph is specifically happy about that, I guess. Okay, good. The present. So the premise for Fiori Elements was always you can start with floor plans or you can start with the building blocks. So today, and this is, I think is an exciting announcement, some of you might know that already, floor plans are becoming building blocks. So floor plans now consist of building blocks, which it makes it incredibly easy to build your let's say floor plan-esque custom pages and put your building blocks wherever you want to. I have a little bit of a sample for you here. So you can start with a blank custom page, and then you can place your building blocks however you want to in order to achieve a floor plan look if you want to. But you can do whatever you want. It's a blank custom page. And of course, since it's a blank custom page, you can add your freestyle UI5 code as well. More flexibility for everyone. So some of you might say, okay, Sebastian, this is not really news. I'm a UI5 developer, right? The news is now that we will provide you with a page building block, which is a structure to place your other building blocks in, which makes it more easy for you to fill the gaps between the building blocks and actually achieve the outcome that you want in a very efficient way and also upgrade safe. And of course, the product standards are also in there as well. So this is available now in the first version. You can find it in the documentation if you want to. You can play around with it. We will evolve this over time and of course give you updates on that as well. Second announcement for today, and you're going to see this a little later in the day as well. There is a new SAP Fiori development portal. This is not something completely new. It will be from a content perspective, but if you know the Flexible Programming Model Explorer, this is now going to be the Fiori development portal. And if you want to know more about that, there's a session at 3 p.m. today, which Katrin and Marcel, who are sitting over there, so if you have any questions, the experts are sitting there, I see you. Exactly. So 3:15 today, please join that session as well if you want to know more about it. And also see some ABAP CDS, I think. And the page building block will be also shown, which is great. Good. So we had the past, we had the present. Now it's quite logical that we move into the future. And for us, from a concept point of view, it should not matter where you want to start. So what does that mean? You can start with a floor plan, you can start with building blocks, but if the use case for you is especially good for a floor plan, but you don't want to use the flexibility of building blocks, we will give you a converter. So you can convert your floor plan into building blocks. And this means that it will kind of look the same, but you're technically now in a custom page with building blocks, also with the page layout building block scale, and then you can move your building blocks. If you really want to, you can remove or delete your building blocks. And of course, you can adjust or add building blocks after. So this is the future. Still a little way to go internally for us as well, so this will come later. But for now, I want to basically tell you, okay, there's 3 things that I want to take you from this talk. Supported Fiori elements specific section. So, focus on building blocks. Building blocks is the way to go. We still have floor plans. There's still added value to the floor plans, but the focus on building blocks will be there for the future as well. We will offer you increased flexibility for you to actually build your apps however you want to with Fiori elements with the framework. And we'll make it incredibly easy for you with the new Fiori development portal, with everything that you need, also some live snippets that are in there, right? That you can adjust and see the outcome live in the development portal. So this will make it incredibly easy for you to build your Fiori Elements apps. Roadmap. Page building block today. You can try it out. It's in the documentation. Fiori development portal is going to come in Q3 2025, September timeframe, end of September. Fiori tool support for all of this will come in Q4. Christoph? And the floor plan converter we're planning for 2026. So there's still some month ahead of us, but this is the rough rollout that we're looking for in the future. So, some announcement. Now coming back from the future into the past, into the present, sorry, not into the past. I want to go that far back. But you've seen a lot of things, but now we want to jump into the demo because this whole session is called the latest and greatest for Fiori Elements and Fiori Tools. And of course, as you can see from the very busy background here, there are some features that we still want to show you, which we just released. And we're going to jump into a demo now. Okay, let's reload. And by the way, that's a live demo, so if everything happens, it's not our fault, it's always the system's fault, you know that. All right, okay. Let's jump into our version of this. Okay, I'm now in the shoes of a disputes manager, so it's a disputes app, and I'm happy to report this app, because we don't want to do demos all the time that we specifically build stuff for. This app is actually a productive app that we're building, not we are building, but the team is building within S4HANA. So this will be actually becoming a productive app pretty soon. It's still in development, but they gave it a little early and said, like, okay, have fun with it at UI5con, which is great. So, disputes app, and now we're creating a new dispute in order to show you the latest features. So I click on here, and business partner is BHP. Company code is 0101. Continue. So we're now creating the new dispute in a draft status. And the first feature that we want to show you is the collaborative draft. So if you want to collaborate on a draft, which the name already says, you can do this now quite swiftly. And Christoph will now enter into that draft.
Thanks, Sebastian. So I can see the draft from Sebastian. And now I see also the values.
Keep your eyes peeled on the top left. Yes, there he is.
Okay, so I'm not happy with the priority, so I would like to change the priority, but I see Sebastian is still in the field, so he has to go out of the field so that I can change it. Thank you.
You can already see Christoph was in the dispute currency. So this field is now locked because Christoph is adding basically his data simultaneously. And now he changed the priority to very high, and now he's on the currency, which is locked now, and with change it to US dollars. And now we're going to the service level agreement, and he's changing the deadline and the decision date. So let's say Christoph made some mistakes. Obviously, you have to correct that now. So we want to go for euro again. I can switch that back and basically work with him on the same draft. So this is the same way around. If I switch it over here, he will see that I switched it back to euro and to medium. Okay, so this was the first part. That was the collaborative draft. We now have to add a receivable item. And number is going to be 118. We have quite some disputes in here, which is not reflective of the reality. All right, here it is. So 115, 118, I add this as a receivable item. And I will create the dispute. Okay, here we go. And now it tells me, okay, Christoph is still in the draft. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep the draft? But now, well, I'll save it. I'll just ignore whatever he did.
It's okay.
Thank you. And we're going to add this. And now the next thing we want to show you is the side effects. So side effects are reloading the UI if Christoph does something in the background. And he will do something in the background because, of course, we say, now, okay, we'll give you a little discount. The open amount is 1,000. And this will break this down to, let's see how generous Christoph is.
Let's see.
So Christoph will now trigger the transaction, and keep your eyes peeled on the middle of the page because this will reload the disputes receivable items. So this is all happening in the background. I don't have to touch anything if Christoph, yeah. Live demo. Just saying. Yeah. Okay. Does it work? Okay, okay, it triggered. It triggered on that side. Let's say it triggered on my side as well. Yes, and here's the reload. So now we can see it triggered in the background. It added a related receivable item, and you can already see the open amount changed to 900, and here's the original 1,000 to 900. And what I also can show you on this little page here is our mini tree table. So this is one of our newest tables. This is the tree table now in a pop-up where you can see the original and also the basically the discounted from 1,000 to 900 with, like, I can collapse it or open it up. It has some more functionality. This is now in a very condensed way, but the tree table is also for the list report. Good. We got that out of the way, and now we're going back to the list report. Let's reload this real quick. Yeah, we're still in the same version. Let's say I want to do now. I want to do a mass edit, which will take several of these entities into account. But But I wanted to change something else, because during my demo, I always thought like, okay, initial loading would be good. So we're going into the key user adaptation now and change some stuff around, just to show you what is possible. So first of all, I want to get rid of that clear button. I just don't like clear buttons. There's no specific reason for it. Okay, you can reload in order to reflect this in the UI as a preview. And as you can see, the initial load is not on. That's why I didn't reload the list report. On configuration, I can change this to enabled and apply. And this is a manifest change, which is a new thing in the key user. And reload. And then it will auto-load the list report. And this is then true for all the users if the key user decides. Exactly. The last thing I wanted to do, and this is kind of the reason why I got in here, I want to push processor and priority up top, because I just need to see that in order to make my decision on the mass edit. So as you can see, priority and processor are now visible all the time. And let's activate that new version with UI5con and confirm. And new version is activated. I'm exiting out of the preview. And now as you can see, all of the things are gone. The clear button is gone, the priority and processor are visible, and now I can make my mass edit changes, which means I have some disputes here from Carsten and Victor, which I will edit and basically get them over on my side. So the priority is medium for now, and I want to change the processor to myself. There we go. And now if I do that, it will switch from Carsten and the other folks that I just mentioned to myself. And this will make it very easy for you to basically mass edit, to have multiple entries and then edit them or switch them over to you. And this shows the power of mass edit. So the last feature that I'm going to show you today is unfortunately not in this system, because it's too new. I hope that the folks will build it in, is the inline edit. So inline edit is pretty straightforward, I think. Just reload that real quick. This is a new feature that we built where you can actually make changes right here on the entity, right? You don't have to go into edit mode. You don't have to do anything fancy. You can click right here, and then also with the value help, just change it. So if I want to say, okay, agency is Bella Italia now, which is very good. And of course, it's sensitive. So if it has the connection from customer to agency, if I click on one to change it, it will change it for both. So this is true for the list report. You can do that on a list report, but you can also do it on the object page, which I showed you real quick. Here's the same thing, and it makes it incredibly easy to make quick changes to your entities. And of course, if you really need it, you can go back to edit and edit the whole page. Good. That was a quick demo for Elements, and now we're switching over to Christoph to tell you more about
Thanks, Sebastian. Okay, thanks, Sebastian, for showing us the features of the Fiori Elements framework, which is a runtime. Now we are going to look at what is new and coming with SAP Fiori tools, your tool set for building applications with the SAP Fiori Elements framework and beyond. So, and as you see in the title here, we will focus on AI capabilities. So the demos will show you what is already available for you and what we are currently cooking, what we are working on in our teams. Okay, I give you an overview about what is available, what we are working. So we have already released, and this was also mentioned in the keynote, the Project Accelerator. The Project Accelerator is a tool which you can use to quickly prototype from sketches, from requirements documents, show it around, get feedback, and eventually make it into a productive app. And this is available for you for CAP projects. In parallel, we are also working on a version which can create RAP CDS annotations and RAP CDS models. Stay tuned. This will be hopefully available soon. So this is the starting point with AI, generative AI, but of course there's more. So you want to iterate on that without going back to square zero. So we are also working on a capability inside our application modeler tool to invent new things, so on the fly. So you will see it in a demo. So you can iterate on Project Accelerator created applications until you are happy and eventually can make it productive. And finally, all those features to enhance and modify applications will be also available as a chat interface for conversational development. You have seen a glimpse in Katrin's keynote part at the beginning, and I will try a bit more, and let's hope everything works. All what you see now are live demos. Okay, good. Let's switch to the demo part. I will start from the beginning with the Project Accelerator to show you the whole story. So I have chosen a picture which was drawn in 1 hour events about a travel app, just a sketch on a couple sheet of papers, and it tells that we want to have a list of travels. They should have a note with some comments, and they should have a detailed information about bookings for each travel, and also some descriptions. So not only pictures, so we have show the list of travels, show travel details, and show bookings. So you may have already idea what should come out, but let's see what the AI is just doing. Okay. Here's a Project Accelerator. I'm inserting my picture here, okay, and start generating. So first step is it needs to analyze whether it's actually matching to an application. So if you put your latest holiday pictures in it, then it may reject it and say this is not an app, what I can create out of it. So, but it looks good that it's started generation. So what is happening in the background? As said, it will first analyze the picture or the text or the combination of both to understand whether it's actually translatable into a SAP Fiori Elements list report object page. This is what we are currently supporting, this pattern, and if not, then it asks back. So once it is done, it checks the contents and creates a model out of it for later generation. So it understands how does the database has to look like, how the different entities have to look like, and what are the annotations needed to create a proper application on top of it with the desired screens, which I have sketched. And once this is all compiled from the LLM, then the AI part is over, and we hand it over to the classic tools to create the CAP project first, and then on top manifest settings and the application to show you the content. And of course also mock data is invented for all the entities based on the semantics which the LLM guesses from the picture. Okay, so in the meantime, it should have completed. Yes, it has completed. So, and we are stopping at our landing page, the application info page. This is the central point for all applications with SAP Fiori tools. So if you're working with SAP Fiori tools, then you always have this page where you can come back if you are lost, where you see some detailed information about the project, what it is. So we have a CAP Node.js project. It is based on Fiori Elements. It has the service, and you can have quick access to some of the files. And of course, the semantic structure, so what pages are available. But the most important thing is we would like to look at the app. So let's do that with a preview and compare it with our sketch. This is always a bit of a surprise because you never know what the AI has interpreted in which way, but it looks quite good. So let's switch back to our picture. So we wanted to have a travel list with trip name, employee status, and some dates, and we actually got that. Trip name, employee status, trip name, start, trip start and end date. Looks pretty good. And it also invented suitable mock data, test data. So we also have a detail page as requested. Looks also good. And it also created the bookings with some suitable mock data. And we have a second object page as a detail for the bookings. Looks very good. So this is a fully working application, to be clear. Yeah? This is not something intermediate. You can basically iterate on this with our tools and later with a conversational UI and deploy it and ship it if you want. So that's why. Let's quickly go in our tooling. So this is now going to the page map, which shows you an overview about what is the page structure of the application. You can set certain global parameters. Let's go into the list report. Here you see the structure of the list report. And we would like to have a look at the columns. And one thing I noticed is that I do want to move the status to a different position. And since a while now, you can just do it by drag and drop in the tool. So it's very easy to move it around. And in the background, you get an auto refresh of the preview, and you see that this result. You can also do other changes, like creating a proper label. So when the AI ran, it did not create actually I18N properties, so it's not really translatable. So we can do that now with the tool if you want. Just clicking here on the globe symbol, and we get a proper key. And we can also modify it so that I can show you that it was changed. Okay. Good. Okay, so it is already recognized by the tool. Okay, we need to reload. And we have the employee name here correctly. So all what you saw is available. So, and how is this available? This is one thing, the tool, so the editing capabilities you have seen with a mouse. This is for free, available for Buzz and Visual Studio Code. And the AI part, the project accelerator, is available as part of sub-build code. And if you want to learn more about it, you can scan the code. And before we continue, one question, because the project accelerator is already quite old in times of AI development speed. So who has already used the project accelerator to create applications? I would like to know. Okay, a couple of, this is good, this is good. So you can try it for free if you don't have a sub-build code license. There's a trial version with some limitation on the number of tokens and actions you can execute, but you can try it for free. Okay, so the next part will be Labs Preview. So what I show now will be available, hopefully, in the future for you. It's currently in development. That's why this disclaimer. So no guarantee, and that it comes in this shape and this form. Just that you know that. Okay. And back to the demo. So I have showed you some simple changes just based on the existing model, but I have promised that you can also iterate on it and invent new things. So what we are building is a feature that you can actually add more entities on the fly, which are not yet there in the model, which are then created end-to-end from the database to the list report line item. Okay, let me invent a business marker. So I would like to know whether a trip is a business trip or not. And I would like to also have some destination information. Yeah, string is okay, good. And then I can add this. And it will create it end-to-end for you. Oh, see? Okay. yeah, it's in the end. So, okay, the screen is too small to show it. Let's move it up. Just behind the status, so that we can easily see it. And what you see is, this was not yet AI. This was just classic creation of entities. And we have no nice mock data yet, but now we can invoke AI, and we have it integrated here directly into the tool, so it's seamless. You can just click here on this symbol with that AI feature and let AI generate new mock data for that project, which is now having also information about the business situation and the destination. So let's see what it invented. This is also always this kind of surprise situation. Okay, so we see that trip name vacation is no business travel. Oh, this is good actually. So I would be a bit disappointed if it would have otherwise. And the destination is Hawaii. Okay, the rest are business trips. Okay, good. So this was a bit of the classic way. Now we are going to conversational UI. So all the things which I have done now, we can also do with talking to an AI agent. So let me open up the project, which we have just generated. This will not be necessary in the released version. This is just because it's still in development. So, and also be warned, there could be some surprises now. Let's see. But in general, it's always fun to talk to an AI, because sometimes it's right, and if you read it twice, then you recognize you did something wrong. Either we are not specific enough, or it was even wrong. Okay, good. So our preview needs to be reloaded. Okay, so we are now in Joule. See it here, and with our current development, we have a new command, Fiori AI chat. And with this command, we can do stuff. So let's have a look what we should do. Let's start from simple things to more complex things. So the first thing is, I don't have the date information here in the filter bar. That's bad. At the start and end date of the trip to the filter bar. Okay, it's thinking. Yeah, we see something happen in the background. It's always good. This indication something was done. So it has to do two things actually. So it refreshed 2 times. And yes, it did it. Start date and trip end date are now in the filter bar. Okay, this was easy. Now let's do something a bit more complex. And this was actually already shown by Katrin at a keynote, but let's see that also works a second time properly. So maybe I phrase it a bit differently. So I do want to have the price always visible on that screen. As you see, it's too small. That's why the price is not shown. Okay, so price should always be visible in the table. Table is important because when I didn't say table, sometimes it says, oh, the price is already in the filter bar, it's visible, so I don't need to do anything, but I would like to have it in the table. So, okay, it tells me that it did it. Let's see whether it's true. Let me refresh. No, it is not. So maybe I need to give it a hint. I think you need to use importance property. You can also do that, yeah. So if it almost did it, then you can give it a hint. Okay, so, and this time, yes, this time it did it. So it's like with AI, so sometimes it recognizes it in the way that it understands that this means the importance property of the table column has to be set to high in order to make it always visible. Sometimes you need to give a hint. Okay, good. So this was the next one. So, okay, do we want to do something even more complex? Okay, let's go to the object page. Object page, okay, good. We would like to have a new section. Add a new section for agency details with agency name. Okay. Let me agency name and agency address. Okay. Let's see what it does. There's multiple things, 3 things actually. It has to create a section, it has to give it a proper name, it has to create 2 new fields, invent them, yeah, because there's no agent information in the data model. Add them and also labeling them properly. Let's see. Usually it fulfills that by kind of 80%. So it's thinking longer. Okay. Didn't see a refresh yet. Oh yeah, okay, good, it's working. Okay, we already had quickly look at the new section, so give it a bit more time. Okay, so it has done it. So what did it do? It did the new section, give it a proper label, and added 2 new fields, agency name and agency address. But it forgot to create the labels. So, okay, I'm not happy with it, but I can tell. You forgot to create the labels for the new fields. Okay. Takes a bit longer, so maybe a lot of people trying it out and in parallel, so the connection to our LLM is exhausted. Let's see. Okay, we see a refresh on the right side. It's good. If you see refresh, that means yes, we have it. We have a new label. So, and the last thing what's missing is we need test data. So let's say please, maybe it's faster with please. Please create test data. Sometimes I'm not sure. Sometimes please is easy, is working. Please create test data for the new section. Good. So this is basically the same functionality which we have seen before, which I clicked in the application modeler. Of course, we can also start it from the conversational UI. Okay, so mock data was regenerated. That's good. So let's see. Sometimes it doesn't recognize it because the file watchers do not recognize the change in the CSV files, which actually happened. So I'm quickly restarting the preview so that we actually see the data. Yeah, okay. It's now on the second port. And let's go to the object page. And yes, we have some suitable test data. So I have one last thing. And this is the one which usually is a bit, let's see. Okay, whether it works. We would like to have a chart on the list report. Okay, good. In the list report, add an analytical chart showing the average price per destination. Okay, Analytical chart. Okay, don't do a mistake. And let's see. So now a super complex thing has to happen. So it has to create the chart annotation, the measures, the dimensions, all the settings, has to figure out what does it mean average. Yeah? And okay. Has been successfully created and added to the travel list page. Okay, so let's see. It's good that I have to reload because it means something happened. Okay. Yes, we have the chart. And this is fully functional. Like with Fiori Elements, this is now basically an analytical list page, so it's super easy with OData before Fiori Elements. There is no difference anymore between list support and ALP. You can just go from one to the other. Okay, that was my demo. Let's quickly go back to the slides. And if you want to get in touch with our developers and product managers and want to influence what we are doing or showing what you are doing to us, then I can recommend you our SAP Fiori Development Roundtable. And here you can scan it, how to get into that group. We have every 4 weeks, every month, we have a session, 1 hour, and we talk about things from customers and from us, and this helps us to shape our roadmap. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And it looks like it was a pretty good fight with you and the AI. All right. This is your opportunity to get your questions out. I know I have a lot of them, so I'm sure you do too. And we have Sebastian here who can throw the cube at you.
I'm the throwing Sebastian now. Do we have questions, by the way? Are there any questions? Marian, okay. I knew it.
Yeah, thanks. You showed briefly the flexibility changes, like overriding annotations and manifest changes. So basically, that's a third layer. You can have the annotations in what RUB cup, and then the second layer you can local annotations, and the third layer is basically flexibility too. Why should I use that third layer? Isn't that best practice to do it in the lowest level first? Like it's like you have 3 layers, they're overriding them all each other. So isn't it really confusing as a developer? Like, okay, that change, where is it now? Is it a local annotation? Is it flexibility? Or is it in the lowest level? So I have to figure out which annotation actually changes the UI at the top.
Yeah, I see your point, yes. But honestly, I'm not an expert on that topic. So maybe, Katrin, do you know? Highest wins. Maybe we can give Marcel the...
Yeah, I guess it's for the key user, but should he do that? I don't know. More opinions.
Where to start? Okay, the developer obviously, as you said, should do it on the lowest level. However, if the developer does it, he does it for everybody. And the key user can do it for a certain group of users, for instance, only in one region, and the other region is different, so it's really dependent on the use case where you want it. But as a developer, the statement is clear, as low as possible is better, and the upper layers give you the flexibility to, let's say, reduce the scope of your changes to where you need them.
Actually, I would like to have that message. The lowest level should go first, because I heard different stories. Like some people actually prefer the local annotations. I do not like that at all. The lowest version, the lowest version cup RUB should be where your annotations should be in the first place. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Good, we're in agreement. No, we can discuss this further with, from our side, Markus Dobler, I guess, if you want.
I asked it before, and I heard there's like even internal like different opinions on that. So.
Okay, then let's get this straight.
All right. Do we have another question? I'm not sure that was a question in the end, but maybe there's a question there in the orange shirt.
Thank you. I really like the target or the direction you are moving with the building blocks. Much appreciated, but we figured out that for our purposes, they are too restricting. We want, for example, some drag and drop interaction and something like that. And I admit we are quite behind. We are still on 120 with UI5, and they just got introduced there. But I think that's still not possible to have custom actions for the more advanced applications in there. So is that something you want to add?
There's the expert. I'm just pointing at people.
Can you throw the cube, please?
I don't know. I mean, first of all, we have this session later. I recommend you to join this one. Yeah, I mean, the building blocks, they will not provide the same functionality as the freestyle does. That's clear, because we implement a specific UX. We want to have it consistent. We try to improve them. We listen to you, also in the roundtable. We try to improve. If you have some good use cases, get back to us. We try to implement them. But it's clear it will not have exactly the same functionality as freestyle control has. That's just because otherwise the framework would be too...
Just a question. You said there's a session on this somewhere at some
3:15,
time?
right here in the yellow room. It's called Flexible Programming Model, but that is hard to say, so it's pick your set of blocks, subtitle. But as I said, like, we have the building blocks as a basis, and you can use these building blocks also in your custom pages, and there you can do whatever you want to also add something freestyle if there is no building block from us. But if you hear the needs on building blocks, this is where we can also improve it. That is the roundtable that you just had hopefully the link from. Is also where you want to talk to us on the SAP Fiori development portal that we have later on.
Perfect, thank you. And I think we've reached the end of this session. So thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, Christoph, for the great session.
Thank you.
The next session right here on the stage is about pick and pack and how to make that fun. So please stay for that. And if you're heading for an early lunch, please keep in mind that the cafeteria in the building should be used by the external guests, and the SAP folks should find All right. One of the things that UI5con is really known for is giving really good business content and making it fun to watch and engage with. And one person that's really known to always be up here and show things that have never been shown before is Holger. So
Thanks.
I'm super thrilled to have Holger here, who's going to show us what the future of pick and pack is going to look like. Take it away.
Thank you, Sebastian. Hello, everybody, and welcome to UI5con. Luckily, there's still someone with us. I'm not running to the lunch so far, so hopefully you will find the time until you are able to get your own meal. So, my name is Holger Schäfer, and today I want to give you a recap of a project we did last year. And I put it a little bit around so that we have it like a quest, so in kind of different levels. The journey has been, we have a customer who was transformed to S/4HANA public cloud, and he was looking for some kind of applications, and we spotted the gap that S/4HANA public cloud out of the box does not support scanning or Zebra scanning devices. And there's a product from SAP called Extended Warehouse Management, but it's quite expensive, and it was also not in the scope to use this tool so far in the project. And I think, okay, we are here, UI5, why not handle this task just with the plain UI5 and Fiori functionality all of us know. And I put it this because there are something from the basics to the more fancy advanced stuff, so I tried to split it a little bit like a level map for a gamer, so we can see we can reach the first level, and then finally we'll have a working solution. But afterwards we would be also able to get more into detail with this topic and to dive a little bit deeper in the scenario. First level, we want to start with a known Fiori Launchpad that's running on a S4 system. So idea was to just create a custom application for it that can do the task for us. So, and starting with it, generally you have to choose, I want to do this with freestyle or going the way with flexible programming model. At the moment, we mostly try to use as much as possible the FPM and the macros, because they are getting more and more sophisticated features that are hardly to be done the freestyle way. And in that case, we can start with a flexible programming model and maybe a custom page. The Fiori Design Guide suggests to use the initial page floor plan. But there's a problem with it because it's currently also not supported by the flexible programming model. So you have to do something by your own. So from the point of development, it's similar if you do it freestyle or using the FPM. But anyhow, you can use the macros or tables or whatever. Besides this, UI5 offers us a nice barcode scanner, so you can use it as a fallback or with your handy again. The same like the Keynote. So, okay, back again. Said you have the possibility to have a custom button, the scanner button, and then you can use this inline scanning functionality directly from your device. You will get the camera and then scans codes. But at the end, using this with a Zebra scanner or a hardware scanner in general, it's generally running this way that the field needs to be focused, and then the scanner will send the scanned value to this input field and also sending a carriage return so that the value will be acknowledged, and you can have your handler getting this value to work with it. You can also add some nice cosmetic CSS stuff so that this looks a little bit more nice. I think the same CSS is also used in the SDK so that the button will be part of the input field so far, and that makes it a little bit nicer. What you have to do is you need to take care that the scanner itself or the input field will always be focused. So even if you're working with a scanner, you have to think about that you do not want to interrupt your scanning, so you have to scan multiple codes, and you will always scan your value, and after scanning the value, you will process some data in the back end, but you need to make sure at each time that the field will be focused, because only this way you are able to use your scanner the whole way so that that you always are able to scan values into it, and that's a must-have so that this is possible to always focus this field. With the initial page plan, first time you will scan a warehouse order ID, for example, and then you will get a list of all the relevant tasks you have to scan for it. And you will visualize this stuff directly on your screen. Can be mobile, can be the desktop application so far. But then you will also figure out it's a little bit problematic with the kind of automatic messages that are coming from the backend system with OData, so that you get this custom message control where you will see this kind of messages, because then you have to leave your scanner and then choose your mouse or keyboard and confirm or close these dialogues. So the idea is working on this, like to then in the Keynote slot accessibility. So in this case, our accessibility will our scanner, and Fiori out of the box is more focused on the user experience, so using your mouse and your keyboard. And you have to take care on this task, so at the end you implemented your application that is working this way. And maybe using pop-up tooltips as recognition, or always showing things like the errors coming from the backend directly in your application, and not using this kind of custom message handling that would disrupt a little bit this kind of application. And finally, that's it. So with these things on UI5 side, you are aware of creating Fiori application that can be used even for scanning tasks. All modern scanners will just send their value via Bluetooth to the currently focused field and send a carriage return, and you can start. But what about if you're working with a scanner? It would be, because the application in the Launchpad needs to be needs to be selected and started. The fields must be focused, and is there a way to handle this much more native, so that you can even use your scanner, and maybe you have at the end some barcodes with your application, so that you are able to start your application. Because if you try your first contact with the scanner, even the configuration of the scanner is done with a poster where you scan, I want to send carriage return or whatever, and you just use the way to scan this stuff. And especially it comes to headless scanning. Maybe you do not need an UI for scanning things. You just go into a warehouse and say, I want to do some pick and pack. And then I want to scan 2 values and maybe get a confirmation with the scanner. In such cases, sometimes you do not need a UI. And level 1 hardly reflects on the usage of a UI. And level 2 now starts, we need a middleware. SAP is preferring best practice using CAP and all this stuff. So, and we are also using CAP, or luckily last year we created a product, a plugin called Udina Fusion, where we took CAP as our business technology layer. Besides this, we used Fiori and SAP UI5 as the user interface layer. But there was something missing, and we added Node-RED. It's a low-code tool for operational technology where you can add Internet of Things, hardware stuff, and all these things to it. It's nicely connected with CAP using MQTT. And this technology stuff will be shown tomorrow in detail at the recap. I have a session together with Daniel Hutzel called the Khaleesi pattern, where we'll introduce this technique behind. So, but here it's more focused on the UI level, and we will have a look how Node-RED in this case can help us to create such a middleware for the scanner infrastructure. Node-RED itself, has a low-code editor where you do not need to program things. You can just use the corresponding nodes. In this case, we just have to drag and drop a TCP/IP server node with a given port. Then you can take your scanner. The Zebra scanner uses a feature called remote data wedge, and it can be enabled. It's using TCP or UDP. You have to enter the IP address and then enter a port. And in Node-RED, just drag and drop this TCP node. You have your out of the box running your server and can handle it. Next step is, okay, you get some data, but maybe you need to enrich it a little bit. You can have some kind of script functions where you can just use your scripting to transform a little bit the kind of data. And at the end, to be able to form a message payload for example, in this case, it should be sent to the browser. And finally, we just need a WebSocket node. Just drag and drop your WebSocket node, give it your topic path, and then out of the box, this WebSocket will be available for you. And then you have to add it to your UI5 application so that it can easily be used. But how can we integrate it into this Fiori Launchpad Cosmos? And in this case, Udina Fusion comes with a shell extension. And the shell extension you see on top of will be there registered as a button on top of it. And the shell extension itself handles all the events coming from the WebSocket so far. So it just gets these events, and then, okay, now we are in the extension, but how can I bring this information to my customer application? And luckily, UI5 comes with this kind of tools, and all the things you need is currently part of UI5, because there's a function called event bus that will be a singleton you can use to bridge all these asynchronized events coming from this WebSocket. And on core level, you can say this extension will then be a provider, and it publishes custom events to the whole UI5 applications. And the great thing is that even inside your pick and pack application, independent of you did it with Freestyle or with flexible programming model, you just need to, okay, there's a singleton to get the event bus, the instance, and then you just need to register for Udina Fusion events with the event ID scan, and then you have a callback function that will take care of this kind of data. So that's it. So you have a loosely coupling between the Fiori Launchpad. You have, at the end, you will have CAP using MQTT connected with Node-RED, also connected by MQTT and all other solutions around. You will have the WebSocket for the UI, and the WebSocket events will be then automatically transformed to the event bus events inside SAP UI5. From this point, you can use any kind of asynchronized event inside your stack and handle it directly from the application. In the former, I also asked, what about hands-free or working with this solution? For this, the Fiori Udina Fusion extension does a little bit more, because it also supports, if there's a code starting with a hash, it automatically allows you to use application navigation. So using shell home will navigate to the home page. You can use every semantic object, even with custom parameters, to navigate to this application. Besides navigation, you also introduced commands starting with a colon. So you have commands for OK, cancel, navigate to the home page. You can use Fusion to open the plugin. You have a close action so that you close all open dialogues and all buttons. The idea is to be completely hands-free with your scanner device and can do everything without the need to switch back to keyboard or mouse or whatever. Another part is here, even today used for this stuff. We have a QR code generator so that you easily can use or place the QR codes also directly on your tiles in the Launchpad. You can use it for buttons and on other places to be used so that you directly generate the relevant action, command, or whatever, and then it's part of it, and you can even scan it directly from the screen, or working in a warehouse, maybe you have printed it out to a wall or whatever, so you can see it here, you have the navigation area, you have here OK for confirmation things, you have the cancel stuff, and reset and close action. In this case, you have a virtual keyboard that can be used for the application also. And that's it. So with this no-coded way, we have now the relevant Zebra Scanner middleware that integrates into the Fiori Launchpad and allows us to simply enrich this functionality now with a scanner, because we do not need the input field, we do not need to get focused, because even our application can subscribe now to the scanner events and then just react on it. So even starting the application or handling the stuff makes it much more easier and also secure and safe, instead of hoping that this 300 milliseconds will take care that the input field will be always focused in all kinds of situations. But maybe what is something missing, something more. also if you are, maybe you are working in loud areas on conditions, in some cases you will get your application sound for failure or error to play sound, but maybe you have a headset on it. And for this reason also the scanners support native and haptic feedbacks, vibration and all this stuff. So, but the sad stuff about this is that this is currently not possible to be triggered by an application coming from the browser. So you need a native application. And that is something formerly UI5 or Fiori did also with the Fiori client. That is no more available. But now we're coming to level 3. And therefore we need such an application because Zebra is using an Android-based device on top of his scanners if you have a scanner with a device. And then are some Android intents internally that you can use to trigger this stuff. So, but now what will you do? Will you try to create a native mobile application? Because we did everything formerly with the portal, launching all the stuff with the browser style. But luckily, there's another kind of native application, the hybrid mobile application, where you can use a browser control, a web view, to be able to reuse your UI directly on your native device, but enrich it with native device functionalities. And in this case, you can just use we're on the Android path, we do not need to take care on iOS and all this stuff, so you can get your Android Studio, and that's quite nice because you can develop, test, and deploy directly on an integrated simulator, or you can deploy and test it on the real Zebra scanner device in real time, and that makes it quite easy to develop such kind of applications. You will have your web view, and inside the code you can see it a little bit. There's a possibility to enhance the web view with custom events inside. And in our Fusion extension, you can take control of these custom events. So now the application is offering additional features like the scanning stuff coming from an intent. So now we have our event bus. Even this stuff will be then forwarded using the event bus to all the applications that are interested in all the scanning stuff. It can also subscribe to the confirm vibration and confirm sound. So even from any other place, you can just use the event bus and can actively send an event to your event bus for the scan event. And then you can say, okay, I want a confirm vibration, a confirm sound, and this will be automatically handled then on your Zebra scanner device. And that's it, you will get hardly vibration or sounds or whatever you want to implement. And this makes it possible then to implement some kind of, all this kind of native functionality that is possible. For the web view, it seems quite easy to start with it, but at the end, it's not like a fully fledged browser, so you will just get something that renders your site. But if it's getting more and more complicated, you need to take care on all the core stuff. If you need login or whatever, you need to take care on cookie management and all this stuff. So you will see there's as announcement, there's some kind of setups you need to do, and how stringent your security sessions will be. You more have to develop inside the Android Studio. But at the end, you have your application. You have to build it and can complete and build it and deploy it. And then you can use the application with your UI5 portal and your UI5 application the same way like you are doing it in the browser itself. So far, with this application, generally we have all current features completely unlocked, so we are able to use it. And at the moment, we're a little bit right out of ideas for now. And let's see this stuff. So what we did as a short recap. So we have all these levels. All these levels address different needs. And maybe you are just fit with the first level, can be easily done so far. Or maybe you want to go a scanner middleware. Besides Node-RED, you can also implement this TCP/IP stuff directly on CAP, like I did last year in my recap session with the PlayStation 5 integration. It was using the same stuff natively with CAP, but with Node-RED, this is quite easy because you do not need to develop. Or you can create the hybrid mobile app. And Zebra itself is also offering a feature called Zebra Enterprise Browser as an option, but it's licensed as priced per user. So you have to take care what it costs for you, and if you want to create your own mobile app, or if you want to use the SAP Enterprise browser, where you have out of the box a browser with a predefined API that can seamlessly do the same stuff like we did in our hybrid mobile app. Okay, and starting point, we choose a flexible programming model instead of freestyle. So from a perspective or performance point, luckily our partner MDC offered me, thank you for that, a lot of devices for testing. And the older devices using Android, they had some remarkable, noticeable payment performance penalty stuff for loading the flexible programming stuff. So in such a case, if you have slower devices, you need to try and test it out. Maybe you have to go to freestyle. But if you are using, like we today, have an up-to-date hardware device that is able to handle this stuff, you can also directly go the flexible programming model way, because the devices are fast enough and you will not recognize a notable performance difference between this application. So, demo time, seeing is believing. So we will switch over and see what is working or not. It's not just a sec. Do I need to change something to just show the other screen? Just a sec. Okay, here we go. So let me see, where's my device? So, and like discussed so far with our pick and pack solution, I'm now able to scan my pick and pack code. And in this case, maybe I have somehow a package label where I have to get the stuff I have to scan for it. Okay, and then it told me there's something you need inside your stuff so far, so I can start scanning this stuff. And now I have scanned one of these charger things, but it tells there's need to scan a little bit more. But everything I can also do is can do a reset and say, okay, I have to switch my working task and do something else. And afterwards, maybe I'll come back and have to scan all the other things. Okay, and it tells me, okay, this finished so far. And now we need one of this. So finally, capture completed. And in generally, that's it. But I thought for UI5con, scanning can be a little bit funnier, and we can have much more fun with it. And okay. So get rid of this, so the Karen Marshall of UI5 town is getting older, and we are looking for some opponents that will, because preparing my retirement, so we need to follow up. So I need 3 guys, girls, who will be able to take care of the competition, and we think they have a fast hand, and they will take care of this competition. So raise your hands if you want to take care. Yeah, first, second, and third. Things. And so what you have to do so far is, I will later on start this stuff. We can directly do this here from the screen. So, okay. The first one is prepared. So if you start later on to shoot, I will start to shoot for you, and you will get a 5-letter word. So from this point, before starting, we will have a holder here with your scanner gun side by side. And if you hear the bell sound, you can start. And then you say, okay, I need to shoot this word. If you shoot something wrong, you will hear this rifle gun. If you shoot the right stuff, you will see, okay. And in this case, you feel deltoid. So you see if the character is falling, it's the right one. And then you have to. So finally, the good old 80s way, you have to enter your initials with 3 characters. while testing this with younger guys, they didn't know why you have to enter 3 characters, but it was done formally way, so you have to enter this. And so, let's see, who will be first? Left-handed, right-handed. So, we should have enough holes for all kind of bodies. And yeah, also. So. Okay. So from the starting point, you have it here. And if you hear the bell sound, you will get your time. And if I do not mention it, the winner will be the one with the less time so far. Okay, so you are prepared? Yeah, this scanner is a point and release. So that means if you press it, you will see the laser. And then it scans if you release the button, and then it scans this value. If you hear the shoot sound, it was successfully scanned. If you hear the dry run, you have to run, and you have to again shoot the stuff. And if all the 7 characters are fallen, you are finished with it so far. Ready? Move your arms below, and it's not QWERTY. Wow. Now you enter your initial so far. No problem. So, thanks. So, next one. But you have seen 20 seconds so far for 7 scans, even with different characters. So generally, it behaves something natural so that you are able, even if you are not used scanning or working with a scanner. And also this kind of devices, they are able to, there are also warehouse devices that can till 20 or 30 meters. Then you have maybe larger codes, ARN codes or QR codes in your storage. But with this stuff, it can be easily done also here for scanner devices. So, ready so far? Arms below and now holding the scanner and just okay, so we're getting faster. So maybe in the future to find the fastest scan slinger hands. But maybe we can use it at the DESAG for a competition for all the guys to see there's some more here and to have also a nice prize on top of it. So the last Kenmore is missing, but you have a bad because you're coming from Australia, and that's, I think everybody is carrying a gun, so you need to be first. So it's a little, no pressure. So, okay, hands beside, so leave the scanner so far. Ready? And none of the opponents did a miss, so very impressive. So your initials, yes? Great. So make some noise for the. So maybe you can come up to the stage. We are not finished. It's a competition. We also need to do something here because we're looking for the new Marshall, and now we have to give you something, and so that you know we have been here part of it. So let me see. First one, I think Tommy with 12 seconds, 741. Some applause. So Tommy, you're the fastest, sharpest, most fearless scanner in the land here, Tommy. And now the new Marshall in town, you will be our new Marshall. And so what does a Marshall need? You have your new Marshall audio player. Oh, nice. So you can. So let me see who was second. Nikolai, I think you are our new deputy Marshal. Right hand to the Marshal and master of multitasking here, our Nico. And also for Nico, we have something for you. Also for Marshal, so you will have your new Bluetooth headset. Yeah, and third, Australia does not help much on this stuff, but you will be our new junior deputy. And rising star of the barcode front, welcome here, and as our new junior deputy. Yeah, okay. And also you have something more Marshall, for your keys, you don't miss your keys anymore. You can use this, like the old Marshall amplifier. So, and thank you. That's it so far. I'm also here for questions, but sometimes you're waiting for the lunch. And maybe you can do a picture with Dirk, so I have all the participants here available with this stuff. And thank you for staying till the end, even if lunch is calling. But if there are still questions, now we are open for questions. And
here you go, Holger.
Thank you.
The question cube.
Oops.
So the Node-RED server, how do you secure your Node-RED server and especially the WebSockets communication?
In this situation, we are running the platform locally, directly on Edge. And we have the possibilities that are part of Node-RED, so we can handle the security stuff that way. But in this scenario, it's not done because the expected way for using it is running also the Node technology, because somehow you have devices or IoT that do not have authentication or whatever, and all this stuff. And for this case, we will place Fusion as a platform that's running on the edge, directly on the customer side. And we will just use CAP to communicate to the cloud, but everything else is handled internally, and there you have also the possibility to use local users' password in the node layer to handle it this way. If you need also more security stuff, you can even replace the node WebSocket layer with the one from Oliver from the CAP team, and doing this inside CAP using the WebSocket plugin. Then you have much more features like multi-tenancy and all this stuff. In this kind of situation, this is running locally, and we do not have mostly such needs. But this will also be discussed tomorrow in the Kalisi pattern session, where we'll show this a little bit more in detail. So what can CAP Node-RED can do for you? Yes?
So you use the Zebra scanners. Did you also try it with mobile phones or tablets and the camera setup? Because I remember 2-3 years ago when I tested something like that with the scanner applications, that the mobile phones and the camera setups with the 3 or 4 different cameras integrated are kind of tricky to work with, and so maybe you also tried something there.
Yeah, that also was something like we discovered so far, because there was formerly the Fiori client that was doing the scan with native functionality, but then they switched over, SAP do not wanted to support anymore the client, And then they redesigned this scanning barcode functionality just with plain JavaScript and all this stuff. And this also I think from the scanning quality, the former native one was a bit more experienced and powerful than the, so in this case, it's helpful if you have it close by, you have to scan things. It depends on your camera, so it's working quite good on iPhone. It's also in this case, it's just meant as a fallback functionality. And with this kind of professional scanners, you do not have this problems anymore. You can have this range like 20 or 30 meters. Zebra has a lot of scanners for all of different use cases. They are robust if you are working in the storage. And in this case, even other scanners would work this way, but we took care in this case because the customer also was using Zebra scanner devices. And I think there was also a competitor that was also currently, I think, taken over from Zebra. I do not know exactly. So, but from this stuff, so just the idea is to have a middleware, and this kind of middleware can be addressed with all kind of scanners so far. Any question? There is also one question.
Would it be possible to just have the WebView Android app in place so that a user does not have to worry about the focus? So like a lightweight solution that we have.
In the portal? Running in the portal? Or where you want to place it?
Yes, so without Node-RED and WebSockets and
sure. Also in this case, I also wanted to do the level 1 way so that you have the Fiori or the SAP UI5 way, but anyhow, even web components, everything you can deploy to your Fiori Launchpad would be usable for this kind of work to make sure. Maybe in other situations you can control on these values, but in the standard way for the Launchpad, they are just using this way that you have a field that is focused way, and then you have a listener or a change listener on this field, and then that the scanner will just send your carriage return or whatever you configure. And I think besides the focused way, everything on top of it will be just used like using a middleware. And even our Android solution, we do not show this input field anymore because we can handle the events directly. That was shown on the last slide, so that we do not show this kind of input fields because we know we are running on the Android device in our situation, and we do not need this kind of input field because we are directly connected with the middleware and can trigger anything we want.
I think there was another question in the corner there. Not anymore? Okay.
So, thanks.
There's one more question for you right there in the middle.
Okay.
Next to last, because I have one for you too.
Hello. Do we have any offline functionality where the user might not have access to internet where we can use this barcode for picking and packing?
Yeah, if you do not have a hardware scanner, so that was shown was on top, so that besides the input field, there's a button, and then it opens your camera on your device, and then you can use this camera to directly scan also value inside with your camera, and it will detect some kind of QR and ARN codes, and then it's sending also this value. So even this is even with level 1. If you do not have a scanner, you can just press this button, and it will open the UI5 barcode scanner button functionality to use your camera and scan values.
My question is more about there is no internet access or server access. Can we store that information like for a list of items, and we can go back and update that?
If you are taking our middleware, you are in this case our Udina Fusion, because the idea was that the application stack is running locally on the customer scenarios, and even with the new steps coming from CAP, they have resilience functionality. So even our whole platform, even the UI SDK can be completely downloaded into the stack. So this stack is completely running offline, and then you can do your scans, have maybe also synchronized local data, so to be able to run offline. And then if you have CAP and your service is not aware, you can put it in a post box, so it will be stored. And if you again are reconnected, then this information will be tried to be posted to the S4 system so far, so that you can get back this information. So you have all this kind of flexibility, and even in the starting configuration of our Launchpad, you can say, I want to run mobile, I will always online, and we will use the services online, or I'm in a scenario and try to run as much as possible offline. And that are also both kind of functionalities, how you can use this platform on the customer side.
Okay, is it part of existing solution, or do we need to add more things to get that functionality?
So UNIORG Fusion is developed by our own, so but anyhow, tomorrow we'll show this, that you can edit like an application, a plugin to CAP, so that you can use it side by side. But if you have your such needs, like offline functionality or whatever, you have to do it by your own. So you have to develop such a platform so that this, because mostly all the other things are out of the box working online or the cloud way. But starting with the traffic jam in the United States, we have also things where customer asks us not to use cloud or putting things the other way around. And then we decided to have also a platform that can be completely driven on premise. And the benefit for us with UNIORG Fusion is we can still use our knowledge, do not need to learn additional functionalities and things. And then with the resilience functionality, it's also easily possible to use it just like an external system with CAP. To do all the business stuff on CAP, use just Node-RED if you need it. You can also decide I do not need CAP, I can do just things with Node-RED. And on the other side, we have this layer with UI. Even it's coming from us, so it's a portal that's running locally, like a little bit like the work zone, but you have also this functionality inside your system that you can use all the experience features, cross-application navigation, and all the stuff like you need, so that you do not have to do something special for this platform, so can just use your knowledge like every app you would be developing with flexible programming model and Fiori, and this will run on this platform.
Thank you.
All right, one question from me.
Okay.
Did you have to get the hat specifically for this demo, or is this your weekend attire?
This is no, we have it especially for the demo. We also had a nice plastic figure, but generally someone of the administration killed our 3D printer, and now the figure so far is missing, but...
All right, thank you for the great presentation, and everyone else. We're breaking for lunch. We should be back here at, I think, 2 o'clock. And that's the little reminder. The cafeteria here should be exclusively used by the external guests. The SAP folks should be using a cafeteria in another building.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
Kannst ja auch so tun dann.
Ja, jetzt bist du live. Moin.
Moin.
So, our micros are working, the mics are good. You can hear us. Yeah, Felix, if it doesn't work, then you can use my microphone.
Sorry for that. So, welcome. So, everyone, I hope every one of you had a great lunch, and now we can continue with the panel discussion today. The topic today is developer experience. We have 4 wonderful people here on the stage. And to give you a rough overview what we're going to talk about today, I prepared 4 over topics because developer experience is such a wide topic, basically. And first, we're going to talk about understanding developer needs in SAP UI5 ecosystem, onboarding and learning curves, and also tooling for better DX, and also future of the developer experience in SAP UI5. Directly right to me, I'm not going to introduce him because most probably everyone of us knows him, and he's going to introduce himself too long. I'm sorry for that. And the next to Peter is Nabi Zamani. Maybe you give a brief 2-sentence introduction of yourself.
Yes, sure. I've been in the UI5 world since approximately 2011, before version 1.0 was out. And I'm still here, as you can see. I think probably some of you have read some of my tutorials, but not only about UI5. ABAP is still alive, by the way, so for all the other people here, keep learning it, and yeah, you can be prepared to hear more from me very soon.
Next to Nabi is Juliane Dombrowski. Maybe a short sentence about you.
Yeah, my name is Juliane. I've been working with UI5 for nearly 10 years. And aside from my own experience starting with UI5 back in the day, I also have guided many new developers with starting with UI5, and I'm still following along with their own journey. And that's why also I'm here and very happy to talk about the experience.
Next to Juliane is Dominik Kremer. Maybe a short introduction.
Hello, my name's Dominik. I'm in the UI5 universe since 2019. Software developer mainly, but also helping our students or new employees, helping to get experience in the UI5 world and help them on their path to getting a developer.
Cool. Just to make a quick advertisement once more, we have, if you leave the yellow room to the right, we have a question box where you can ask questions, because the standard panel discussion won't have any live questions. So maybe you can go there and ask your questions. So it will be later answered at the Ask UI5 Everything at 17:30. Let's continue with understanding developer needs in SAP UI5 ecosystem. Nabi, what are missing features in the UI5 ecosystem requested by customers and developers?
Peter, can you tell me with this? In this question, the term ecosystem is actually very important. For me, UI5 is not something that just stands there for itself alone. Most of us probably develop UI5 apps, and they are run somewhere in some environment. What is that? That's the Fiori Launchpad. And when I think about the Fiori Launchpad, a lot of things actually that customers request are not specifically directly going to UI5, but it is related very much with the Fiori Launchpad itself. I'll give you some examples. Imagine theming, for example. Imagine I have a customer, they basically have one launchpad for different subsidiaries of their own company, 400 in total. Some of them have their own Fiori Launchpad theme, UI5 theme, and somehow it needs to be managed. In the ABAP world, thinking about the gateway, you had some chances to tweak around and depending on at runtime on the user and some ID, email address or something, you could decide which theme could be assigned here and there. In the FLP and Cloud Foundry, such a thing is missing. I'm getting this feedback. Transporting themes, by the way, is a topic in BTP. So you see, this is not UI5 itself. It's somehow like the ecosystem, right? I've heard a lot of things also, but they were covered already today in the keynotes when it comes to tooling, especially the versioning that we heard about from, Merlin talked about that. That's amazing. So you have a launchpad. That launchpad runs in an own UI5 runtime in a version, which is always the latest that is currently available, which is, it could be a .0 version of the launchpad, the shell itself. And before, like I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it wasn't possible to decide as a developer what UI5 version you're going to use. So it was basically pulling whatever was available. This was improved, so as a developer you can decide what runtime is going to be used, and now it turns out that that sometimes applications load quite slowly. So this is the next thing. The runtime of the shell itself, it runs, it loads UI5, then each application may have a different UI5 version, because the developers are different. One uses 1.20, 1.30, 1.40, and every time you click around, it's loading a whole bunch of files, and this is something that's also coming. Theming, we heard about that also today. That's also amazing news. What we get there. We could talk more. Maybe you have something.
You two are also in consulting, so is there something you want to add on that?
Maybe to what you said about the Launchpad. Something I hear a lot is that a customer isn't too happy about having to use the Launchpad, because for them it's more like a tile graveyard. It's not very appealing to use it, and if you have many applications, you have to be really smart about how you do your layout of the applications so that a normal user isn't overwhelmed by the amount of applications they have access to. So that was one point I'd like to add to. Yeah.
For you, Dominic?
I can't add anything because mostly was said.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there are also good parts, just to mention. Like what I really like about it is when you start developing with UI5, I'm not sure how you guys develop, but me, my colleagues, we steal a lot of code from the samples. Go there, copy, paste it in there, and I've seen colleagues. A colleague of mine, Joe, he's been an ABAP developer. He's now retired, but he never really learned UI5. How he used it was basically going there. I showed him, and he just copied, paste. He doesn't know too much about HTML, but he could create an own UI5 application there this way.
So this is also one of the parts what UI5 solves for you, that you don't need to tackle or don't need to handle a lot with HTML and CSS. Yeah, this is coming from the framework. We built the abstraction for that, and at the end you get then the controls and just need to stitch them together to make your UI properly looking.
Absolutely, and the set of controls we have in here, that is pretty uncomparable to most of the other frameworks where you have to do a lot of things by hand, decide what design to use and stuff like that. I'd also like to add one more feedback. TypeScript, do we have any TypeScript people here? Just 2 or 3 I could see, not more, but...
And who of them who raised the hand like it? Okay. So, useful.
So TypeScript is something that also feedback, we heard that earlier today, also from a customer, Lucas, if you hear that, he told me they get students from universities. What do they learn these days? React. They come with React, and in the React world, TypeScript, and actually nobody really discusses about any progress of TypeScript in the React environment. It's something that is just there. And then they come and then here, do UI5. So the first thing, they feel like overwhelmed is probably not the right word, but they feel like they're kind of like looking back and have to do something which is not blocked on all those blocks outside of the SAP world. They have sometimes also some hard time to start and get into this UI5 thing, because it is different than React. And thanks to you guys, you invested into all those tutorials, right? And this is actually how most of them actually, I think someone told me today, someone told me when I started UI5, they just told me, take the walkthrough tutorial and do it. That's how a lot of people I
think
know.
the walkthrough tutorial at the end is still one of the best resources. It's very comprehensive. It tackles most of the areas, what you need to touch anyhow in the UI5 development. And now with the evolution of that, what we have done for the walkthrough tutorial to make it available also in TypeScript, that really solves already then a lot of things to get also the entry solved. And many of the people who start now using TypeScript, they also have the benefit of getting the code completion out of the box. So I remember also my early days when I started with Java, I also took a lot of time than just hitting the dot and then inspecting what is available in this class, yeah. And in the past, we had very often also the problem that the people did that. They inspected that, but they inspected that in the debugger. And then in the debugger, they accessed also the private APIs. And with that, we have the struggle like we have today, that if you want to upgrade, then people were touching the private APIs, and the new version of the FLP of UI5 comes in FLP in the game, and then the applications start to stop working, or stop working at the end. Yeah,
just to ask something in between, because Juliana and Dominic both have really a lot of experience with onboarding people. Like, what's the best way to do that, though?
So yeah, the walkthrough is one of the big parts. What I would say, if the walkthrough would be more gamificated, so more interactive, it would be just a bit better, because mostly they look at the walkthrough, copy, paste, try, and just don't understand really what they are doing. Otherwise, letting them go through the API or try different things, let them do an internal project, also helps, besides the walkthrough, to get them on board.
What it has also now, with one of the recent versions, is that you can download each step. It's not fully interactive like what you expect, that you can then go through that and edit more and more the things which are described. But you have, at the end of each step, you can now really download that in TypeScript or in JavaScript. It's fully workable with the UI5 tooling, then the whole example, and then you can also continue from there on. Yeah, it's at least a bit of improvement, yeah.
If you create, I'm just wondering, if you, in your projects, create some custom reusable components, be it controls or reuse components, do you put them somewhere to demonstrate them to developers in your teams?
No, because, well, I'd say it's easy to say that the customer doesn't really want that, because at times it's a very specific control for their very specific need. But I will also say that we try not to create too many custom controls. We try to solve it with what UI5 has to offer first, and that's a general approach we also tell the customer to go for, because each custom control you invent by yourself is also one you have to be very aware of. Do you use all the right concepts? I've seen custom controls, and we have one specific environment where we have custom controls, and they are so old and so broken at this point that every time someone says, hey, we have this, can't we use it? We say, no, please, no, it's not good. But moving them to a new custom control library, for example, for that specific customer, they are scared about it. They don't want to change what is currently running.
When you talk about the custom controls, what kind of controls are they? Do you mix, or do you try combine existing controls? Is it more composite for you? Or do you really develop on the low level, bring HTML and CSS together?
I personally try, I'm more towards composite control. Because for example, one control I remember was a org unit picker, and they wanted to the control to display sort of tree view in this control.
Okay.
So click on it and you get a tree of all the org units and how they are in connection to each other. And that specific control was built completely by hand, manually. And I think why? Because you could have an input, which then opens some sort of list, put a tree in it, because all the further functionalities I need, all these controls will give me. So
I'm not asking that without any reason, because we had in the past the XML composite we deprecated. Do you remember that?
Of course.
Do you miss
Yes.
it? Do you miss it?
No, but as I said, custom controls are very, very rare for me. That we still do them is rare.
Who does custom controls in here, if we have this right now? Oh, it's a lot of people.
So now I'm curious. For me, if you create custom controls, and then a question about how do you share the knowledge, like the samples application, inside your companies. I'm really curious about that. And the reason for this is I know clients, and we in the past way more than today. At the beginning of UI5, there was just simply not the vast amount of controls available like we have today. So they still have, and there's a lot today, and they still have their controls, and they want to present it, they want to show it to someone, they can click around, copy it, just like the samples app. And I was wondering, is anyone using anything like this to share with colleagues inside companies?
Is there some sort of SAP-driven Git repository for, hey, let's share our custom controls?
So there was one thing a while back, the UI5 was Labs, was it called? It was the idea based on, at that point in time, it was Grunt mainly used for building UI5 applications, and there was a kind of a GitHub organization where they tried to host these projects. I think this project was much too early. The UI5 tooling was not there. Nowadays, with the UI5 tooling, if you build libraries, you can also make them easily available. You can create a project, a library project. You can release this library project then also to NPM. And you can also consume that then as a dependency. Today, this feels very natural, yeah, but the evolution of the UI5 ecosystem, the UI5 tooling and so on is the foundation for making that possible. But what is still missing is that one part that you can generate also documentation for that. We have that built in our demo kit. At the moment, the demo kit is proprietary, like it's built, and you can't easily share that for other projects. This is something we should also think of if there is a bigger interest also in providing these control libraries, because then you need the JS documentation, the API documentation. For that, you want to provide also the samples, like what we have in the demo kit, because then this gives you a really good overview and introduction in this component or in this UI control. And I think this would be really what you expect, right? That's what you were targeting
That's
for.
exactly. So it's 9 years ago in this first UI5 conference, I think I gave exactly a talk about using the samples app and attaching something you create into there.
Yeah, technically UI5 is built that way. You remember that maybe from the past. So internally in this demo kit, it can be easily enriched with other custom libraries, but that's something we do for ourselves proprietary-wise and when we bring things to our SAP UI5 SDK or Open UI5 SDK. If you introduce the new controls and new libraries, it's just a dependency, plug it in and it's there. You get the demos, you get the API documentation out of the box, and type definitions and stuff like that, yeah. But this is also what we are working for, a lot, at least a few parts for that to make it available. But sharing the demo kit is, or the pieces to have really a place where you can also provide this API documentation, like for your project, that you can inspect that. This is something which is missing. We have to, note that down and think about that.
Just talking about missing, which concepts do you think should be better explained? Because like you have so much contact to different customers and stuff, so you should be able to pinpoint some, right?
I think the concepts are quite good explained in the API or in the documentation. A few examples in some cases would be better. So I think last week it was when the expression binding combinations were present in our project, and you always have to look that up because there are so many possibilities, and maybe in that part for the expression binding, etc., there could be a better documentation.
I'd like to specifically say that the power of the binding concept is something that I see often isn't very clear to people, and I think there needs, but to have a more some sort of more helpful way for people to really grasp how it works.
So what you have in a feeling is that it's very primitive when you have it on the documentation, what you get, and if you need to do something more expert-like, you require, it's not really detailed explained, and you need to find it mostly on your own.
I think there are much more possibilities. You can use it in a project, but there are not that much examples in the documentation for it. It's much more. It's much bigger than you would get it from the documentation.
What I experience is that most people learn how binding really works and the power it has a year or something into actually working with UI5. It's not something you read about or you try your first time and you're like, oh yeah, that makes crazy sense.
Yeah, one thing I remember is really if you then start learning how you really can build up complex UIs just by using the aggregation binding and stuff like that. This is something which you notice really later, but then you really feel the power of what is there behind. And yeah, for sure, things like this, we have to look if there is really some need, and you say that now like that, then that's really definitely something where we should take a look how we can improve that.
But that's also something for someone who's very new to it, that is like trying to climb Mount Everest, because it doesn't really make sense first. You think you understand how it works, and then the more complex it gets, you're like, no, I didn't understand a single thing about this. Someone just recently suggested maybe there would be a possibility of having a sort of playground for certain controls also, but maybe also in combination with concepts like the binding. I'm fairly sure that for UI cards, there is a sort of playground where you can...
the integration cards have this exploration part where you can really demo the things, edit it. But also this is not available on the data binding part, but we have also for the examples, in theory, then also this interactive playground. That's maybe, that relates also a little bit to that what you said for the TypeScript, for the walkthrough parts, that it's not really that interactive like you would expect it. I think this is really some really valid feedback, that we have to look whether we can also make the whole thing more interactive, that you really can do that also online. Like I remember when I lately looked into the Solid documentation, they have some interactive walkthrough where you in the browser step by step do things and then build your application, you get the concepts explained.
And a second thing is when we talk about making the whole, documentation part more approachable. Often, if you're very new to it, you are completely overwhelmed with the amount of different controls you have and you can possibly use, and it's really hard to search for something. If you don't specifically know what you're searching for, you won't find anything. So for new developers in UI5, sometimes they just don't know what to use and how to make a UI more approachable for the actual user, how to make it look a little bit more beautiful and not like, the standard empty UI that has a few buttons and a table. But how do you find what to use? And sure, there is Fiori guideline page. There are a lot of explanations about floor plans, but for someone who's never touched this, that's very far away. Maybe something like searching for icons where you have different words you can search for and you get multiple hits on your search. Maybe something like that, but that's something I just recently had an issue with. I said, why didn't you use that? I didn't know it exists.
Yeah, but this is always a problem when you have a very huge technology which has a lot of things built in, then, and you are not aware of all the things in the beginning, you would not know everything for sure. And only stepwise, when you work more and more with the technology or getting also feedback from your colleagues, then you get stepwise more information. I think this is really a challenging thing, how to organize your content in a way that you can give the people a bit more and a lower entry barrier then.
But also how to solve it without waiting for SAP, for example, to do something about it.
This is, by the way, why I also think one thing which is always quite helpful is to have real examples. And that's also why I like to build examples, share it also in GitHub with others. So I also had today some talks with one or the other from you who said, yeah, he was so happy that he in the past found a solution for his problem in my GitHub, my own GitHub projects I have there, where I make some examples for that. And I think this is something, for sure it's also the problem how to find that, yeah. But having a lot of examples with different solutions helps you also then to find out and learn more about the technology. And that's why I also am so happy if you come up with things you want to show and share with the community, because this helps us all at the end to get better.
So this should be something for best practices, right? Is there like some best practices you always show your clients when they learn UI5, the way how to do it? And is there something like that you could do?
I would like to start this with saying that working for a customer that has different companies they work with, and they are all doing UI5. Say you have 4 companies that do UI5 for you. You get 6 different kinds of qualities and approaches on how these applications are built, which in return means the customer has not only to support his UI5 applications, but also 4 to 6 different sort of ways on how they are built. So I think one question is, what is your personal best practice that you go by? But also, what is the community best practice? And I think SAP UI5 or UI5 still is missing that central point of entry for this is the best practice. I know there was a page once upon a time for that from the DSAG.
DSAG?
Yeah, sorry. For best practice.
Group,
I think that was also a community kind of project, but I don't think anyone knows about that. But this lack of general understanding on how apps should be built is an actual problem for maybe not the developer, but for the people who have to support the applications.
It's a central piece to get started. I think we already have now with the kickstarting templates, the generators, we have already something at hand which at least gives you a good starting point for the whole story. But what you need more is then also how to build the app later on, how that should be structured, what is the ideal structuring. So something at the end which is also part of the walkthrough to explain you how to organize your project. Yeah, I think the walkthrough is still one of the most comprehensive parts for that. Where
in the end, you will still, even if you have those tools and personal best practices, which I don't like, should be aligned with the corporate best practice and the project, I think, you will still find people who will then still try to use JS views instead of XML views and having discussions going around that. How we do this in many projects is basically we do code reviews. And if people use the things they should not use, this is some quite strict feedback.
But you have to have time for code reviews.
I hope you get the time. You take the time in your projects, yeah.
I think that best practice also means to sell to the customer that the standard way is mostly the efficient one. And if you upgrade in the future, you won't run into any errors or something like that. And to point him the way that you go with the standard and not with a lot of custom libraries.
I'm curious, do you use any, what infrastructure setup do you use for your development flow? These guys we saw it today, we still use Gerrit, right?
Internally we use Gerrit, yeah, but there are also projects where GitHub is used.
But inside the UI5 development team?
Yes.
It's scared.
But it's not exclusively, if you look into the distribution, there are also libraries who are contributing to that who have just GitHub. Yeah, also internal GitHub in this case. Yeah.
Just to ask in general, are there any tools you want the community to know about related to UI5?
There are everything that these guys already showed throughout the whole day. But for me, it's interesting what tools people inside companies use for, the whole build setup, the deployment, the code reviews, and testing, test automation, whatever they use. And for me, because topic is developer experience, it starts from the second when a developer has to change an application. Then the question is, how do I get it? How can I get it run on localhost, right? Because then I can run it, I can test it, I can change the code. Finding out where the code needs to be changed is something we can find out, right? And then after this, how do I get it to production? This flow, having it some kind of standardized, and prior to the UI5 tooling, you will not believe what crap I created with Grunt.
I know.
Like this huge, but many companies, and it was scalable, they were running on that up to, hopefully not today, but for a long time. And the UI5 tooling here is definitely a game changer, I would even say.
Definitely. That was also the main reason pushing for that, to standardize the UI5 development server and to standardize the UI5 build. Because this was really, when I saw that in the beginning with Grunt, and also some people did Gulp, this was really horrible. It was a mess, it was uncontrollable. And all these projects, what we have seen in the UI5 lab, they were completely different. You had to copy projects to other projects. That was not natural. It was not NPM standard. Yeah. Today, when I drive the thing for me in my thoughts forward, I always think, what is the standard way of how you would do that? How would an NPM developer do that to consume projects? And then we are looking forward to do that. And I hope that you can see that also in the evolution of the UI5 tooling, plus the ecosystem, that it feels really more natural now.
But is this something that you guys think AI could handle somehow? Like, is there some way you use AI? If we speak about future, AI is a topic everywhere. Do you think we can use that somehow to alter?
I'll go to embarrass myself first. I use AI for development, code correction, and expanding code and stuff like that. But I have never generated any UI5 project using AI so far. I tried at the beginning a lot of things, but most projects I work on are basically using the UI5 toolset that we get to generate, or easy UI5 and stuff like that, with own templates. Custom.
You really built your own easy UI5 templates, right?
We did, yeah.
Because that was also one of the things no one is really knowing maybe so much, yeah, but with easy UI5 you can also host in your own organization own templates and then make use for that, yeah.
We do this for clients, and it's super helpful, super helpful. And what I don't like about easy UI5, I would like something that is just like the UI5 CLI. It looks like it's totally integrated into the UI5 CLI, and not Yo and so on, no Yo man and stuff like that.
But you know that there is also a little NPM package where you can just write easy UI5 instead of Yo?
This you need to tell me right now, please.
But do you make the templates available somewhere?
No, these are corporate templates for customers. Imagine you have an organization of 100 developers, and they have the problems which we just heard here right now. Everyone does something totally different. So you create a template, you teach everybody in trainings, in sessions, how to use the stuff. You tell them not only how to generate your code using those templates, but also how the generated code is structured, how it works in a training. And then they start using that. And after this, that's not a cool part. Suddenly you have 100, 150, 160, 200 applications. And most of them that are created that way, they look almost the same. So I can take him and have a look at my application, and he knows exactly what to call on the CLI to start the application, to, it's kind of like harmonization, having some structure, reusable structure,
Juliana, it seems like you want to say.
What is your experience with using AI as a sort of companion while developing? Because I personally made that experience that it's not very helpful. And you have to understand, and in case of UI5, you still have to understand UI5 to make the decision, is what is being generated actually good or not? Because at times you get results that are like, maybe not.
When I think about AI and the help of AI, for me, a colleague of mine said it a while back in another meeting. He said, AI is something built for senior developers, so you should have already a kind of an experience that you know what it spits out at the end is really good and okay-ish to be used, yeah.
But it's sold as, hey, you don't have to know any development. Use this and you have an application in 10 minutes.
Honestly, for some code stuff, I also use it to make it a lazy thing for me, because if I need to generate regex for doing things for me, it's much easier to write a little bit of comments and then say I need a regex to do this and that, and it answers me and gives me a regular expression as a recommendation what I should use. But still I need to tailor it a little bit later on, because it doesn't 100% fit to all the scenarios. Yeah? So it's also a little bit, maybe coming back to the TypeScript walkthrough, what we do as one thing is that we, in this walkthrough, write everything in TypeScript and then convert the TypeScript code base back to JavaScript. And this conversion, so half of the mile we do with Babel, doing the regular transpilation to the UI5 code base, but Babel, you know, it generates also some additional snippets in there, and they help us. And this I remove completely using regexes, yeah. And these regexes I was too lazy to build by my own, so I asked the AI to do it. For that, it's quite a nice help.
You're a hacker. But just to support you, I have today I had a couple of colleagues and people telling me about AI. It simply doesn't work. I think they wanted to say it simply doesn't work in the UI5 or SAP world. Can anyone support that? Not too many, actually. Well,
so it does work.
Yeah, so I heard this a couple of times today.
I think in specific topics, it works quite well, but you always have to do a code review after it.
That's my point. People think they get an application out of it and never have to look at it ever again. It's just fully done, everything works. But to me, that's very strange, because what if there's an error? How do you, if you have no idea about what's been generated, how do you debug this? And then the answer is, I ask the AI. I tell it that's the error, fix it.
Partially it works out as well, yeah.
It's something automatically that is happening, and they just trust that it's fine. And that's very strange.
As Stefan mentioned, we are also looking into possibilities how we can make use of generative AI or UI, that we can build and generate UI5 apps based on some information. Yeah, this partially works, but also here the output is not really sufficient at the moment. Yeah, and you come up with an error or an application having errors inside. There are strategies what you can do to run them multiple times over that, run linters, run other tools on top of that to validate whether the application is working, or to test it by starting it up and see what kind of errors are occurring, and then let the log analyze by an AI tool to give feedback again to fix the app which is there. But it's still not perfect. Yeah, it's not like you'd say, I need exactly that and this is there. I think we are still a bit away of that, but it's developing further, and I think also the quality of that, what is there, is becoming better. And what I also think, maybe as a last point, and then I leave it up to you again, is that having code snippets out there, open source, open UI5 stuff out there, at least has a better output than from our perspective, that it works at least for these parts of UI5. Yeah.
Make snippets public. This would be something I would hope to have.
Is Andreas here?
Yeah, so these guys, they have some internal nice tool for sharing code examples, and it serves very well for reporting bugs or problems, getting support. So you create some example, it has some specific features, and this is something quite cool, which, by the way, brings me to, am I allowed to ask about bugs?
Yes, of course.
We all not get an answer.
I will not get an answer, but we all develop UI5. We're in projects from 9 to 5, or some from 7 to 9, and during the time we find bugs here and there. That's normal, right? So the question is, how do we get them fixed? Reporting bugs is something that is, of course, important. But as well as just the reporting itself, it's important to make it reproducible in some way. For sure. Making bugs reproducible, sometimes it's an easy bug, sometimes it's such a huge bug. This can be taken, I remember one bug, it's been a long time ago, I don't even remember what it was, but I spent like 3 days on this to nail it down and then making it reproducible. And if there would be a way, something that allows me to report or make it reproducible easier in some kind of an environment that allows me, I have no idea, by the way, but that allows me to, make my example, that would help a lot for the bug report itself.
The issue with that would be sometimes, like, if we would make it open, it's like exploitable. You could, if we make it public, like you said, snippets, it's internal for us. If we have some issues with something or we want to have some samples, we can search for it. But would it be okay to have something like that, like we have the internal samples and just make it public, so it's somewhat moderated what's public for everyone to use? So?
Could be, but you know what I like? Whenever the UI5 guys understand that there is a need for something, they usually come up with some really great ideas. It has been in the past always like that. About APIs, controls, and stuff like that, and think about the tooling, right? And it works now quite amazingly. So I think there can be some discussion. But the bug report for me specifically is so important because I've spent a lot of time on bug reports. These days, we have colleagues and we have a look at them together and someone takes then the burden, let me call it even burden, to make the bug report because it really takes time to make it reproducible and report it, to track the communication on GitHub. And then there's a feedback coming. And in the worst case, you get feedback after, it happened to me, after a month. So you spend 3 days on a bug report and after 3 months, you get feedback, is this still relevant? So if the bug is that big, you probably don't even respond to that, right? So it's both sides. Of course, you guys are very busy and yeah.
So there's still some stuff missing because we only have 2 minutes. So my last question would be, what is missing at UI5 or what could UI5 do to be more approachable or desirable?
I think make it more known to the, now I say younger people, younger developers, but for example, any student that I worked with, their image of SAP is the GUI, very, very ugly user interface that is way too complicated. Very few students that I met, personal experience obviously, they have no clue UI5 exists. The first thing I do as part of the onboarding is showing what we actually do. I mean, it's part of the, before someone works for us, we kind of introduce them first, but part of it is actually showing this is what we do day to day. It's not what you expect it to be. And I think UI5, in terms of universities, is very much not a thing. They get introduced to ABAP, and ABAP is, I like ABAP and doing it, but for a young developer who has to decide between Angular and Vue and whatnot, and then SAP, they will most likely choose everything but SAP, because for them it's very old. It's not something they think is modern and fun.
Yeah, but I think one thing on that direction is really to make this step, so driving the modernization forward. Another thing is also to speak up loud. Yeah, we have this conference, but we don't reach people in university easily. Yeah, how can we do that? At the end, it's also up to us all to speak up loud. It's the word of mouth who is most often driving the thing to the people. Yeah, and if the word of mouth is more often more stronger than even something having a web page here or there, because then you get the people also attracted on that. And there was no one whom I talked in the past after talking to him 30 minutes, 1 hour, who was completely saying, yeah, UI5 is so bad and I still don't want to use it, yeah, you can also get the people attracted to that. And I think really it's something where we also all need to go out and talk about that.
So that's also a good point, most probably to end the session as we came to the close. Go out there, report about UI5, make it known to everybody and make them like it. And also, just at the end, a quick reminder, like the info box, the question box is just outside on the right. Ask your questions, which could have been coming up right now for the later Ask UI5 session. And also at 19 at the canteen, there's going to be a foosball tournament, so a little bit get to talk with each other. That's it, and thank you to all the speakers that you took your time. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to our next session today with Wouter, Lemaire, and the topic is UI5 controls with the rise of UI5 web components. Stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome everyone to my session. You might have noticed that UI5 controls and web components is one of my favorite topics. I talked about UI5 controls in the past a few times. The last 2 years I've been talking also about web components. 2 years ago on how to create your own UI5 web component, bring it to UI5 control and consume it in UI5. Last year I did like a battle together with Jeremy about UI5 controls versus UI5 web components and which one to take. And it's not my favorite topic just because it's super cool. It is super cool, but it's also my favorite topic because besides the core in UI5, this is one of the most important aspects of the UI5 framework. And with all the changes in web components, it's evolving a lot with the rise of web components. And today in this session, I will start with a simple introduction, really low level, and then also show how to bring web components into UI5. I'm not talking about UI5 web components, but really native web components. And you might say, yeah, we've seen this before, of course. Yeah, Peter Muessig showed this last year. I showed this morning. But I will show this from a customer perspective. One of my customers I've been working for, they have their own web components, and I see this more often. More and more companies are investing in UX, and UX means also web components. Why web components? Because web components, it's not just theming. What we see nowadays is often theming and applying the same theme from your portal and your internet, also on your work zone or your Fiori Launchpad. But with web components, it's not just theming, it's also the behavior, the consistent theming and behavior across different applications. And as for one of my customers, it's not in production, but I investigated the possibilities because they have web components. And it's for the company, they're also sponsoring the event today and tomorrow, and the day after. I try to say it in German, 50 Hertz. And there are some employees, please. Okay, they had to validate if I pronounce it correctly. Because it's part of Elia Group, which also has a company in Belgium, and I'm more active in the Belgian part. So let's start with the beginning. Custom UI5 controls. Who has never created a UI5 control? Never, okay, only a few. It's a fair point. It's still valid. If you did this in the past, and you might still do this tomorrow, it's still okay to do this. It's not all about web components, but you need to keep in mind, if it's just a standalone application and you make a simple control just to get along, that's fine, it's still fine. But you need to think about the bigger picture. And with UI5 controls, you don't think about the bigger picture. It will work fine for one application, and you might be able to reuse it in another UI5 application, but you will not be able to reuse it in other frameworks. And that's where UI5 web components come in. UI5 web components give you the possibility to create a web component and reuse it in UI5, but also in other frameworks. And yeah, before I continue, UI5 web components, it's basically web components, but SAP put like a layer on top of it, a UI5 flavor, I call it. You will, if you start building web components, you will see there are recognizable things like I18N files. You will see the theming, like Belize theme and the new Horizon theme. That will all be in there and to give you a boost to create web components that look like a Fiori control. So it gives you the option to make it more reusable. And it also gives you the option to build web components, not only for SAP, but also for other teams or tools inside your company. And your SAP team could become the lead of your UX inside the company. But honestly, I don't think that will ever happen. Is there somebody working for a company where the SAP UX is leading the UX of the company? No, I guess not. But that's not the only reason to use UI5 web components. Another reason could be to reuse it in different frameworks, in Angular, Vue, or React, for example. And the added value of this is that you could use those frameworks to build Fiori applications. You can build a Fiori application using Angular, and it will look the same because of those UI5 web components. And what would be the reason to do this? It could be multiple reasons. First of all, it could be the skill set. If you prefer just to use Angular because you like it, it could also be a question of resources and pricing. So that's another possibility. And then we have the third option. That's the one we will look in today. That's native web components. And in my opinion, this is a game changer. This opens a lot of possibilities, a lot of open doors. With web components, we are able to use native web components inside UI5. And what I see, like 50 Hertz, there are other companies, they are investing in UX. And that's not only theming anymore. It's building components, web components, and a set of web components that they then want to roll out to their entire company. And what I mean with it opens doors, it opens possibilities. In the past, what I see, and still today, we see SAP is used for the data. It's not being used for the UX. They say, provide me the data, we build the UX, because we don't want to have it look like Fiori or make it look like SAP. And with web components, we can use UI5 framework to make it look like any kind of application. And it also opens doors because we can use UI5 to build applications on non-SAP systems, which today we never would. And actually, I already told too much, because here in this part, I wanted to compare them. But just to summarize this, UI5 controls works fine, still can be used, but it's limited to UI5 framework and SAP only. UI5 web components allow you to create and use other frameworks. And maybe use UI5 and Fiori look and feel across your entire company. But that's, again, something I will never see happening. And web components, that's the game changer. That allows you to build any kind of application that doesn't look like Fiori. Now, as I said, one of those companies, one of those examples of web components, they're not just making those web components, they're also publishing it to NPM. Just like we have it with the UI5 web components, at 50 Hertz, they have like Nova web components. And I will show them. So here you have a list of Nova web components. There's also one listed, and because I will come back to this one later, EUI, that's from European institutes. They also have web components. They are also published to NPM. So if you go to NPM, let me see. You can see in NPM we have the Nova components available. And here you also see a link to Nova Elia Group. It's just public on the internet. I'm not connected to any VPN. And what you see here, it's like an overview, similar to the Fiori guidelines. They have their own set of guidelines. And this is not only at 50 Hertz, but also at other companies that they are investing money in user experience. And here you have a set of components, you have alerts, badges, and let me take now alert because I will use this later on. You see how it's being used. You also see how you can consume it in your coding. You see how to use it in Vue, Angular, web component. Maybe in the future we will have the option for UI5 here as well. If I click on the link, I see like the full documentation on like API documentation on how to use it. Okay, that being said, it's time for a demo. So I prepared here a simple application. Before I go into the coding, I will show you what it does. It's just a simple to-do application just to show you the concept and how things work. It's a to-do list, and yeah, I will zoom in here as well. At the top, we have just an input field. I can say, hello, UI5con, and click on the add button, and then it's being added to the list. I can also add a next to-do, stay awake, please. And I can also add it here. Then we can also checkbox it, we can delete. And here in the middle, we have like a drop-down. But you see, it's not a drop-down of UI5, it's a drop-down of the Nova web components. You can say the checked ones, I see the checked ones, unchecked, unchecked, and all. And I see all of them again. So that's basically the demo. Now I will show you what's running behind. So inside my UI5 application, I have just a basic UI5 application. I have here a view, the main view. In the main view, I have here a namespace area which points to this same project into the folder control, because we still need those proxy controls, which I will show right away, to make the connection between the web component and the UI5 framework. But I will come back to it later on. From then on, I can start using those controls, those web components inside the view like any other control. I have here like a field text to do, a value which I can bind to my JSON model. I can use aggregations, put in a button. In a button, I have again an aggregation for adding an icon. I have the drop-down with, again, drop-down items. And I also added here in the comment how we would do this in UI5. So it looks very similar, just different kind of naming. For the table in Nova components is not yet finished, so I use the UI5 table, so we can perfectly combine controls from different frameworks. And in here, again, I have a checkbox from Nova, a button, and an icon. Now, behind this, we have controls. They act as a proxy, and I will just show you the button control. It extends from stencil component, but stencil component extends from web component, and every control that extends, every control that acts as a proxy for a web component should extend from web component. Now, why do we have this stencil component? That's because some parts of the binding are not working 100%, and for this, Peter Muessig provided me a fix which we implemented here. He implemented here, and from then I can just extend from the stencil component. Now, to link this control to a web component, I use the tag. And the tag, we map it with the name of the web component. And the properties, they are mapped with the attributes of the web component. If it's the same name, it's just one-to-one. We can also make a mapping with different naming if you want to change it, but I will show this right away. In web components, we do not have aggregations. There we have slots, so here we can map an aggregation with a slot. And we can have one or multiple. Take, for example, the drop-down. We have here an aggregation to drop-down items. To load the web components, we loaded them here in the component. And then some initialization, which was in the documentation of Nova, we just put it in here. And then for the style sheets, that's also needed to make them work correctly. One last thing, in the package, we need to define it as a dependency. And to make this dependency loaded, we use the node module, a tooling modules task. That will make sure that the NPM packages of Nova are being loaded and that we can use the component, the web component. So to sum it up, we need to define NPM dependencies for the web components. We use the UI5 tooling modules to load the NPM modules. We load the web components in the UI5 component. We create a proxy control, and then we can consume it like any other control. Now, this morning, Peter Muessig showed it without this proxy control. And that's, before I started, when I started the demo, was not yet possible, but that's something new. Based on the metadata of the web components, it should also be possible to automatically generate those proxy controls in between by the tooling. But I have not this in my demo yet. The next few slides is for if you want to do it yourself, to screenshots of all the steps I've done. Just this will be shared afterwards, so you can go through it and follow all the steps. Now, one other demo. I'm going to show you how to create this proxy control. So I'm going to create a control for the alert web component. So here you see, I'm not sure it's clear, yeah. The web component is NV alert, and I want to show the message here, message. This is the text of the message. What I'm going to do in the control folder is creating a new file, alert.js. And I'm going to create a control that extends from web component, because it's not two-way binding. I can simply use extend from web component, not stencil component. I will give it a name, alert, and I will make the mapping with NV with the Nova alert web component. If I already add this to my view, you will see that it will show this alert at the top. So I can now say elia dot double dots alert. This will already show at the top this blue box. Now, the blue box is not enough. I also want to have a message. So one of the properties to show the text is message. I'm just going to add message. Hello UI5con. Again, it's not going to show anything. It's still empty. But as soon as I provide the property, message, type string, that's fine. Now it will make the connection between the proxy control and the web component. And now you see, hello, UI5con. But take, for example, if you want to give it another name. I'm going to say I want to call it text. This will not work because it's not connected. I also need to change this in the control. I need to change it here to text. It will still be empty because it will not be mapped. Therefore, they have foreseen this property mapped. And here I can say I want to map this property with the property message of the web component. If I now save this, message text, of all my trials, it never failed. I map text. Okay, for some reason it's not working anymore, but never mind, I think you get the point. We can map it with properties. Strange. But I'm not going to try and fix it. I will look at it afterwards. One other thing what I want to share is with the demos of SAP, you always see it running locally, which always looks nice. But what I also did is I deployed this to BTP. And I have deployed it to my trial account. So this is running, if you look at the URL, on my trial account, this is running with the Nova web components. So I can say, hello, UI5con, click on add, and this just works also in BTP. All right. So to wrap it up, in general, more and more companies are using web components, and they're also publishing it to NPM. It's not the only one I've seen. I will also share, I come back to the one from EUI, and that's the point. Not all web components work. For example, the one from EUI, EUI is Angular web components, and they do not work with UI5. So depending on the type of web components, it might or not work. And sometimes additional logic is needed. And I will also show you something, and that's also the difference from SAP. I will be very honest here of how it's working. It works quite well when you keep it to the basics, but one of the things I had to do, for example, is every time if you change the list by filtering or whatsoever, I always have to clear my JSON model for that list and fill it up again. Otherwise, I had like empty lines or missing lines or whatsoever. And there are some strange things. Also in the controls, we had to add for events, for example, for events, we had to add additional logic to make it work, but it also depends on the implementation of the web component. It depends on how they implement the web components. It depends on the integration with UI5. In general, stencil web components work very well, but depending on the implementation, might need additional information. And then, yeah, my last point, I've proven that it works locally as well deployed. The configuration, I will publish this GitHub repository. I'm not going to show the details on how to configure it to deploy to BTP because that's not the purpose of today. I will share this repository and you can freely look into it. And if you want to deploy something to BTP, it will probably also work for ABAP. You can find the configuration in this repository. And with that, I made it to the end. If you have any feedback for me, I'm happy to improve my presentation skills, so feel free to share it. And you can scan the QR code. And finally, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Wouter. I have the cube for questions, so.
Hi, Wouter. Well, thanks for the great presentation. I have one question. Do you have any insights on performance for both?
I forgot to mention it. Yes, good point. There was one thing on my slide of the I had to mention here. Thank you for asking the question. It was meant to be mentioned in here. So I did last year the performance comparison between UI5 controls and web components. And what seems back then is that the performance is equally. Sometimes UI5 controls were faster than UI5 web components. But in theoretically speaking, web components should be faster. Maybe today it's not yet the case, but UI5 web components have the most potential to have better performance. Possibly, I'm pretty sure and convinced, based on the implementation, that they have more potential to improve than UI5 controls, because in the end, UI5 controls is on top of the DOM, while the web components is inside the DOM.
Yeah, or even shadow DOM, I think.
Shadow DOM, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Further questions?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. And I have a question that's maybe also for the architectural thing. When I develop a custom web component and I want to make use of well-known UI5 mechanisms, for example, like drag and drop, is there any way I can, for example, start a drag and drop session out of a stencil or web component that it gets propagated to other UI5 controls or something like that?
I don't know. I guess, yeah, I have no clue.
Okay,
sorry.
Thanks. Anybody?
Questions? Where are questions? If not, then thank you, Wouter. Applause for you. Thank you. We will continue in 5 minutes with the next session. Welcome to the next session today. And now we have Marcel and Katrin, and they will present you the updates about the flexible programming model. Let's go.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Some of you have seen us around at the expert corner already, and we moved all of you here because most of the questions came on that topic. We both are in the SAP Fiori Elements and Tools area, UX Foundation, we are called, and are here to make your lives easier when creating SAP Fiori apps, but also the ones in-house. And you've just noticed, flexible programming model is a very hard term to use, and that is one of the reasons why we want to be more specific. And our area worked over the last years very hard to decompose, as Germans can say it, or like break down SAP Fiori Elements into a set of building blocks, and that is what you can use for whatever you need to do. So it fundamentally changes what you can do. And we know who you are, UI5 crowd, you want to code, you want to see your code in action, and you want to be creative. And then we talk about SAP Fiori Elements and think, floor plans, done. Not quite. Because these set of building blocks that we have now used in our floor plans, you can use creating custom pages, arranging the building blocks as you want them, building things up, take things out, and extend with UI5 coding. That's all right. And that is the custom page that you can create with your tools. You can use a page layout building blocks so that it helps you keeping padding, spacing, and generic features within a page without even having a building block in there. But these building blocks are the center of our attention, what we do. You will get all the benefits of what we put into the building blocks, no matter where you use them, in the floor plan, pre-delivered, pre-wired for the most common use cases, list report object page, or for the custom page, annotation-driven, in UI consistency, and of course, all the enterprise-ready features that you don't want to deal with, personalization. You don't want to do that for every single column in a list in a table. So that is where these building blocks come in handy. And it is about your choice for the set of blocks. Is it a custom page or is it a standard floor plan that you also can extend? Like, depending what your project needs, you have to be clear, or like whoever wants an app from you has to be clear what the target picture looks like. And this is where we thought we can be even of more help and came up with the SAP Fiori development portal. That is how we call it. That is where we frame the overall story. You see on the top building blocks, that is the center of our attention, and the rest is the use in these two places, floor plans or your own layout. That is where you can get creative. Take all the building blocks wherever you can avoid tedious work that you don't want. Use your power for the creativity that you have. And to show you how that looks like, we have Marcel here before we go into more detail what we envision, and you go into detail what you can envision, then we can have this conversation going. Marcel?
Yeah, thank you. So let me open the browser, and yeah, I'd like to give you a labs preview of our new Fiori development portal and how it can help you to implement Fiori applications. So as you know, we have many building blocks with lots of features, and I know it's sometimes very hard to keep the overview and to know how to implement them. And this is where the Fiori development portal will help you. So we show all the building blocks with its features, explain how you can consume them, but also how you can extend them. And I'd like to show you a few examples. And I want to start with the field, which is the basis of nearly every application and building block. And as you can see, it has lots of different representations. And how you can implement them, you will find out in the pages. So one example is a checkbox, which is enabled once your property is a Boolean property. Or take another one, let's take the date picker, which is shown once the property you point to the field is a date type. You can also influence it via annotation. So let's take the input with a value hub. So if you have the value list annotated, we show a type ahead and a value hub dialog. Or last but not least, the data point. Once you have the data point annotated, we show a progress indicator. So as you can see, every page has a similar structure. So there's always an introduction, so you know what the feature is about. There's always a link to the documentation. So in case you need some more details, you can check out the documentation. And for sure, there's one or more sample. But not only this, that's an interesting part, we also show you how you can implement it. How that can be CAP code, CAP CDS code, but that's also new. We also aim to show the RAP CDS code here. If we have some RAP developers here, I guess so, yeah, thank you. And we show you the local annotations as well. So in case you, or the XML annotation in case you need them as a local annotation. There can be also manifest settings or controller coding or UI5 XML views. So let me show you another one, the table, which is a more complex one. So this not only brings in the visuals, so the lines you want to see here, but also if your entity set is editable, the user can create instances, delete instances, and perform action. All this is part of the building block. So let me show you another very nice feature of this new Fiori development portal. So as you can see here, those are the annotations you need to render such a table. But if you click here on Show Code, we directly navigate to the CDS, and you see the annotation, the full context. And not only this, you can also influence it. So as you can see here, on the left, the table now shows only 3 columns because it's responsive, and due to the code editor, we have less space. But it shows the status. Also, the status is actually the 4th column in the list. I can influence this one with the importance. So let me change this one to low. Now low, sorry. And you see immediately the effect. The status disappear, and we show the end date. So the table has many more features. So I mean, you can also check out the tree table, analytical table, upload tables to upload files, and it has many more features. But it also brings in extension support. So if you're happy with the table, but you need some more custom code, you can add custom columns. In this case, it's a micro process flow or custom actions. Also in the tool, you can find out how exactly you can implement this one. So let me continue with the floor plans. So before implementing any custom page, we strongly recommend you to start with the floor plans or to have a look at the floor plans, the list report and the object page. So the list report is usually used as a starting page of your application, and it has the filter bar and the table already in a predefined structure. With some variations, so we have the work list without a filter bar, or we have the analytical list page that also shows visual filters on top. And then the other one is the object page, which usually shows one instance and also sub-items, but it also allows the user to edit the document. And even here, we have our building blocks, the header, the form, table, charts, and so on. But even if this layout does not yet fit your needs because you need some custom, we have custom extension support also for both floor plans. So like custom header, custom sections, custom actions. So let me show you the custom sections, the object page, for example, where we add a custom section with a flight map. Exactly. So, but if you need a very special UI and the floor plans don't fit, you can use our custom pages and make use of our building blocks whenever possible. So in this case, you can either do it completely freestyle with any layout you want, or you can use our page building block, which already has a predefined structure. So it as a title and some spacing and some padding and so on. In this case, I added some progress indicator and some tiles with open travel requests. But here again, it's our table building block. So if the user now wants to accept this travel, he or she needs to navigate into it, need to click on edit, accept it or reject it or whatever. But let's assume we want to improve this a bit. Even here you can use our tool to explore our building blocks and what and how you can extend them. So let me show the code. And as you can see, we have TypeScript here now, as TypeScript is our recommended way to implement Fiori applications. And this makes your life easier. You can check out our examples, you can do changes, we have live transpiling in the browser, and you can copy it into your project. So let me, hopefully it's still in the copy. Sorry, that was stupid. I have to copy it one more time. It looks like I did something else in the meantime, sorry for that. So let me copy that one. I prepared a snippet. So, and didn't copy it. Give me one more second, we still have the time. So, and now that's the live demo. Maybe would be faster to implement it. Okay, here we are. So, as you can see, now once the user clicks on the tile, I'll show a dialog. That's standard UI5 coding. So now the user can accept or reject or can still navigate to the detail page. But that's still not very helpful because the user doesn't know what he or she accepts. So let's use our building blocks also in our controller coding. So as you can see here, I now create a form and a table. The form points to the so-called field group annotation. You can check the building block form page to find out what exactly you need. Or the table, this one points to the line item annotation. And by just those few lines of code, and once I also add it to the content of the dialog and run it again, I can now see all the information I need to accept or reject the travel. So with this, I'm able to accept now my travel to Ibiza paid by SAP. So I guess I have to pack my bags. Katrin, the stage is yours.
But you can't leave without putting the slides back up. Thank you, Marcel. This was a preview into something that we are currently cooking up for you to make that decision. What is it, what your project target picture actually should look like? And that is the purpose of this. It's not like for creating code that you copy paste to someplace else and then you just make use of it, but it is to have exploration to come up to the proper target picture. And that's where we also try to serve all team members to come up with that. So it's not just the developer that's focused, because you have business analysts, or you have like some even include end users in their definition of the target picture. Everybody should find solution. That's why it's not the code that is up at the beginning, but the options of the building blocks, what the visualization options, and then it can be explored together with the different project members. And it is because we have that all like, Marcel said, like he changed the code, and it's right there. You see the effect, like what you can actually adjust. This real-time exploration is a key element of our like SAP Fiori development portal, in to make the choices, or like that you can make the choice for your project. So it is about picking your set of blocks. Remember, these are in the floor plan, but they are also in the custom page, and how you can combine them, extend the floor plan also using building blocks, or building from scratch the custom page, and who listen closely to the latest and greatest in the plans we're having, in the Fiori elements and tools, you know also what direction we are getting at with our overall solution in SAP Fiori elements for your tools. If you want to keep that link, this is where the visualization you currently you have seen from Marcel will end up once the temperature is right in the oven and we actually have it ready. The tools elements session set Q3, that is what we have in the plan. Right now, you still come up with the flexible programming model Explorer. That will be changed the visual way and also the target direction that we are having here. So that is where, and this link stays stable. So whatever you bookmark now will be stable for once we have that. That is the key message. Pick your set of blocks, make use of the help we are having there, and then let us know, because we let extra room for lots of your questions and your input. What else would you benefit from in this decision-making process from checking out what we have in the books for you? Having said that, that is a formal part. Now it's throwing the box, maybe. I'm just picking that up. If you have any questions. Thank you. No, I'm taking the first row, and he can throw it over.
Hi, thank you for presentation. So it's not a question, just I'm ranting about the annotations for past, I don't know, 5 years, because they are so not clear how to write it and where to find correct information. So thank you for such initiative and project. Yeah, finally, I hope it will arrive soon. Yeah, could go free.
We also taking that. Thank you very much. Come on, Matthias.
Fiori development portal, will it support choosing the versions, or will it always work with the latest UI5 version?
No.
That is a very good question, and that is not the first time we hear that, and that is already put into our books to make sure we address it.
I'm a big fan of flexible programming model Explorer. The current version, it's also great. Yeah, it's missing annotations big time, but yeah, and choosing the version is a big thing, because you guys introduce many things with each and every new. It would be great to see with the latest, is it possible, or shall we stay with the oldest one?
I mean, just to add, already now in the flexible programming model, you can change the version. So same in the SDK, UI5 SDK, you can change the version. Same you can also do in the flexible programming model, so that you see the version of this UI5 version. Same we will also provide for the new Fiori development portal. And there's also the request for each feature to know from which feature this feature is supported. That's something we, as Katrin said, will take to our list. Yeah.
Any other question over there? Well, now you become sportive. Boing. Oh.
Thank you.
Like playing pool. Cool.
Like I understand, most building blocks are made with draft in mind. Maybe, but you could also use them without draft, with e-tag handling. But it's not really clear which one are supported without draft. So maybe it's an idea to add to the documentation which are and which are not.
The general statement we should have made very clear also is that this, I mean, we have SAP Fiori Elements V2 for our data V2 and for data V4. If you have a sequential, like a sequence in numbers, the higher one is also most usually the one that the most effort goes into moving forward. That one is V4, and that is where our focus is. And V4, per definition, is based on draft.
But you could also use V4 without draft. It's possible.
Yeah. But like, would we maintain the individual pages? Like, you can use that without draft. Maybe that is not the right approach for like the overall direction we all want to go, because draft is much appreciated for the majority of the cases that we know. But like, having heard that, thanks.
Thank you.
So down here.
Yep. Oh.
Next time we should plan for a pool tournament. That works very well.
So thank you for the great presentation. Very interesting.
One last question is, what did you say when it's going to be available? Tomorrow? Christmas? Next year?
We like the interest, the level of interest. The predecessor is already there.
I'm interested in that.
The predecessor is already there. The next version is
so
on the way. All you've seen on his machine is there.
Yeah, of course, on his machine.
Not live, but is there.
So take care on your machine. Next 3 months, next half year?
Yeah. Like,
okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's why you can bookmark it already now, and then over the summer. It's coming. Now, sportiveness.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, so for example, using the table building block, I would like to do some freestyle development on it. Will there be, at the moment it's not supported to get the underlying table in the building block. There's not like a standard Git method for that. Is that something that's frowned upon, or will it be in the future possible? Or?
No, it's the same as it is in V2. No, we aim to keep it stable. Also, if we change UX requirements, if you need to change things, that's the idea. I mean, we provide you, and there is an API access. We hope to provide the most meaningful API. If you're missing something, get back to us. We can check if we can add it, but you will not get access to the internal tables. That's the idea. So to be able to change and to evolve our building blocks.
No, that's an easy one over there.
Maybe related, is it possible to fork a building block and then basically have maintained it?
Should we have asked for all the ideas?
Not right now. I mean, we don't have such a process right now. I mean, for sure you could extend it on your own, but we don't have a process so that you can contribute, at least not right now.
Thank you.
I mean, and there are good reasons. And one is the compatibility, like on the way forward, and also that we can have the evolution of the design system being reflected in and how can we keep up the consistency of everything. Like, we don't want to have things break for you. But maybe we need to also understand all the reasoning behind having that in a different conversation. Are there more questions? One more. I'm not sure who's keeping track of time. I think we have 3 more minutes, right?
Yeah, hello. It's more about a thing I saw this morning on the Fiori elements. You had like the collaborative draft and the local edit. Is that purely in the front end, or does your OData V4 model also need some tweaking for that?
Both. So, so currently, this is only supported by RAP. CAP has it on the roadmap, both the side effects events and the collaboration draft, but now it's just supported by RAP. By CAP, it's quite easy. It's implemented natively. So the collaboration draft you can enable easily, same to the side effects events, and then it's implemented on Fiori elements. And the building blocks. So if you use our building blocks, even a custom page, you can make use of side effects events and collaboration draft.
Okay, cool.
So
thanks.
in the first part of that development portal, SAP Fiori development portal, we have the building blocks, more the visual part, and then we have an interaction section, and this is where you'll find it.
Exactly.
You have
just a quick question, maybe. For me, it seems like that the building blocks are mostly built for CAP, and also you mentioned, or at least in the documentation, not every example had a RAP example.
Not yet. So we aim to provide the RAP examples as well. The RAP
so
CDS examples.
But you are planning to do that for all the examples, for all the building blocks, because that's what keeps me and my team from building with elements most of the
That's
time.
a wish. I mean, we will not have a live edit for now. So I mean, only the CAP you can do the live edit, but at least you will get the RAP CDS, so you can enable the feature with RAP quite easily.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Maybe not in the first version. I don't want to promise something, but very soon,
Because we know there are so many customers are like extending the portfolio like on a BTP, and then it's CAP natively. But we have so many people on our S4HANA, and we know that, and that's why we actually took the route on adding the wrap part to serve both.
Simple question. Any option to make this part of Open UI5?
Fiori Elements is delivered as part of UI5, and then the UI5 toolkit has the entry point for Fiori Elements as well. And there you have access to that as well. We try, and we have to, that is one of the upcoming steps, where else we make that available.
So, Open UI5.
Open UI5. Oh.
No.
Taking that as input right now. There's, like the plans we've seen in the Fiori Elements and Tools session, that was not on that list yet. Taking that as input. But like for us, it's like having some Fiori Elements is very much bound also to, and the building blocks is the design system and what we can do there. Like the question is, what would you need open source there? In the Open UI5, let's say. Eligo. Is there another question? There's one more. Time for one more, if we sneak in an extra half a minute. Or we just let you go? Or there's a debate on the question, yes or no? Are we done? No more questions? I mean, we're out there waiting for you for more input. Some of you are more silent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcel, and thank you, Katrin, for this stage. And see you in a few minutes for the next one. our next session, and the next session is with Wouter about tooling. Get to know your tooling. Have fun.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everyone to the session about the tooling. Before I start, I want to say in this session I'm taking it back to the basics because I experienced that even experienced developers have sometimes a hard time configuring the tooling because there are so many different ways to configure the UI5 tooling, and it works all fine as long as you're working on one single application. But as soon as you start combining components, libraries, you get stuck. And you need to find a way to get it to work, and it's not always clear because even experienced developers, they are focusing on developing the applications, not always on the tooling. But I strongly believe that it's important to know your tooling. A fool with a tool is still a fool. And I'm a fool as well because I generated this today with ChatGPT, and you see where the water is coming from the image. I just noticed, so if you don't use it the right way, it's still messed up. It will be very basic. So if you think you know everything about the UI5 tooling, I don't hold you back. You can leave still now, so it doesn't harm at all. But it will be the basics. So first I will start with an overview about the tooling, and then I will show some things on how to connect components, libraries, even third-party libraries, and talk shortly about deployment. First of all, and I don't want to discriminate something or minimize things, but you have the UI5 tooling, and what's the difference with the Fiori tooling, UI5 tooling, and you have even UI5 community plugins. It might be very confusing when you just start with the UI5 tooling. Basically, the foundation is the UI5 tooling. And the Fiori tooling, and I'm really minimizing it now, Fiori tooling is more than just what I'm showing here. It's a set of plugins, UI5 tooling plugins, that plug in the UI5 tooling to make the Fiori tooling. But of course, the Fiori tooling comes with more than just some plugins. They also have generator, they have an extension for Visual Studio Code, they have some libraries that you can use. But if you look at running UI5 applications and building UI5 applications, then it's just a small set of plugins, UI5 tooling plugins and middlewares and tasks. And besides that, we also have UI5 community plugins that basically can do the same thing. And just to give you an idea, I made a list of them and put them next to each other. So here you have the Fiori tooling plugins, and on the other side, the community plugins. As you can see, we have like Fiori tooling, we have the app reload. Community plugins, we have the middleware live reload. It does the same thing. We have a Fiori tools proxy and a simple proxy from the community. Now, the simple proxy is not as advanced as the Fiori tooling proxy. We have the serve static. It does exactly the same thing. Fiori tools preview, we don't have a plugin in the community, but we basically just run UI5 serve. Deploy to ABAP, that's not really part of the Fiori tooling, it's a different package, but I put it under Fiori tooling. And there, I would still use deploy to ABAP, but we have NetWeaver Business ABAP deployer, UI5 uploader, other NPM packages that are available. But in the community, we also have more technically advanced plugins like tooling modules that we use for third-party plugins, which I will also show. The app router plugin, and there are many more as well. I'm going to show you. So here, the Fiori tooling, you can find it on NPM. It's all documented how the middleware works, how the tasks work, the proxy, and so on. You can find it back here. And that's mainly the UI5, the Fiori tooling that you will use to run your UI5 application. But if you search for packages on NPM, UX, UI5, you will find many more. Many more. There is packages for the generator, for what's behind the Fiori tooling, some libraries. I don't know all of them, but Fiori tooling is bigger, but also like the plugins for VS Code and so on. Then we have a set of community plugins, and I will share the presentation afterwards. We have the URLs. Here you have a list of a list of plugins from the community. You have here like the live reload, you have simple proxy, and UI5 middleware UI5, which I will also use later on. And the big difference here is the ones from Fiori tooling, that's coming from SAP, UI5 plugins, you can do pull requests, changes requests, and you can even share your own plugin with the community. If you think something is missing in the tooling, you can create your own plugin, share it here, and everyone can consume it. So that's about the tooling. Besides the tooling, we also have generators. And I want to focus on the main two generators that we have, and that's the Easy UI5 generator and the Fiori tooling. And I put them next to each other to compare. Both of them, they have a CLI, but like the Fiori tooling comes with a UI that you can use in Business Application Studio or in Visual Studio Code. Now, for making change requests, because it's open source, it might be easier, but still it will not be as easy as a GitHub pull request when it comes to Easy UI5. Easy UI5 is on GitHub, you can make pull requests, and the community will review and merge your pull request. Now, the license is also different. Fiori tooling comes from SAP, while Easy UI5 is community-driven and open source. Of course, they mentioned it this morning, Fiori tooling has become open source. But I don't know at this point what it means, open source. We can contribute, of course, I know the meaning of open source, but does that mean that we can do pull requests and that it will be accepted in a day or two? Or will it take months and weeks like we're used to with opening a case? Also, when it comes to TypeScript support, both of them support TypeScript. Fiori Elements, it's only the Fiori tooling. Integration with backend systems, Fiori tooling is way more ahead of Easy UI5. Easy UI5 has a basic integration with OData, but not all the authentication methods are being handled. Now, when it comes to library and controls, that's not available in the Fiori tool, and then you have Easy UI5, which I will also show an example of. Deployment is again limited in Easy UI5, and Fiori tooling is really advanced for BTP and ABAP. The big difference and the big advantage of Easy UI5 is that you can create your own generator and bring it to the generator. And as an example here, I think a few years back when TypeScript was still in beta, as long as it's in beta, SAP will not bring it to the Fiori tooling. Together with Andreas and Peter, I provided a first generator for TypeScript in Easy UI5. Because it's community, open source, there is no license or connection to SAP, and you can put in every generator you like. All right, there was some introduction about the different tooling and the different generators. Now I will jump in some coding. I'm going to show you how to run an application using the UI5 tooling combined with Fiori tooling, but especially focusing on connecting libraries and components in this. So I have the slides just to check that I don't miss anything, but I will just focus on the coding. So I have here a repository, just a folder with 3 projects. The library, this is being generated with the Easy UI5 generator. And here I have just one simple example. Control, it's just generated, comes out of the box with this generator. I have a component with one view, and it just contains like a message strip just to show you that it's being loaded. And then I have my main application, the sample application, where I will use the control from the library and the component, and also some additional logic that connects to an OData service. So let me run this application. I will also show you how it looks, just to have an idea of what we're looking at. Give it a second. So it's basically a simple app. We have here the example control, then here we have the message strip from the component, and then the list. Now I used npm start, and I will show you 3 different ways on how to run this application with a library and a component. And there is even a 4th way, but I will keep this for, not for this session. If you look here in the package.json, I made 3 different scripts to run. npm start, which is using Fiori run, without a config file. Without a config file, then it will take out of the box UI5.yaml file. I have a second one, start local. Here it has a config UI5 local.yaml file, and then it will use that configuration. And then the third one is start CDN, which takes the CDN. The first one is using this UI5.yaml, and here I'm using the Fiori tool, the Fiori proxy, which is using the proxy for loading the resources, the libraries from the UI5 website, and also connecting to the backend. And I'm using here Fiori tools static for connecting my library. So here, the path resources. So out of the box, when you start a UI5 application and it loads a library, it will resolve this always /resources / the namespace of that library. So automatically it will look for resources. But by the configuration of the proxy tooling, if you do not use a serve static, it will go to the UI5 tool website. But on the UI5 website, we don't have this library. So therefore, I use serve static to say, this part, you have to load it from this local directory. And because, I'm using TypeScript, so it needs to be in the this folder. TypeScript cannot run in the browser directly, so it needs to be compiled. I do also the same for the component. The benefit of this setup is that you can use your local directory, but you can also use it to point to directly to your ABAP system or your cloud system. But authentication-wise, it might be a bit more complicated than that, but theoretically speaking, it's an option. And just to show you, in the application itself, we just use the library like any other library. Like this is for the library, for the component, we use component usage. And then it will automatically go to resources, and that will be resolved by the tooling, by using serve static. Just to check if I did not miss anything. So you always need to build, of course, but once the build is there, you can run it like this. Another way is using NPM. And NPM and libraries in UI5 work out of the box. For NPM, I just have here in the package.json a connection for the namespace of my library to the folder. And there is one thing you need to do. In the library itself, it will look for, so if you run the UI5 tooling and you have like a library in your package, in one of the dependencies, it will look for in the dependencies for the UI5.yaml file, and it will look at the type library. If it's a library, it will load that library, and it will load from the configured path, which is here from the this folder again. That's why I changed the UI5 YAML file and the build script. I had to switch them. Originally, this one is generated as UI5-dist, but then it will not work because it uses the default UI5 YAML file to make this mapping. And I will also show you that this works. So if I now run, I will clear everything, npm run start local. And this takes a bit more time because I forgot to mention, in the local, we are not using the serve static, at least not for the libraries, the UI5 libraries. If you look here at the proxy, we just use it to connect it to the backend. For the UI5 libraries, we have defined them here, and then it will download them locally when you run the application. Once they are locally, it will run the debug files. That's also why it's a bit slower, because it will load all the libraries with the debug files and not the preload files. But it makes it easier to debug, of course. So also here you see, by using npm packages, it loads the library, it loads the component, and the application is still working. Same application, different configuration. For the component, so just to be sure that I'm not missing anything, and also to recap, so out of the box, we just need to add it as an npm package and point it to the local directory. We still need to point to this folder and always do a build or compile. There is no live transpile, but probably we can configure this. And we need to switch the configuration file so that we can add the resources to the right directory. Now, for the component, this does not work out of the box. for the component, we need to add UI5 middleware UI5. And this is super interesting because this UI5 middleware UI5, it's not just going to load the component, it's also transpiling on the fly. And I will show you this. So if you look here, like the component information demo, if I go to my component, I go to the web application in the view, and I change the text, hello UI5con. Okay, the auto refresh is not configured, but if I refresh now manually, I didn't do a compile of the TypeScript files, but you see, it automatically did the compilation by this proxy. So, to come back to the component, on the one hand, working with the Fiori tooling, we use a serve static. If we use NPM, we use the UI5 middleware UI5, add a dependency in the package. I haven't shown this, but it's the same way as for the library. It's here in the package.json. We also have here the component defined. And then it finds it sees that's the component, and it will also do the transpiling. No build required. There are already two ways for connecting a library and a component. Now there is even a third way, using CDN. When you use CDN, I have here for a different index page, that's putting the URL completely in the index page. Should be avoided at all costs, but sometimes for some reasons, there might be good reasons to have this. But this also means always, if you get a library, it will go to ui5.sap.com. So you need to change the resource roots. And you can do this in the manifest as well, but I do this in the index because if you deploy to a launchpad, the launchpad will never use the index. So the index is purely for local testing, and then you're not impacting your application. So here I say for the library, go to this part. For the component, go to the other part. And in the cdn.yaml, I have here again the serve static, and I say for this tooling library, go to this directory, and the same for the component. Be aware that you need to disable the Fiori proxy to load the UI5 tooling, otherwise it will conflict with each other and it will not be able to load them. So also to show you that this works, npm run start cdn. Again, same application, again, different configuration. And here you see I didn't do the build, and here you see the hello UI5con is not there. So I showed this, and here in this image you see, for example, if you do not configure the serve static, it will go to the UI5 website and then it will not work. So just to summarize, I showed you three options. The first one is using the Fiori tooling in combination with serve static. Second one is using the UI5 tooling using NPM packages. And the third one is CDN, also using serve static. There is a fourth option using workspaces in UI5, but I never used it myself. I also never seen it in a project, but that's also a possibility. Now, it's not on the top of it, but option 2 is actually the best way forward because it's the closest one to web standards. Okay, so we connected the library, we connected the component. Now we can also, I also want to show you how to connect a third-party library because that's also often the case. To do this, I'm going to stop the server. I use the local way of working with NPM packages, and here I added the UI5 tooling modules middleware. This will resolve any dependency that you use in your application, and that's also in the NPM packages. I, for example, made an example of decimal.js, and in the component I'm using this one. So in the component I'm importing decimal, and I have here just an example, getting some decimals in different ways and then checking if it's equal. If I start npm run start cdn, no, not cdn, sorry, local, it will now run the application and also load not only the component and the library, but also the third-party library and give me the message equal. It's just a basic example to show you how to use third-party libraries. And again, yeah, it's the local one, it's loading all the debug files, so voila. It's also now loading the third-party library. If you want to use not with the serve static, for example, then you will have to download the library manually and put it in your project or in any other way or the direct URL. But if you use NPM, NPM way of working, local way of working, then you can just use NPM. So yeah, to summarize, install UI5 tooling modules, configure the middleware, install the package, and for NPM setup, this will work perfectly fine. The last point is for deployment. And about deployment, I'm not going to zoom in too much on deployment, but I see often here at UI5con, but it's just in general, that deployment is often forgotten. People are not always talking about deployment. I've been deploying to ABAP, but also to BTP, and one of the pain points I always see coming back is the configuration of the manifest of your OData connection. And I will just jump to it. For example, here my sample application, I have here an OData service configured, and you look at the slash. So if you run, in VS Code I'm not sure, but if you run in Business Application Studio, this slash is required. If you deploy to an ABAP system, this slash is required. If you deploy to BTP, the slash is not required. But if you're running in BAS and you need to have it to run locally, I've seen developers always removing when deploying, forget about it, and then they have to deploy again, and so on and so further. But there are ways to solve this. You can just keep the slash, and you handle it in your configuration. You have, like here in this example, I have two deploy configurations, one for Cloud Foundry, one for ABAP. In ABAP, I don't do anything for the slash. For Cloud Foundry, in the past, we had Web ID extension task update manifest, which was going to remove this slash. But nowadays, we have the UI5 task zipper, which makes a zip to put it in the MTA to deploy to Cloud Foundry. This has the option relative paths true. As soon as you add this to the configuration, it will automatically remove that front slash, and you don't need to take care of it. So in the package, I have different deployment options. So I have like build Cloud Foundry, which will be triggered by the MTA file. I have a build MTA, which will use the MBT tooling to do the build and triggers the build CF. And here, the build CF will use the UI5 deploy CF file. Once we have the MTAR file, we can use Cloud Foundry to deploy. I have also a deployment statement for ABAP, which will do the build first, and then use Fiori deploy, which will use the UI5 deploy ABAP file. So different configuration files to point to different targets. For MTA, there is much more for BTP, but I don't want to go in too many details on that one for now. So the main thing is, the update, the slash, will be handled by the zipper middleware by using relative paths. We have a script for building Cloud Foundry and MTAs. The additional files, I will share the repository afterwards so you can look into it. For ABAP, it needs to stay, and we have a different comment. And with that, I'm at the wrap-up. I'm just going to share a few more tips and tricks. I would say don't use a CDN in your URL in your index, because once you do that, the configuration will become ignored and not be used anymore. The closest configuration to web standards is the way of using NPM. Fiori tooling in general is more complete, support the plugins in VS Code, the generators, the plugins. But in my opinion, the community is more technology-wise advanced. And in that sense, I mean that it's like creating a control, the middlewares for app router. It's when you really want to do more advanced stuff, like creating a library, then the Fiori tooling is not good enough. But you can perfectly combine both. As you have seen, I do not always enable auto-reload, because I think it's irritating, but that's just my opinion. I have sometimes had the issue with Business Application Studio, if the Fiori run statement fails, that it's not working. But in the end, you can just use UI5 serve and it will do the same. It will just take the same configuration and it will be like Fiori run. And yeah, to end the presentation, some try to occupy Mars. Let's start by understanding our tooling.
Thank you, Wouter, for this presentation and this great overview about what is achievable with UI5 tooling and Fiori tools. So, room for questions. I have the cube. I try my best.
Thank you, Wouter. You basically used all the tooling, UI5 tooling, Fiori tooling, everything more or less what is available right now. Can you suggest or imagine something what can be improved in the whole integration process of all these libraries and components?
What can we improve for? Sorry.
Like in general, like was everything easy, or do you have suggestions to improve something there?
I think if we can improve something, if you can improve something, then it's like we have now. What I see is for many developers, they are confused. You have the UI5 community plugins, you have the Fiori tooling that have the exact same functionality. That's a confusion I think we need to get away from. No, okay. It's so the same plugins, but from different tooling. That's confusing for many people. Also, from looking the Fiori proxy in combination with the UI5 tooling, there I think there is a bit lack of clear guidance. If you look in the UI5 tooling documentation, so I think there we should maybe have a better guideline on how to the different ways on how to run things. And yeah, harmonize the different tooling, like Fiori tooling, UI5 tooling. Why not making it just one tooling? That's my opinion, but I need to be careful because he's from the tooling team.
Well, you actually made good arguments why it should be separated, right? So now you're saying it's harmonizing, but you made arguments to separate it more.
Yeah, but like what I showed in the beginning, like those, like this overview. Yeah, this one confuses a lot of people.
Yeah. So because it's duplicate plugins. So
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in general, my recommendation is to use the Fiori tooling for your applications, and then if you need something more advanced, like the libraries or the middleware plugin, then you start adding the plugins from the community. That would be my recommendation in general.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, good. More questions?
More questions? Yeah, just maybe let me drop in here also. We definitely have that on our table to provide their better guidance when to use what and to differentiate when UI5 tooling should be used or Fiori tools. So thank you for that input because we have that already in mind, but not started already, but really good input. I guess that's really confusing and perfectly matching.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome to our next session. Today, now with Felix, talking about VDI5 test automation while doing a customer project. I'm really excited, looking forward, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Hope you're having a great day so far. As mentioned, I'm Felix. I work at CONET as a SAP DevOps engineer. So my main focus is around software quality and automating as much stuff as I can. And I've prepared for you today our journey in a customer project where we actually used VDI5 for end-to-end tests and continuously adapted it as we got more and more needs throughout the actual project. So first up, for the actual setup of our project, the setup was, first of all, my company, or the company I work for, CONET, and we worked together with the German Federal Foreign Office to develop many internal apps for them. And the main tech stack used in there was the RESTful application programming model combined with front-end components we want to test. And today, I want to take you on a journey through our project. First up, how we started. I think like everyone would start with a basic setup of the end-to-end testing tooling. And after that, how we, over time, incrementally integrated more and more features to it. So we were able, firstly, to do a simple role-based testing, later on, make it a bit more advanced. And if there's still time left, let's see, maybe we can have a look at some dynamic data loading we do. Most of this will be a live demo now, so this is mostly all of my PowerPoint you will see today. I would just jump back for one brief moment later. So, welcome, hopefully, to my VS Code. I guess not. Let's switch this. And now we're good to go. As I said, we started with a rather simple and rather basic setup of our test tooling. For this purpose, I used the SAP Bookshop sample, as most of you may know. So in this case, we want to test firstly in our basic setup just the Both Books apps. Can we actually do this? I don't want to go into the test case writing right now, but rather more the tooling setup. In this sample application, we have some test users, some mock users defined in here, which we will be using and which use basic auth to authenticate against our application. And other than that, I just modified the start command a little bit to create a screenshots folder if it's not there and to set the environment variables needed for authenticating. After that, I just used what's in the VDI5 documentation as well, because VDI5 provides some predefined authenticators. What we want to use right now is just the basic authentication part, and you will also find this in our configuration. I hope it's large enough. Otherwise, please give me some feedback. In here, what we did is exactly what's in the documentation. We inserted the VDI5 authentication path. And as we are running a local CAP app, we need to authenticate against our OData endpoint and can't use the classic basic auth against the actual app. In a deployed version, this would differ. It was just you can just use the base URL, but in this case, we have to use this workaround. And other than that, all that's different from the basic, from the default configuration is we have a base URL that differs. We want to display all the books, and we also enabled some of the VDI5 configuration parameters. Firstly, the screenshots path, and later on, we will also do some more in here. Our test case is rather simple, so hopefully it should just it should just work as expected, and click to our application. This is using the default and prepared tooling options of VDI5 for authentication, and just to be able to actually access a deployed app on our dev or QA environments at the customer landscape. And in there, I've prepared several test cases throughout this presentation. Hopefully they will all work. In this case, it's just Chrome opening up, authenticating. You saw the metadata endpoint for a brief moment. We see the app. We can actually open up one book, check the title, and we are good to go in there. So this was our starting point, our first, let's say, milestone in this customer project. We were actually able to write tests and to test with test users in our environment. Thank you. Yeah. And so far, this is great. This is all we needed. But we really fast came to the point we actually want to test with different users, maybe against different environments as well. I already mentioned the dev environment. In most of the cases, you also have a quality assurance environment before the app goes to production, and you want to react to that. And maybe also test some permission-based stuff, like are certain buttons not visible for one user and actually visible for another. This is what I want to show up next. I will skip the the live demo part, as we will have a bit bigger later on, because for the multi-user tests, let's start off with some more modifications, because in here, it's nothing changed in here. Let's go to the actual prepared stuff. What we did now. Firstly, we moved the basic URL away from our configuration file into an environment variable, so we can interact with it the same way we can interact with our credentials, and keeping it dynamic for whatever script we want to run. And this way, we could be able, for example, in a pipeline setup, to test against different environments, test it against a dev environment and against a QA environment. For locally, not that much of a benefit, but also something that needs to be mentioned in here. Other than that, we don't have much changed in here. Main thing that's changed is the test cases. You see, I created a test case folder, and in there are actually 3 test cases right now. We have a test case for a user, which can actually not access our admin app, because I switched to the admin app. I will show you later. And we have 2 test cases for the admin, and the second one is actually more important because it simulates a certain workflow where we create a book and we delete it afterwards to recreate the system state we had at the beginning of our test cases. So far for the test cases, but the actually interesting part are 2 files. Firstly, the package JSON for us. We now moved away from one VDI5 script to 2 scripts for our roles, one for the user, one for the admin. The main part in here is that we authenticate against our localhost URL and still pass the environment variables for our credentials, but different this time. We have once the admin and once the user with their respective password, as they are test users that can't be used in a productive environment. It doesn't matter that it's in here. And we want to make sure to just run the test cases that we assign to these users. Not every user should run every test case, because obviously if we authenticate with the user to the admin books app, he should receive an error message. This This is what we expect in our user test, and this is not what we expect in our admin test. So we've created a test case mappings JSON where we can actually assign certain test cases to the users. It follows the same schema our spec file previously had. This in our directory, go in every subdirectory and search for something that ends with test.ts. Instead of this time, we are actually setting specific test cases in here. Only thing we have to do now is modify the specs part I just talked about in our VDIO-conf, because we can still use our VDI5 authentication, but our specs reference now looks a little bit different. We've imported our test case mappings JSON up here, and now we can use it by just referencing our JSON file on the position of the certain user. So every value that's assigned to the user, in this case a string array of all our test cases, will be executed by our tooling. This is basically all we've done in the first place to do some role-based testing. So we gained some time to actually have a look at it. We don't have a VDI5 script anymore, as I mentioned. We now have scripts based on every user. So if we run the user script, we should just see one test case to be executed. And the main test case is open the app, receive an error message that you're not an admin, and you can't access the admin books app. So let's see if I'm lying or if it's actually happening. We authenticate as our user, and we receive an error message, in this case in German, as my browser is in German, but we receive exactly what we've defined in here. We cannot access our app, our application. If we do the other way around, we use our admin tests, we should receive the correct one. As I mentioned before, we've switched apps throughout the process and now access the books manage endpoint, not the books, not endpoint, the books manage app and not the books list app. So only the admin should be able to authenticate and probably go through the workflow. And same thing in here, we can access our app, we can actually open up the first book and check for the title. I hope every one of you believes me that its test would actually fail if it's the wrong title. I can maybe there's time later on to show this. Let's see. And the second test is actually what I want to focus on in the main part of this demo. We create a new book in here. So we find our input fields for the title. We have a value head for our author and select one specific in there. We create it, and after that, we also need to delete it to be able to recreate the test and to run it over and over again to have the same system state after our test as we had before. So this proves we have some simple test up for our multi-user tests now, and we are able to actually authenticate with different users and execute different test cases based on which user we are using. So that was like our second milestone in this project, and also, yeah, rather big, but rather a small task to do in here. So we were happy for some time with this state of our tooling, but after that we kind of got the need to actually go into process setups where one user, for example, creates a request to travel or to gain back some costs he had or stuff like that, and he actually creates a request for that. Another user can permit it or deny it, and after that the user can continue his workflow. So we have to recycle our users. We came to the point that it wasn't enough for us to just differentiate between users, but rather we needed to be able to use the same user later on in the workflow and have other users interact with the elements in between. This was quite some challenge, not just because it's not just because we didn't understood what the people mean by that, but rather because of the way UI5 as tooling works. I hope I can switch this view in here quickly, because UI5 as tooling actually has a bootstrap process. I previously described that we use the predefined authenticator of VDI5 to do the basic authentication. And the way this is inserted is it's bootstrapped before our test case execution. This means in the base, we have WebDriver.io, which we start off as. After that, we start our UI5 plugin for WebDriver.io, which gives us actually all the VDI5 functionality we want to use. The possibility to select UI5 controls, but also everything we defined in the config for our authentication. This is handled in this point of time before we actually start the test case. But what we need later on is somehow the possibility to differentiate which test case are we actually running and what user should be assigned to this test case. And this was like the main part that gave us some headache and that we tried to solve later. Oh, great, it's not working again. And this is what I want to do live with all of you. Because right now we have this test case mappings JSON in the structure. We assign test cases to users. And what we need now is to just flip it around, do the opposite. We now want to assign users to certain test cases to be more flexible within our process. So actually what it would look like is something like we have our user and we have our admin. This is the goal we are aiming for, to be able to assign it, because if we have this and we have I skipped this part, if we have the max instances set to 1, so every test case gets once run by another, we are free to flip our structure around, to use one user, the other user, the first one again. This is the goal we are aiming for. But because of the bootstrap process I just described, it was quite a challenge, and we weren't able to use the predefined authenticator anymore. So what do? We just implement authentication ourselves. In a real-life scenario, you probably don't use basic authentication, so all of the manual authentication process will be written in WebDriver.io, interact with your login screen until you are redirected to your actual app. But in this case, we just have basic auth. It's rather simple, I would say. So to not do it in every test case over and over again, we create a test utils file. And in there, we'll later on, now, we do an export default class test utils. And in there, we'll have a static function custom auth. This custom authentication will need a file name to differentiate which test case we are running and which user is the correct one to authenticate against. So it has a parameter like file name to expect. It's okay. Yeah, we'll deal with this later on. Give me 1 second. Because what we also need to do is flip our spec files. We cannot use the value of test case mappings JSON wherever our username is, but rather use, instead of the right side, the left side of our JSON. This is rather simple in JavaScript, as we can just do object.keys with our test case mappings. And then we just use the left side as spec files. Right now, if I would execute it, we would actually see the authentication work because we manually set the environment variable for one user, and we would at least one test, would have at least one test failing because it's the wrong user. Simple as that. So we need our custom auth. Yes, thank you. the curse of live demos, always. And in here, let me have a look on my cheat sheet. We just set a let basic auth URL, and then want to differentiate on which environment we are running. On localhost, we just wanna use our metadata endpoint. On other real systems, we just wanna insert our credentials into the URL because that's basically what basic auth does. So let's just do this. We do if our process environment variable VDI5 base URL we defined later. Firstly, if this includes somewhere localhost, we actually want to do use the metadata endpoint, and in other cases, don't use it. So in here, let me do metadata because I will use the prepared one, and else we have the others. This is mainly what we want to do in here. Other thing than that, not only our authentication is handled as bootstrap to the test cases if we use the config, but also the initialization of our UI5 tooling. And this expects us to have our UI5 controls available in the app we access. So we need to skip that as well and call it manually later on because our OData endpoint doesn't provide us any UI5 URLs. And maybe a login screen on a real system won't provide us any UI5 controls either. So this is what we will be doing and what I will just show you if I discard this and show you the final result of this. So in here, we see same thing we just had. We have our object keys of the test case mappings as our spec files we want to run. Up here, we skip the inject UI5 part. And let's do this to set this to true. And we have our test utils, as I just mentioned. We use the username and password, and then access our OData endpoint. And if we don't do this, we just grab our basic URL, our app URL, our base URL, and insert our credentials after the / and before the actual domain name. Then our browser accesses this. After that, our browser accesses our main app. And lastly, we inject our UI5 tooling. So far, so great. Only thing we need to do in the last step is add a before hook to all of our test cases. We need to import our new written test utils and actually call our custom authentication function. To reference our file, we have the file name, helper, let's say helper, of Node.js that just references the whole path to our file and actually the name of our file. And maybe you saw it in the test utils. I already prepared a part where we did a path.base name in here. So we just cut off whatever is the path before it and just use the file name. And we are able to react to it. In this way, we can get the value assigned to our test case in here. So in this case, the user assigned to our test case. If we want to authenticate it this way, we also need to move back to one VDR5 script because our user assignment is handled dynamically now, and we don't have scripts for admin, scripts for the user. We rather have just one VDR5 script to use this and dynamically assign our users. I also did this, but this has one prerequisite, which would let my tests fail right now, because I also switched to the same password for the user and the admin account. As it's test users, it's fine for us. They don't exist in a real environment, but yeah, that's one prerequisite we did. And to actually make it work, we need to restart our app, and that would cause some crashes for me right now. What happened here? Stop it and just start it over again. And after that, we should be able to see, no, this script is not existing anymore. We should be able to see 3 instances for our tests starting, and we also should see that the first test receives an error message from our application, and the 2 second tests actually authenticate as admin and not as user, and can be executed properly. So one brief moment for me to be silent and to see if it's actually working. User test worked so far. So it seems we authenticated as user. We were able to see the Fiori launchpad in the background, but we also received an error message from our admin app. After that, we authenticate again, and now we are able to see the app. So with one script, we didn't mention any username, and we are able to use different users in here. So yeah, that worked. And this was, it took us quite some time, but this was the main achievement for us to be able to test more complex processes in our development process, because we are not hired to do simple apps. We are more likely to hired to implement more complex processes, and now we are able to test them properly with the ability to reuse our users, because we can also just flip it. So yeah, I was way faster than I expected by showing this part in here. So we have time left for the dynamic data assignment. This was a big achievement for us. Last thing, as I mentioned before, we also aimed for the ability to be able to integrate our tests in a system landscape where we can test multiple environments. We want to be able to execute it locally. We want to be able to test a dev environment. We want to be able to test a QA environment. To do this, sure, we have a basic authentication right now that works on whatever system we are on. We may have some more steps if we have a real login page, but we also need some ability to react to different data on these systems. Because I think most of you may know you have different data on different environments. A dev environment usually has just some basic set of data to be able to actually access the app, see if something is running. The QA environment may have something that's really more like the productive data, and that can be used by the actual business people to test the application if it's actually fitting their needs. And if to be able to react to these different states, we just want to move this out as well. And I think you might see in a pattern now, I created a JSON file for this and just move my data inside there. To not waste time creating this JSON file, I would just switch to a branch where I already prepared it. Because right now, you saw there's a JSON file popping up. We create a book, and in the first, if we are on dev, I just assume it's on local right now, we want to assign one title, and if we are on a different environment, we want to assign another title. So let's just do this. We can just jump into our, firstly, into our test utils and do a little tooling initialization in there. We import our data JSON file as well. And we just, as we have some other things to do as well to prepare our tooling for the environments to actually work, we anyways have a function called initialize tooling. Live demo typing. It's awesome. And now we can just go in there and say, if our process.environment VDI5.base URL, actually, let's not type this again. If we are on localhost, same checkers down there, we want to load our data or certain entries of our data. So we have one attribute for our class right now. It's just data. And if we are on localhost, in this case, we want to assign the value we want to assign the def value we've set in our, let's call this one test data, because I feel more comfortable than this way. Def, and in here as well, test data. So if we're on localhost, we now want to assign the def value to this. And last thing we have to do is import this to our test case and actually use it. So test utils.initialize tooling. And after that, just use it. Because we fill in the title once in here. Test utils.test data now title as reference. And actually, let me grab it, paste it in here as well, and into our expectation later on. There we have our final created book, another check that the title actually matches what we did. So if I run it again, maybe to save up some time, just run this admin test case, this last one. We should be able to see that it's now using the title out of the JSON file. And if I modify our test utils, different data for all our test cases are loaded in it. So I think this is rather basic stuff, but just some more tinkering we did with our tooling. And in the end, what I want to show with this is the tooling the SAP community provides is just a good starting point for everyone to actually get into end-to-end testing with this. But you're free to modify all of it. As it's open source tooling, just go ahead, do whatever you want with it, and make it fit your needs. After that, you can do, I guess, most of the things Tricentis or someone else could do as well. So in here, if we don't load dev, we use QS now, we should see the same test case with a different title. And if it's successful, I've saved everyone a little bit of time. Let's see. Initially, I planned to have the technical project lead of our customer up here as well, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it today. So it's just me showing cool stuff we did at the German Federal Foreign Office right now. And also a big shout out and a big thank you to this customer, because they actually gave us the time and possibility to tinker with the tools, to create a way to make it fit our needs and to implement role-based testing in here. Later on, thank you. I can also just prove what I've said, because we make screenshots after everything we did. We have our book saved in here, which had UI5con dev, and later on we had our book saved which had a different value assigned to it. That worked. Nice. And yeah, as I mentioned, thank you to our customer. It was really great working with them. We also did stuff like, because we had this generic configuration, we can just modify by setting different environment variables. We also moved to config repos that we integrated into our application repositories, and that we can just use in their test-specific stuff. I think we don't have time for that today, but yeah, we had the ability to really gain some valuable experience in there. And lastly, hopefully I can change this again. Lastly, yeah, thank you from my side. If you want to reach out to me, feel free to write an email, maybe write me on LinkedIn, reach out to me. But other than that, as my previous speaker colleagues have mentioned, feedback is really valuable for us. It's my first time ever being on this main stage, and as you might have guessed, I'm pretty nervous right now. So please feel free to give me feedback so I can improve and get better. And other than that, have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, Felix. And we have enough time for questions, so feel free.
Great, thank you for presenting VDI5. You need, like, VDI5 needs all the support. Great. You just briefly showed the mocking of data. It was obviously just to show how it could work, but how do you actually mock data in your tests?
We don't actually mock data in our tests, but rather have real systems we want to test. For example, the dev system or the QA system, and we have different states of data in there we have to react for. For example, we have different business partners or stuff like that. They have different numbers assigned to them, and even though the application is the same, the data our application uses can change depending on the environment. And we needed our tooling and our tests to be able to react to this. So we moved this away into our JSON file, and yeah, kind of aimed for being more flexible in there.
JSON files?
We are using JSON files for our test scripts to kind of reference different data states. and the actual data is not in our local app. It's on the real environment we are using, and we are just accessing it.
Oh, I see. So to compare basically the data, what you expect then.
Yeah, exactly, and to react on data changes in a way we predefine.
So when the tests are running, you test against real data, basically.
Yeah, as we integrated the tests into our CI/CD pipelines in our project setup, we want to run these CI/CD pipelines against different environments, sometimes against the dev, sometimes against the quality assurance environments. We want to react to different data and different states of the app in there without touching the test case. And for this we needed this workaround of moving it out into a JSON file and loading different data depending on which environment we are in.
Have you thought about using like any other tooling for that, like either mock server or the tooling mock server, or even just the CAP as a mocking tool?
The mock server would be possible solution for local setups. I'm completely with you on this one. We just directly thought about how can we integrate it in a workflow where our business side can also benefit from the work we are doing and from, for example, nightly scheduled pipelines to run our tests. So we directly went to the real part. And for the mock data, we would also have to ensure that it's in a state where every developer has the same data set to use.
Well, you can commit it to the repo.
Yeah, exactly. You're good.
Right. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Completely on the other side.
Thanks a lot for the live demo. Really impressive. I enjoyed it. And my question is about the identity provider which has been used for the customer.
Mm-hmm.
I am wondering if there are some challenges using a corporate identity provider like Enter ID or something like that. So what was the case in this customer?
I guess it depends on every customer you have. For this customer, we have authentication against login screens, so we can use WebDriver.io to actually grab the controls the classic way, interact with them. For other identity providers, for example, Cloud IDP or Enter ID, if you do a simple role-based testing, you also have the predefined authenticators to use of VDI5. And other than that, you would also just go through the workflow, maybe a little bit more manually than you would do the other way around, because you wouldn't grab the UI5 controls, but rather the HTML elements with WebDriver.io, interact with them, handle your authentication, and after that, inject the UI5 tooling and run your test case. So this would be in the before hooks.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Today you showed how to test the Fiori Elements app, and I think you did it by using selectors.
Yes.
I think there's a library for testing Fiori Elements. Did you use it in the real project, and what were your experiences with it?
We did. We used it in the real project. I just didn't use it in here because I didn't like the bookshelf sample for doing it. In the real world, we used it. We found out that it has some limitations here and there, and that we kind of have to mix it with VDI5. But also, you're free to do so. You can use the library to speed up certain basic functionalities like changing a filter field, executing your search, open value helps and interact with it, or selecting the first item of a list you gain. But on the other side, if you, for example, want to have from a list report, one specific entry, you saw I always selected one specific book and it was not the first one. I personally find it pretty useful to use VDI5 selectors because you can reference the binding path behind this entry and select by that. So for me, it worked best to have a mixture of all worlds. But yeah, it's up to you. Like always with this tooling, it's up to you what you want to use. It's just a tool set laid out for you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Questions? If not, thank you, Felix, and huge applause.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our Ask Anything for Year 5 session. And on stage we have today Frederic, Sebastian, Stefan and Peter. Welcome them on stage. So as you might have known, we had this feedback box in the front of the yellow room. And before we start asking questions here in the room, we would like to ask them, I will ask questions from the box which were top rated, or say it like that, which were asked multiple times. And the first one is, maybe for Stefan, when UI5 2.0 will be released?
Okay, good question. Okay, what to say? Yeah, how should I phrase it? We are on the process of getting it done, and it's rather not a technical reason, but to be honest, also a business reason why it takes longer. And also as SAP representative, I have to say it's a kind of a valid business reason. When we're about to release version 2, we have to ensure that we release also a lot of business applications with version 2 more or less in parallel. If we just would release UI5 2.0, then all customers would complain, hey, SAP is themselves not using the latest and greatest technologies. This is why we need additional alignment, why it's also then a significant investment behind this decision. And this is why all these processes take a bit longer. That's more or less the honest answer. Not sure whether, Frederic, you want to add something, but we are on all alignment processes. And we are advancing step by step, but it would be not serious to now say it's exactly this or that date.
The thing I always say to Stefan when it comes to this, I'm very loud. The good thing is that now that a preview version of what 2.0 might become is available, we already can create these proof points. We can already give something to you guys to actually build applications that are on this level, right? And to make sure that you have an environment where you can build apps that are really modern, and we want you to keep them on this level. So this is a very good way to make sure you develop against it. They still run with the 1.x version, right? But this is a good way to modernize already today, so you don't have to wait for 2.0 to be available to actually start modernizing your code. Yeah.
I see that's answering the question. So before I continue with the questions, just for all of you joining online, you have the opportunity to ask questions in the chat on YouTube, so feel free to do so. We will check that live and try to get the answers also here on stage. Not everyone can do, we have too many questions, but at least try it. Regarding 2.0, there was another question from technical perspective. So we know that for 2.0 it's planned to cut off old topics, but is it also planned to provide new offerings into 2.0 directly from the beginning?
Not really planned that we have new offerings inside. It's mainly the cleanup.
The renovated core, maybe.
Yeah, but honestly, the core, what we have from a bootstrapping perspective, is not visible to the people. Yeah, so we cleaned up most of the things at the end. That's the difference compared to the previous solutions, is that mainly there has been a cleanup done into our internals of the UI5 framework. Yeah, so that we have kind of a different bootstrapping perspective done. So we have the asynchronous bootstrapping running. We have a configuration there behind the scenes which built. Then our bootstrapping process, we did a lot of renovations in the core that it became a bit slimmer, but at the end for that, to keep it, let's say, in the promise that best practice apps keep running, it still has a lot of things that it needs to load still, and it will benefit then later on if you can also decide then on your own, if we extend that what we have built so far in the legacy-free solution by the tooling, that you can really describe what you need as the bootstrap, and then you really will pay off with a leaner bootstrapping process with the lightweight core, what we have in there.
And also let me relate this question and also the previous question. They are related. You know, we have to make a huge company jumping, right? And ideally, we put the hurdle not higher than absolutely necessary. This is why we now have to really keep and get the things in motion. And then also, we have laid out in a kind of strategy document what will then come next. So let's get started. Let's somehow get 2.0 done, and then there might be something after it again.
Next question. We have now heard today about Fiori elements, about flexible programming model, web components, but also UEFI freestyle. And the question is, can you briefly describe when to use what?
Well, looking around to find a victim.
It's interesting how some people just walk away. So I think it kind of depends on the value proposition that you're looking to achieve, right? So, I mean, you've heard Katrin talk about why we're using Fiori elements, developer productivity, enterprise readiness, consistency, like those features that we always promote when we talk about Fiori elements. And that is like where you want to achieve those things. That's exactly what it's designed for. And if you look at the flexible programming model, that's kind of like taking another step towards you. You're going to get more flexibility. You can actually have more control, more things to do. And then you're wearing the blue thing.
Yeah, no, that is basically, not sure what just repeat it. Take everything that you get from raw elements and add and change in freestyle what you need and have to change. I think that's the...
But then how do web components play into that? That was the question.
We had all four.
Okay,
so
that was really a huge field. At the end, the web components. And this question was also in several places in what is the future of web components. We said definitely that new components, new UI elements is something what we want to build purely as web components and make use of that to only have the investment done once and not to build it in different technologies and make here a bigger reuse. Someone has a phone call, Frederic. Maybe I said something wrong now, and your boss is calling that we did something wrong here. No. Back to zero. So these web components, as you have seen today also, they can integrate natively into the SAP UI5 environment by using these control wrappers. You didn't see that really in a physical way because this happens on the fly. The framework, this UI5 tooling modules, builds the bridge to get this in. And at the end, if the web components can be used really like UI5 controls inside of the SAP UI5 framework, then for sure also the Fiori elements can benefit from this evolution of the controls and then use and make use of the web components to visualize the Fiori element building blocks and even more the patterns, the floor plans and stuff like that. So this is how the web components are also relating to that and how they fit into the picture. So it's always rounding off, it's always playing all together. Something to add from your side?
I would say we covered them all. So opening, Wouter, Max, for questions. I have the cube. Where are the questions? You have the chance to ask.
So everyone wants to have the opening for the beer.
People are afraid of the flying cube.
I try my best.
So I can also deliver it if it helps.
See?
There's one. Too late. So I deliver it now. Yeah, it is. This I didn't know, that we have to turn it on. Better.
Sounds better.
Much better, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is, I don't know if it's a bit technical, I don't know if it's the right forum to ask, but it's related to if I have a UEFI application that I want to test with multiple services that are deployed in BTP, right? But they have their own access UA. I want to test it locally. That application is using maybe one or more services. Is there any tool like a UEFI tooling that we do have currently, or is there any plans for that?
Isn't that exactly what you can also do with the VDI5 testing? So it takes care about the authentication. Someone raises the hand there in the back. It's Mauricio, thumbs up, so it's great. That's it. VDI5 can help you to test against an application where you need to have authentication, so it takes care about your authentication, and then you can also run your tests against that. Yeah.
But is it with multiple services? If I have 2 or more separately deployed, let's say CAPM services.
So he is nodding, so I think yes. So
yeah?
he.
Okay.
Yeah. All good.
Then all good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for the support, Mauricio.
Yeah.
There was a question, I think, in the first row, right?
Yeah, Robin.
Yeah, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I think it was 11 years ago I opened an issue on...
Is it still there?
It's still there, yeah.
Ooh.
No,
it's still open, right?
No, I think somewhere along the lines it got closed, but it's related to allowing data binding on filter values. That's something that I stumble across every half year in different requirements, and then I Google it, then my issue pops up, and I'm, I really would love it. No, it's tongue-in-cheek, I know. But
yeah, it's at the moment this is not supported, so we have to discuss that. Yeah. But you have an issue open, so we can check out the issue maybe 11 years later. Then, yeah. No, honestly, we can take that, and it's not something I can. Yeah, it is something, you know, from a binding perspective, the filters, how they are made, this is not done in a way that you can easily bind that. So they are like. You give properties to the binding expression here, but on that level, when you do that, there is no data binding capabilities available, and that's why it's also not that easy. So we need to invent something to make this possible, and this is a more complex thing. If it would be not that complex, it would have been solved already.
No, I know, but since you're all on stage and for everyone...
Thank you for that question, I'm sweating. And by the way, if Robin speaks now, I made a mistake this morning in the keynote, yeah. Robin built that task, and Ludwig, he built that GitHub action. So just want to correct and sorry for that. I corrected in the slides for later for the upload.
Next question.
No one? Just throw it somewhere. Yeah, maybe somewhere. There's one. So.
Hi. Thanks for UI5. I really loved that framework. I just want to appreciate it. And I also love the direction, web components, and so on. I just want to now take the chance to also remind or bring it in focus that the integration within UI5, for example, for things like drag and drop, is awesome. But is it also foreseen that, for example, web components can start, for example, a drag and drop session in UI5, so we can drag something out of our own controls into UI5 standard stuff? Is there foreseen?
Is there something foreseen? I don't know yet, but there are some guys, maybe we can address that, yeah.
Okay.
So,
is there something needed at all, or?
I don't know. Maybe you can answer directly.
I knew that I shouldn't come, but now that I'm here, so I think I already met you in the heads-on. So, and we also talked there. So, for example, we have already drag and drop implemented in several components, like the table, the list, and the tab container. So whenever they're used with the seamless integration back into SAP UI5, this will work out of the box. Not sure if this is the entire scope that you're asking. Maybe you have to elaborate a bit, because for these components, the drag and drop and the way it's specified in the SAP design, they are working standalone or within SAP UI5. But yeah, if that's all that you want, or
we have basically a custom control that renders a map, and that map is rendered in a canvas, so there is no DOM-related stuff in there, which UI5 usually uses to initiate the drag and drop session. And we have currently no API to start a drag and drop session out of that, so we have to misuse and use some private
functionality.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Hopefully.
But it works. So this is why I'm asking, would there be an option to make that available in a clean way? In 11 years?
Yeah, in 11 years.
So I would say, good question. I think you know now who you should question, so we can follow up on that one. But maybe regarding the web components, was a question from the chat. What is the long-term strategy of web components? Will the web components replace SAP M?
Will you? It will not entirely replace SAP M, so this cannot be the case, because SAP M as a library contains several controls which are not available in the web components. On a very long way, what I can foresee, but this needs to be also discussed with regards to compatibility, it would be great to replace the bread and butter controls what we have with the web components. Yeah? But many of you are using also the existing control set. You rely on stuff which maybe is not officially set as to be the API of these components, but that makes it also hard then to replace it. But we need to find and think about a strategy how we at the end can come to a way that the bread and butter web components will replace some of the SAP M controls, but most of them are still there. And but this is something I cannot say it now. Yeah, it's something we need to find out on the way forward now.
Let me jump in here then as well. So what Peter said is totally right, and maybe from a strategy perspective, the SAP UI5 controls, have all and contain all the history and collected features over years. And this is currently something that we look into with the design organization, and we want to define something that you can imagine as a currently valid scope according to the SAP design system. That is somehow the reference scope. And in the reference scope, we want to keep SAP UI5 controls and UI5 web components totally identical. Therefore, from an application perspective, there is no need to replace them, because in the current scope, that is according to the current guidelines, they are the same. And why are we doing that? The investment in the company to replace the controls would be really high, and it's cheaper in us from the framework side doing it and keeping this compatibility level. And this is the foreseen strategy. And what comes at a later point in time, we cannot predict, but you can be sure from a strategic perspective that this reference scope is the same. So there's no problem if we won't replace it for you. In the opposite.
And will it be deprecated soon? No.
No.
Otherwise, it would be missing in the legacy-free version.
I have another question. Like 1 or 2 years ago at the UI5con, I attended a session where you were talking about adaptation projects in the public cloud. And that's still not a thing. Is that still planned, or was that just something that you tried and then cancelled?
So we have adaptation projects in the S/4HANA public cloud released. Now is there some export here in the first half year this year. I'm right, therefore not sure. What else was promised? So it's S/4HANA public cloud supports it, right? So,
but most of the applications, for example, even the new ones, are not extendable with adaptation projects. So if you go to the Fiori apps library, to extensibility, most of the time it says not extensible with adaptation projects.
Okay. Now I get your point. This is the formal stuff that you refer to with the release, but yeah.
But that's an ongoing thing. So we're trying to push for more of this to become available, and we have to convince the individual lines of business. And of course, the more traction we get by customers opening tickets that we can then leave open for 11 years, the better we have. And if you have a ticket like that, we can always point to it. It's like, listen, customers have been trying to get this for a long time. Then that helps our case, trying to convince the colleagues to actually do that investment.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually based on every single app that it needs to be published for extensibility with the adaptation.
So more traction helps more.
Okay. Thank you.
Exactly, please ask. And for the others, from a context perspective, application developers have to release their application for adaptation projects, and there is what's currently not happening as often as we would like to, but I think it's really exactly as Sebastian said, open ticket asks so that the people get aware and that we get acceleration here. That's in our full interest.
Because they're, of course, afraid that then you might use something that they've released that they hadn't actually thought fully through, and that it limits that. And then we exactly had the conversation that we were in with UI5 1 and 2. So exactly the same reason.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You can throw the cube a few rows behind you.
Hi. So question is, in SAP FE based libraries, there is a clear usage of JS6 inside and some dependencies on JS6 as well overall. So will it be anytime published, like some open API to use in UI5, this JS6 support for UI5?
I'm sure that question is now heard by some people that have an idea how to answer it. I have none. So I think you can just send me an email and we'll find somebody to respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
There's one down here.
Yeah.
Over here.
Okay, server-side rendering. When?
No.
Tomorrow in the recap session of Wouter and me.
Yeah, that's true. Tomorrow the recap session of Wouter and Volker. No, honestly, about server-side rendering, we are doing some investigation with the web components on that direction. With the existing UI5 controls, if you look into them, how they are built, there is not a clear separation between the renderer in many cases and the behavior parts. So if you would run then the pure rendering of a real UI5 control, it sometimes tries to call the behavior and then it runs into runtime issues if you run this in a Node.js environment. It needs to be cleaned up, and for the web components, we here made a clear architectural decision that there is no overlap between the renderer and the behavior part, so that we can clearly run the pure rendering also at the server side. So technically there it can work, and we have some experiments where it works already for web components. It's also one thing why I think this is the future, as we can also benefit from that on the long run. And for the existing component set, so when you talk about this server-side rendering, what Volker was talking about, it's more about regenerating of the XML, the XML view content. And something like this is possible. This could be also thought of in the future. I personally think of more of doing that at build time, to use some metadata and to pre-create a XML view code out of that, and then use that to speed up the initial rendering of applications and stuff like that. But doing that on server side, it's always an opinionated story. You need to have the server under control, and that's a different story then.
In the first line, in the front line, so maybe you throw it.
It's going to be a fun throw.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Whoa. Yeah. Almost.
Pretty close.
I have a question in regards of the multidimensional model and the multidimensional control. Could you elaborate a little bit about its future also in 2.0? It's the Firefly stuff, I mean, which is also used by SAC.
Yeah, so
accessing the ENA interface and enabling analytics.
I'm not in depth in that topic. Yeah, as you say, Firefly, I know about what's that, but sorry, I can't.
Will it remain? Will it disappear? Will it be better documented?
I must lie. I need to say the same thing. we can write us a mail. We can find out. Yeah, but it's not.
So. We are a stakeholder in the meantime, and we're using it heavily. Yeah, definitely. And we would be.
Do you want to come up, Katja?
Very interested in seeing it.
This is an inside conversation.
2.0.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Because she was not on the microphone. Yeah, but. No. So in short, a discussion was already going on last year, so they have to talk about that and follow up.
But since you are coming up with a major version, I would love to see it also in 2.0.
Okay. Sure was the answer, yeah. So.
Questions? Oh, yeah. Really, in the other round?
Maybe
in the other code? Oh, no.
Maybe this
try
first,
this
then
one,
it's easier to throw.
Yeah, here. You can write the right side. Yeah.
Have there been some questions on YouTube also? Florian?
What?
Did you also receive questions from YouTube?
Yeah. To wait for you.
Because 3 minutes left. Think about that.
Ready?
Ready?
Okay. I have a question from a colleague who's watching on YouTube. So hi, Michael. UI5 version 2 will be the first major version jump ever. I assume the plan is to cut off old weights. Will you also go all in to embrace the newest web standards and split out framework and the UI lib? Maybe into web components, but I think you already answered that.
So in the 2.0 version, it's mainly about cleanup, yeah? So this is where we ensure that we have now a clean core, that we have a solid foundation where the deprecations are out, where the old synchronous APRs are cleaned up. But it's not really about completely removing things, existing concepts out of that. A move towards web components even doesn't mean that we remove things from the web components framework, from the UI5 control framework out of the UI5 control, because this also has some duties in the whole thing. It binds to the life cycle of the framework. It ensures that data binding is working. It includes then the web components also as part of the XML view, that you can make use of that. And therefore, it's not about a cleanup, but what you can do is if you reduce then, let's say, the code, the content written in a let's say, more proprietary format, moving to standards, you will, on the mid to long term, also benefit from a more clean code base, yeah, and then this reduces the footprint.
Yeah, and let's say the first indicators that you would see in that direction would be if there's basically Fiori elements, floor plans, and building blocks based on the web components. This is also something that we explore, but we would have first them in parallel before we remove something and then see how it goes. But this is, as I said, the future.
There was also one question in the box about ESM modules. I just want to grab that also quickly. I know the time is over, but this fits a bit to that. And this is also one logical consequence where you would notice then if you would do an evolution towards the ESM modules. Today it's incompatible, yeah, and it's not working that way. Even though if you can use the transpiling and you can write your UI5 applications in JavaScript or TypeScript using the import syntax, the ESM module syntax to build that. But this would also remove our custom loader from the framework, and you could remove this footprint and then just load the individual modules by standard things from the browser. And this is what would be a logical evolution. So we promise we move closer to web standards, but it needs to be well planned, and we need to also ensure that we take the existing apps over with that and slightly prepare for that. That's also why we can't immediately say SAPM is deprecated or stuff like that. We need to prepare for that. This needs to be a longer process, and we will move on, and we try to do that as fast as possible. And yeah, I wish it could be faster sometimes, but we also need to save your investments in the applications you build and in the controls you build, and then we step-by-step plan for the future here.
Time is running, and I would like to ask one question, which is perfectly then hand over to the last session today. Where do you see UF5 in 10 years? Maybe a really short answer for that one.
So for me, I will be retired. It's hard. So I will see it from your perspective. No.
Yeah, in 10
no,
years, I expect in 10 years that we have a much more clean core, that we have really a modular, performing, fast bootstrap, that we have, let's say, we are many places close to web standards, that you benefit from things which are there as best practice overall for web development. And this is also, I hope that you see this signature also on the framework, how it's evolving over the last couple of years. We are moving closer to web standards. We are step by step getting out the old stuff, and we are preparing herewith for the future to save your investments, to build your applications also now, and you can build also your applications in 10 years with UI5.
And also we should be talking about 3.0 at that point, right?
Maybe 10.0. 10 years now.
And maybe just to add to this, if all of this happens, and it will, I'm sure, we're going to see much more success. I can only say a few words about if I look at the last 10 years of UI5 and the success we had, both inside of the company, we've become one of the leading technologies the company has released, right? If you look at TechEd, in the past, the sessions that were mostly visited, besides ABAP, that's HANA maybe, and UI5. And so we've grown over the last few years really tremendously in acceptance inside the company. So I think 10 years from now, if we do a good job and we keep evolving UI5, we keep modernizing it, we will see this as still the de facto front-end framework of SAP.
Including the community.
Including the community, of course. We will also probably be sitting in a much larger venue than today.
Most probably, at least, we three will be there.
Yeah. I will be there.
Thank you for all the questions and the answers. And feel free to still ask questions in the chat in YouTube. We will monitor them, and you will get the answers after the conference. And with that, handing over to Frederic, right?
Thanks. Good. So thanks a lot, muting, for potential additional phone calls. Good. So we come to the end of today. Thanks a lot again for coming today, for being with us. I think the motto of today's event, you saw the lines, the train tracks, getting people together, connecting, it really worked well today. I had so many conversations with great people today. I hope you had too, and that you had a great learning experience as well throughout the day. Now, with this being said, we ask you for feedback for the future, basically. Shape the future of UI5. There is a SAP Build Discovery initiative happening. So for those of you who are interested in sharing your feedback to technical concepts that we work on, please have a look at this session right here. That would be great if you could participate. And as I already mentioned this morning, please also share your feedback about the conference with us. This is really important. We really use this every year to make improvements and to ensure that you find an even better conference the year after. And with this being said, once again, as I said this morning already, again, thanks a lot again to Neptune and all the other sponsors of today's session. I think one more round of applause for them. I think it was amazing what you guys enabled us to do. And my favorite part, as every year, is not only thanking the sponsors, but our amazing team behind the scenes, starting with Margot and everyone else on this team. You did an amazing job. I mean, what this team pulls together every year, like besides the regular job, is just amazing. I'm super proud of everything we've accomplished. And with this, let's close today's event with all of the speakers and all of the volunteers up on stage for our annual group photo, I guess. So please come up and we'll take one more picture. For those of you who don't want to stay around now for the picture, obviously the evening event starts right now with beer and drink and food, everything back in the canteen. So happy to see you there after the event. And with this, let's close it. Thanks very much for coming and see you later. Yeah. Jeder stolpert.